Councillor Chang. Councillor Bradford. Okay, thank you. I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Gichiguanage, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda. Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence and personal reflection. Thank you. And happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Yeah. Councillor Morley, you would like to make a brief announcement?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and happy Valentine's Day, happy Budget Day. I want to acknowledge that today is National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit People. This day is dedicated to raising awareness about this issue and the intergenerational impacts that Indigenous communities face and honoring the lives of those lost. It also serves as a call for action to address the ongoing violence and systemic issues faced by Indigenous communities. As we consider the budget today and the work ahead of us over the coming year, I encourage us all to take time to learn about this crisis and consider how we can address this issue and support Indigenous communities in our work. I also want to extend an invitation on behalf of the Indigenous Affairs Office to everyone in this room and everyone watching remotely to a few upcoming events. Today, right about now, there's a strawberry ceremony breakfast at the Native Women's Resource Center at 191 Gerrard Street East, a 25-minute walk from here. After breakfast, 11:15, there will be a community march to Toronto Police Headquarters at 40 College Street for a strawberry ceremony from 12:30 to 1:30, and I encourage you to join any of these events if you're able. There's also a meet and greet and info session planned to discuss the city's role in addressing the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people crisis on Monday, February 26th from 1 to 4 p.m. This event will also be hosted at the Native Women's Resource Centre of Toronto, and it is open to all community members who access the Resource Centre. Thank you to the fantastic team in the Indigenous Affairs Office. I strongly encourage you to reach out to them for more information about this crisis and the role that we, as elected representatives and city staff, can play in addressing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today or who are watching the meeting online. Today's special meeting of council is for the following purposes: to consider the mayor's proposed budget, to consider new business from city officials, to introduce general bills and confirming bill for the special meeting. Members of council, this is a special meeting. Under council's procedures, no new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. The mayor's proposed budget was presented on February 1st with mayoral decision 1-2024, published with the council agenda on February the 8th. It is currently before council and does not require a vote to introduce it. However, may I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Thompson. There it is on the screen. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning. That new business from city official listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? If you do, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Are there any interests at this time? No. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Okay, Councillor Cole?
No, I just had a point of order.
Oh, we're going through petitions right now. Councillor Malik? Petitions?
Thank you very much. I am submitting a petition signed by 915 people requesting that our city's warming centers are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Oh, sorry. Councillor Peruzza, sorry. Councillor Peruzza, petition?
I'm presenting basically 648 signatures from residents in my ward who rely on windrow clearing and are urging council to keep the service funded in the budget. Every winter my staff and I speak to countless seniors and people with disabilities who cannot clear their windrows themselves and are so desperately in need of the service, require it, and so there's 648 signatures. I'm going to add mine to it and make it 649 and submit that to the clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Peruzza. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, Councillor Cole, you had a point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair. Given the new provincial legislation establishing strong mayor powers and the budget that's before us, could the clerk or yourself outline what's in order, what is compatible with the strong mayor powers, how do we treat the multiple motions that are going to be coming forward? So could we get an overview of what the rules of order are today?
Right. I believe there was also, and I will indicate it, but I believe there was a memo that was sent out from the mayor and I, from the clerk's office a week ago. Did everybody receive that memo? Did everybody read it? Okay, good. Okay, so Councillor Cole, Count.
It's for the public. This is not for us.
No, I understand.
It's for the public to know.
I understand, Councillor Coe, and we will address that. Thank you. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a two-thirds vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 15.7 review of the order paper. Members, the mayor has designated item MPB 15.1 on 2024 operating and capital budget as their first key matter, and this will be our first item of business today. The mayor has designated item CC 15.1 on budget implications, including property tax rates, user fees, related matters, as their second key matter and our second item of business. We are scheduled to meet until 6 p.m. tonight. We will take a scheduled recess between 12:30 and 2. Council will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. if necessary. Members, we have 3 items before us. Items 1 and 2 will be debated, but does anyone wish to hold item 3? Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk's staff are available to help you with motions. Members, I am expecting that there will be a number of motions today. To ensure that members and the public understand the motions that are placed, members are reminded to work with the clerk's staff to prepare your motions. Members are also reminded to state their motions before they speak. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. Members, for the benefit of everyone participating in the meeting, including the public, I want to reiterate the advice we received from the city clerk regarding council's consideration of the budget. The mayor has met her statutory duty to prepare a balanced budget for council's consideration. Under changes to the City of Toronto Act made in 2022, City Council may pass amendments to the budget prepared by the mayor, but Council will not vote to improve the budget or the budget as amended. Instead, the budget will be deemed adopted after certain conditions are met. If no amendments are passed today, the budget will be deemed adopted after the adjournment of the meeting. If amendments are passed by Council today, the mayor has 10 days to decide whether to veto any amendments. She may shorten that period if she chooses. If the mayor vetoes any amendments, Council will have 15 days to overturn a veto by a two-thirds vote. The budget will be deemed adopted after all these conditions are met. Let me also review the procedures as they relate to motions. First, amendments to the mayor's proposed budget must preserve the balanced nature of the budget. A motion that would result in an unbalanced budget is not in order, and I will not accept it. Members should work with the clerk and the chief financial officer to identify offsetting measures where required. Second, any requests for reports or requests from the city officials or other bodies to consider matters as part of their future budget or requests of other governments should be moved on item CC 15.1, budget implementation, including property tax rates, user fees and related matters, or should be brought by letter to the appropriate standing committee or to council by a member's motion. Okay, we will now go to the first key matter, which is MPB 15.1. Before we start, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I look across and I see that my colleague, Councillor Mantis, has arrived. And I think he had a busier morning than usual because just a few days ago, they welcomed a new baby to the family. So I just want, well, you already applauded, but I wanted you to join me in welcoming Stavrolina Valentina Mantis to the world and congratulating Nick and Gina on their baby's arrival. And maybe he can tell us a little bit about her.
Good morning, everyone, colleagues, Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor. It is with such joy to welcome our first member of our family, Stavrilina Valentina. She was born at 8/26 on February 12th, and she is doing well, and Mama is doing very well. And I'd like to congratulate both of them and welcome Stavrilina Valentina to this world.
So that is, Councilor Mantis, that's very special. February 12th was my birthday too, so it's a special day. It is a wonderful day, February 12th. Okay, so we will now go to questions. We don't have any questions? Oh, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, questions, 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, are these questions to the mayor or to staff?
Both.
Okay.
Staff and the mayor. Okay? So if you can just identify who the question is for, so the staff are
Okay,
prepared.
staff, please.
Staff, okay.
Okay, the question I have is in regards to the impact of the provincial government's removal of the development charges in our approval of developments where we would be able to charge developers for sewers, roads, hookups, and there was a provincial announcement that took away 1.2 billion away from the city in development charges. Where does that stand?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the impacts of Bill 23, the actual impacts that staff identified was 2.3 billion over the next 10 years. We did identify that there was specifically 1.3 billion related to affordable housing initiatives. That is revenue that we otherwise would have collected in development charges and a few other Planning Act revenues. There was an audit that was being undertaken by the province. That audit was halted back, I believe, in December of this year. Since then, the province has reached out to us directly, and they're setting up some meetings to be able to meet with us and discuss the impacts specific to the City of Toronto, working towards a resolution.
So the Bill 23 development charges changes. So the audit they were having, what happened to that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the audit was terminated in December of this year. I'm not aware of the results of the audit. That audit was taking place between the province and third-party auditors.
But isn't this a possible jeopardy for our future capital projects, given that this still hangs over the city, and you're saying up to 2.3 billion that we would have gotten from developers that are now in limbo? Is that taken into account in our capital budget forecasting?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely a jeopardy. It is forecast to have an impact on our development charge revenues of 2.3 billion that would have gone towards growth and growth-related infrastructure across the city. The budget that's before you today starts to take that into account. It takes it into account in certain areas where there is not an adequate reserve balance to be able to continue work. The most prominent area being in affordable housing, where we have had to pause funding that we otherwise would have expected to be available in 2024 and future years, based on affordable housing no longer being an eligible category for development charge funding.
So as it stands right now, development charges are not available to underwrite the capital dollars needed to build affordable housing?
As it stands now, any future development, we will not collect development charges as part of future developments to be able to support growth-related affordable housing initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, through the chair. Some people find this budget visionary, while others find it a bitter pill to swallow. And I'm just wondering, what measures has the city taken to find efficiencies and to, because I think not all members of the public believe we're running an optimized ship. So could we just share with our constituents and residents, what have we done to be the leanest, meanest machine we can be?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So this budget process really began with budget submissions that would have started in September. And even predating that, there would have been work undertaken by all divisions and agencies across the city to be able to drive savings, drive initiatives, find offsets. There is an exercise that we undertake in terms of, we would refer to it as a line-by-line review. We will look back and review 3 to 5 years worth of actual expenses by each and every category of expense and identify what the true needs are, what we expect to spend in the following year, and ensure that funds are being allocated into the areas that we specifically need. In those actions alone, we would have found about $180 million. We also know that efficiencies would have been sought and identified. There was work that was being done and undertaken in administrative functions across the city to identify where there's opportunities of efficiencies. Those funds totaled about $30 million. In addition to that, we know that there were some revenue adjustments that were included in the budget. There was a service that was provided through public health that was actually provided through a third-party provider. And we found that there was an efficiency to actually leverage the third party rather than the city offering the service today with savings identified. And through a whole series of other actions, in total, the city was able to identify $620 million in reductions and offsets that were factored into this year's budget to be able to bring down the overall pressure that we began with that was close to $1.8 billion.
And from a process review perspective, what is the plan moving forward? Because we know that Budget 2025 is upon us starting tomorrow. And what measures will the city be taking to make sure that we are the leanest, meanest machine we can be?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd say 2025 probably started a couple of weeks ago. So staff are already undertaking work to develop a rolling program review, which is going to be designed at continuing to find opportunities for offsets, efficiencies, and reductions. There was a report that had gone forward to executive committee, I believe in November, December timeframe, that outlined the structure in terms of the approach. We're currently taking steps and speaking with our colleagues in the city manager's office and those in finance on developing and refining that process and undertaking the work that will come back as part of the 2025 budget process.
Can we hear from the city manager what that process might entail thus far? What is planned? How are we going to deep dive into certain divisions in our city?
So the work hasn't begun. We're trying to land this budget. So through you, Speaker, this work will involve a more robust look, particularly at services that, A, have a large operational impact, but also a large levy impact from the standpoint of our budget next year. We need to focus in on areas that really could drive some of the savings to the levy side of the budget. We do deliver a lot of cost-shared programs. We will review those in due course. But you can expect that these would be in the areas such as parks, forestry, and recreation, transportation services. And that's not a knock to pick on them. It's just that's where we have levy funding that we should be looking at how we can best utilize it. We will be using lean process review techniques that we already use, but pushing a bit further into that. And we will again be reviewing all the ways that those places operate and perhaps bringing forward ideas to council about how service levels may need to be adjusted if that's necessary, not necessarily down, but just in a way that allows us to deliver efficient and effective services with a reduced budget.
And will the public be updated on these measures? Because I think for taxpayers, it is important for the public to know what the city is doing to be more agile and efficient.
So through you, Speaker, the short answer is yes. I think it's important. And as I've been out speaking in the community, I've been asked many times, how do we see the progress of the city? How are you sharing with us in a stronger way key performance indicators so that we can understand how the investment is changing the situation we see on the ground? So some of that will happen in a public way through reporting, and some of that will happen actually through the Service Excellence Committee, which has been designed for us to also better understand what the public is experiencing and how we can better match our services to their experience.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I just want to, number one, ask about reserves. And when I went to make a deputation at Queen's Park on Bill 29, many of the MPPs thought we should just use up all our reserves. We didn't think that was a good idea. Can you just briefly outline the critical importance of maintaining certain levels in our reserves, please? Briefly, because I have many more questions.
I'll be very brief. Through you, Madam Speaker, we do have reserve balances. The reserve balances are for the most part by design. You will see in the example I like to give is our Toronto Water Reserve has over $1 billion in it, but it also supports $14 billion in planned expenditures. So when we look at all of our current reserve balances, our commitments and obligations against those reserves are more than 3 times the balance we have in the reserves today and are critical to deliver the plan that's in front of us.
Thank you. I guess you got that message to the province because they haven't kept asking about that. Thank you. I understand in this budget there was probably 50,000 engagements with Torontonians. Since you've been in this role, but you were there, I don't think that's happened in many years. I think it's quite an outstanding number. Is it not?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I absolutely would agree that there was considerable amount of engagements both prior to launching the budget, where we were able to take feedback from public consultations, and even opportunities post-budget launch through telephone town halls, as well as working with our local councillors as part of budget town hall meetings.
So the mayor and the budget chief really put an emphasis on that outreach this time around, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Grant is here somewhere up in the stands. Can you close my time for a second while he comes down, Speaker, please? He's in the nosebleed section up there. Oh, a special Carlton Grant hot seat. Yeah, we'll put that in the budget. No, Mr. Grant, there's a whole number of dog attacks that have happened lately. Most recently, one in Etobicoke that your staff and TPS, Toronto Police, are really trying to find the owner of those dogs. But looking there's been a number of them, quite horrific, maulings, et cetera. And I know you're trying to upgrade the response from Animal Services. Is that, do you have enough resources for that? Or what more do you need in order to, I'm not moving any changes, but I really think it's an important area in the budget.
Thank you for the question. We do not have enough resources in Animal Services to deal with the growing number of dangerous dog attacks and events in our city. We have a growing city, and conflict is happening at a greater level between humans and animals. The dog attacks and the simple neglect of people to keep their dogs off on leash and to follow the city's rules has been ignored by many residents. We need more staff to work with public health and the Toronto Police Service on this very important matter.
Thank you, and good luck with finding those dogs. And now I have questions for the police chief, Speaker. And if you could hold the time so the chief could come down. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chief, just for the record, because I've heard so many different numbers of officers. I've read 4,900 number of times, heard that number. Then I've heard 5,433 at a budget meeting. and now I've heard another 5,200. So what I think would be very helpful was to actually here at this meeting have the correct number as of today, please.
Through you, Chair, so to be very clear on the different numbers, if you look at our average deployed for 2023, we were last year at roughly 5,000 officers. If you look at what we were at as of December 31st, at the end of the year when we did our October deployment, we were closer to 5,100. The 5,400 number assumes that December 2024 number. So we are not at 5,400 currently. We're in the 5,100s. Our hiring plan for this year would, if all the cards align, would allow us to get to 5,400 by the end of the year.
Thank you, but I understood 5,200. So I'm going to ask Mr. Conforti. I don't know if you have, does anybody other than the TPS have that number? Because there's been so many numbers out there. Based on your work, end of year, total number, complement for TPS.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, I would defer to Savina to speak to the actual hiring plan.
So
that would be a given point in time for sure. But our average deployed was 5,000.
Yeah.
By the end of the year, we're at 5,100.
I guess the end of the year is when the new budget year starts. So I'm having trouble with the 200, well, actually it's not, 4,900 to 5,100 or 51 plus. That, so I'm just clarifying, it's not 49 when we're having this budget conversation in January.
Correct. The 4,900 would have referred to December 2022. And we've then gone up 200 to 5,100 at December 2023.
Can you explain why 4,900 was a number that's been used very often? I'm not sure by your office, but I know by others. That's in everybody's minds publicly. I'm not sure why, if it's not the correct number.
That was your last question.
So that was certainly through you, Chair. The 2022 point of reference would have been 4,900.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, question.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question regarding shelter services. Last year, this council declared homelessness an emergency in the city. And I'd like to understand, and for the public to hear, again.
Cops make more, we stay poor. Statutory, same old story.
Can you hold my time?
Cops make more, we stay poor.
The meeting. It's okay. Okay, Councillor Bravo, you could continue.
Thank you. I want to just get a sense, if you can characterize what the increase and in terms of investment in shelters this year has been in the shelter services and supports, and in addition to touching on the investment into the drop-in network that allows people to access daytime services.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Bravo. So the budget for Toronto Shelter and Support Services this year, with the recent addition of the $1.4 million, will be $788 million. And that is an increase over last year. The $1 million added to the drop-in network will provide about a 20% increase to the variety of city-funded drop-ins that are currently operating.
Thank you. My next question is around bylaw enforcement. Many of the calls that we get as councillors are from people frustrated that we have a number of bylaws that are not being enforced currently. thinking of things like funding for noise calls, business licensing, dangerous dogs. While while you get settled in there, Mr. Carlton, my question is, so what kind of, can you characterize the kind of pressure that municipal licensing and standards has been under in terms of the numbers of calls, the complexity of the calls? And I'm bringing here this question because it's a lot of what we get in terms of counselors has to do with your division, and I understand that there haven't been really significant increases over the last few years.
Thank you for the question, and through the speaker, I'd like to start by clarifying that we do enforce all bylaws. We do it in such a way where we use discretion, we do education, then we escalate enforcement. We do not ignore the rules that are established by this council. Our division has grown significantly over the past few years as resources have been needed to deal with new programs and to deal with the influx of calls from the community, to deal with conflict resulting from neighbor versus neighbor, neighbor versus commercial, residential versus commercial, the growth of our city, and the COVID hangover of people being more sensitive to noise and sensitive to a number of matters has impacted our work. The complexity of our work has increased extensively. There is nothing that we do as transactional. There is nothing that we do as black and white. Everything we do has plenty of gray, and it takes an extensive amount of work to bring people into compliance.
Absolutely, and I think that we know that you have to triage, and you're doing the best you can. I wanted to ask you about how your work is, how it can contribute to peacemaking. You mentioned a lot of people are making calls because they're in dispute with their neighbor. That coming out of the pandemic, there are a lot of situations that could escalate. But through the work that you do, through education and a lot of times mediation and problem solving, we don't end up with escalated. And would you characterize your work as peacemaking in that way?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely, we are. We do peacekeeping. It is neighbor versus neighbor, and we work closely with a neighborhood group, Neighborhood 1, I believe they're called. They used to be St. Stephen's, on mediation. It is an important factor. We need to do enforcement in such a way where we're understanding the issues, we're listening to the issues, and we're working to gain compliance. Our department achieves voluntary compliance 91% of the time, which means that the 9% of the...
My last question is, how would you say that you contribute to community safety in the city?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Conforti. I just wanted to make sure that I heard correctly when you mentioned about savings and efficiencies in the range of $600 million, that the efficiency portion was 30 million or about 5%?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. So when we would define true efficiencies is about 30 million, which is roughly consistent with what we'd identified in the last 5 or 6 years.
So out of the big picture, fairly negligible. But okay, thank you for that. Second question to you, and it's my only other question. The messaging that I've heard is that council, the mayor, have inherited a financial mess. And so this 9.5% tax increase is necessary to fix that mess. So it's a two-part question. How much new spending is there in this budget?
So the budget on a total gross expense increase year over year is about $1 billion, but I have to caveat that to note that the majority of that is not on the property tax base. The majority of that new spend would be Toronto Water contributions to their capital reserve. It would be flow-through programs for cost shared like Toronto Environmental and Social Services, and other services we provide that don't have an impact on the city's property tax base.
Okay, okay, thank you. So I guess the ultimate question, MESS was in.
Sir, Councillor Burnside, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So back to my question of this 9.5% tax increase is meant to fix our ills, or the ills that were inherited. Does it in fact fix it? Do you project that next year, and for let's say the next 3-4 years, would be in a position to raise property taxes only at the rate of inflation now that the problem's fixed?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what we've identified at the start of this year's budget process, and it was consistent with the messaging as part of the long-term financial plan, is we had an unprecedented opening budget pressure, in large part because of the lasting effects of the pandemic. The approach that we developed in terms of achieving an enhanced financial sustainability is looking at a 3-year view that is going to be a combination of what was proposed this year's budget, actions that are taken as part of the long-term financial plan, as well as continued reductions and offsets. So essentially, where we might land in terms of property tax increases are going to be entirely dependent on some of the other actions that will come forward and ultimately garner council approval.
I'm sorry, I'm still confused.
Sure.
Do you anticipate that we'll be able, whatever's done in the background, I know staff work extremely hard, do you anticipate that we're in a position to only increase taxes by the rate of inflation moving forward?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the initial modeling we've done shows that we would likely need until 2026 where you would see increases that would be at or above the rate of inflation that we're currently projected. That is also predicated on other actions that are coming forward as part of the long-term financial plan, as well as actions that are being undertaken consistent with the rolling program review that we'd identified earlier.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Speaker Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple questions to the police services. So the Auditor General says there would be a savings up to 85,000 hours over 85,000 hours over 5 years. What does that translate for the TPS?
Through you, Speaker, 85,000 hours roughly translates to about 10 FTE. That's about $1 million of savings, and we are actively working on the Auditor General recommendations to meet or exceed that savings target.
And you have adopted those Auditor General's recommendations at the board?
Yeah. Through you, Speaker, we've accepted all of them, and we're in progress of implementing them.
Okay, and with this budget, what would you be doing to manage or reduce response times?
So there are a number of levers, and I can certainly start it off, and the chief can follow if needed. Really, we have a series of levers. One is just around really good management of timesheet deployment, time on call. That's where the supervisory capacity is very much needed. And then we basically sequence each deployment and front-end load our deployment to the front line first. Every Monday, we have a management meeting where we actually review every division, response times, priority 1, 2, time on call, in order to start to get ahead of managing and reducing that number. This is a practice that's been in place, but certainly the hiring plan will support us trying to get ahead and reducing that number.
If I could just add, through you, Speaker, you know, the highlighting of the importance of supervisory roles being filled within the police service.
Middle of your
No, that's
speech.
okay.
We appreciate free speech. It was free at all the committee meetings, but it's not free here. Sorry. Zero, so you're so lucky that I made that mistake.
Okay. I don't know what time.
Oh, no, the clerks have you at 2 minutes. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
2 minutes? Okay.
Sorry about that. They're keeping me on it. I tried. Yes, she's got so much power
So
we
where
don't
were
know
we?
about.
So I'll, through
Would
you,
you
Speaker.
like to resume, Speaker?
Okay.
Through you, Speaker, I'll be as efficient as I can, given the time. This is one of the focuses we're doing this year in our hiring plan is to give us capacity to get frontline supervision reconstituted. We presently have 140 sergeant vacancies, and the need to fill those roles is critical so that we can better make sure that our frontline service delivery is supervised and effective and efficient. And that's one of the key deliverables in our ongoing need to hire.
Thank you. And my last question for you is, we are also investing in citywide mental health. What is the impact of that on TPS?
Through you, Speaker, we're very much a collaborative partner on the citywide expansion of the Toronto Crisis Centre. We also have a pilot internally around with the Gerstein Centre. Effectively, mental health calls represent about 10% of our total call volume. And so there's a subset of those that certainly can and will and should be diverted. Currently, our Toronto police experience suggests that it's about 6 to 8% of the 10%. So it roughly rounds up to about 1% of our workload. We all have a mutual interest in diverting calls so that the right person in the right circumstances should be responding. So we are actively working with all our partners around call diversion. In terms of the true impact, there is still 90 to 99% of the workload that Toronto Police would still need to respond to and address 18% growth on top of that. So it is very much a customer service objective as opposed to an efficiency objective.
Okay, thank you. So I just have one last question because I only have 1 minute. So with the neighborhood officers that we have in certain communities that's very effective, do you find that there is, as far as the engagement with the community and with the businesses in the area where we have neighborhood officers, that they are able, and you have more participation with the residents and the businesses, that they have someone there that they can talk to, and in some cases they even have their cell numbers, and so they engage in, in community events as well as assisting some of the businesses that they have some questions. Do you find that that's increased in the past year or two?
Absolutely. Through you, Speaker, the absolute value that neighborhood community officers bring cannot be overstated. My number one goal as Chief of Police was to increase trust in the Toronto Police Service. Neighborhood community officers play an essential role in that, and in my estimation, are a critical aspect of our service delivery.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question, and thank you for your service.
Councillor Thompson, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you to the Chief of Police. Chief, I've looked at the major crime stat, and I've seen stats, and I've seen that there's been an increase with respect to major crimes, 27% from 2015 up to, I'm looking at the numbers now, but between 2022, we've seen a year-over-year of about 20% to 2023. Can you help us to understand what are some of the contributing causes and factors associated with this increase?
Through you, Speaker, thank you for the question. We are seeing a rise in major crime indicators. As we've heard widely reported in the city, vehicle thefts are an enormous concern to residents in every corner of our city, as now are carjackings and home invasion break-and-enters for car keys. Assaults are up 15%, break-and-enters and thefts are up 25%, and carjackings, as I mentioned, are up 130%. In 2022 and continue to be a challenge for us. So that's kind of the landscape as it relates to major crime indicators.
Right. And can you tell us, Chief, as it relates to this budget and the need for service, how will your organization respond to the increase in carjacking? Because I've looked at the numbers. The numbers indicate it's about 130% increase in carjacking, which is not only alarming, it's downright scary. I'm just wondering what comfort could you offer Torontonians in terms of how you and your team and police officers will handle this increase in carjacking in the city?
So through you, Chair, thank you for the question. I'd offer Torontonians comfort that we are doing a whole-of-service approach, and I'd say a whole-of-system approach. And that includes the law enforcement community working in a joint forces environment across the province with our regional and provincial partners. I attended a national summit on vehicle theft carjackings last week, hosted in Ottawa, and that was a collection of industry experts, manufacturers, insurance, police, as well as political leadership to help bring a whole-of-system approach to what is obviously a very serious concern. And we have moved resources around and prioritized our resources to give us capacity to focus on this very significant emerging crime trend.
The priority 1 and priority 2 calls, I've seen the numbers again because your organization is able to provide those numbers accurately, and I'm very thankful for that. We've seen, though, that there's a 61% of the time when there are no responses with respect to either the priority 1 and priority 2 calls. First of all, can you kind of just outline for us, the public, what a priority 1 call is, and then 2, and then what assurance will you provide to residents in this city that, with respect to this budget, you'll be able to address the large percentage of non-response with respect to the appropriate time? Because it was, my understanding, it's 11 minutes or so that is a normal response?
So through you, Speaker, priority 1 calls, the nature of those calls are where there's an imminent threat of harm to people who are calling in whatever the circumstance may be, whether it's a home invasion, robbery, shooting, whatever the event, but where there's imminent harm to people and or loss of life. That's the definition of priority 1. You referenced 60%. 60% of the time we have no units available to attend. At that time, our response time grows to 30 minutes for priority 1 calls. And we can see a direct correlation over time, over years, where staffing levels and ability to respond to priority 1 calls move apart. Time grows to respond as staffing levels drop. And we know that we need to focus on core service delivery and getting as many frontline officers into police cars, able to respond, and have them do it in an effective way.
Thank you very much for that. Chief, I have 2 further questions. I'm going to ask you them both. The first one is 911 emergency response. From my residents, they're concerned of the lack of response or what appears to be such. So that's one question. What can we do to improve that? The other question is, and someone posed it here in the audience, they said, what are police for? As the Chief of Police, can you tell Torontonians what is the use of police and what are police for? What is the Toronto Police Service? What are they for?
Well, through you, Chair, I appreciate that question. I think to understand what policing's for is a complicated question that is rooted in not only legal authorities, but in value systems that societies have. And we are an organization that is focused on our legal obligations. We live under a legal framework that is quite robust and responsive to community perspectives on policing. We have a series of standards that we're to meet and deliver adequate, effective service on: 911 response and patrol, investigations and victim support, crime prevention, managing events and protests, traffic and parking enforcement, as well as court and prisoner management, including supporting victims participating in prosecutions. These are the expectations of the police service. It is governed by a provincial statute, and as well as the provincial statute speaks to a community-centric approach, which we take seriously through our consultative frameworks and our neighborhood community officer programs and other efforts.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this plan does not have the budget before us today has not yet reallocated the funds from the Gardiner Expressway, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, outside of a $50 million initial contribution as part of the mayor's proposed budget, none of the remaining $1.9 billion in expected funds to be freed up have been allocated as of this time.
Now, the Budget Committee put forward a recommendation asking that you come back with a plan for that in July. Are you amenable to that? And what should that plan focus on?
Absolutely. Staff are in the process of preparing the work to undertake that will identify the need to reinvest in infrastructure renewal and key initiatives where we are seeing growing and considerable needs against our SOGR backlog.
So this isn't you get a playground and you get a cricket field and you get an ice rink, as much as I would love it to be.
No, and I agree with you, and I think we are able, as part of the Gardiner upload, it is the single largest SOGR liability that we have in the city. So it's an opportunity to take the single largest SOGR liability off of our books and then reallocate those funds against remaining liabilities that we have in our transit network, our road network, our parks, and other key investment areas in the city.
So your recommendation is that we're very systematic and thoughtful about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. The mayor's budget on the first great news brings forward an additional $50 million this year, which I believe is a prepayment, so to speak, on these Gardiner funds. Have we looked at that for ability to spend?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we have. The initial $50 million is actually allocated over the next 2 years. It's giving transportation services and parks, forestry, and recreation an opportunity to identify those initiatives that they can begin work on today, acknowledging that it often will take 1 or 2 years to be able to complete that work.
So it's actually over 2 years, okay. This budget increases by $1 billion over last year. Last year was 16, this year is 17. When you said there was an opening pressure of $1.8 billion, was that $1 billion included? So was the opening pressure actually 2.8?
So the opening pressure represents the pressure on the city's property tax base, and that is the pressure that has to be addressed to be able to bring forward a balanced budget. The total increase in gross expenditures is somewhat different in the terms of we're identifying changes that are occurring that have no impact on the city's property tax base. We're expecting a higher issuance of caseloads in Toronto Employment and Social Services. Those funds flow through the province and don't have an impact on our property base. Toronto Water is another large contributor to that overall increase, but by virtue of their contribution to their capital reserve, which is part of our 10-year planning and modeling. So any element of that did factor the 1.8 would have been built in.
So how do we explain an additional $1 billion? What was the $1 billion in spending from 16 to 17? What was the driver of that?
So there's many drivers across different categories. I've named a couple there. So obviously, I think it was over 100 million, 150 million or so that would have been reflected in Toronto Water. Again, a significant amount in Toronto Employment and Social Services. I think within our cost-shared programs alone represented a considerable portion of that. I think the added demand that we were seeing in our shelter services, especially on refugee response and asylum claimants, was a large driver. So those would have been the key drivers that we would have seen across our categories.
Okay. Our colleague, Councillor Morley, has a motion later today about 12.6 million additional funding for the Toronto Police budget. It's listed as 12.6 million gross, 0 million in net to be paid from a budget bridging reserve. If provincial and federal funding does not come back in, do we have the funds available to still give that amount this year?
Yes, so the motion itself is drawing funds from a one-time source that are available this year, with the expectation that with any emergent funding programs from the federal and provincial government will give us the opportunity to replenish that reserve and allocate those funds.
So while discussions are going well between the mayor, and we thank her for her leadership with that, with the province and the federal government, should those fall apart, we still have the funds covered to give the police the full ask of the Toronto Police Services Board?
Yes, the motion as written by our deputy mayor allows us to ensure we're flowing those funds today to be able to move forward on those initiatives.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everything. I know it's a tough budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Malik, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. So my first question is about the multi-unit residential acquisition program. As we've seen, the mayor's budget includes substantial investments. Tamira, I would like to hear a little bit more about what this additional $100 million does in terms of the number of units that we might be able to protect when it comes to the affordable rental and renters that are the target of this program?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the questions regarding this program. It's been a very successful program for us. So over the last number of years, we've been able to allocate around $50 million to this. And this has basically secured over 300 units of affordable rental for the long term with non-profit partners. About 13% of that has been secured with Indigenous housing providers leading those projects. Already in the budget, we had allocated $10 million for 2024 and $20 million each in 2025 and 2026, enabling us to continue that investment, seeing about another 300 units on average secured. And then with the additional around $40 million so far identified in the mayor's budget, we would anticipate being able to increase that again around 250 to 300 units. So over the next few years, and there may be additional money coming from other levels of government, who knows, we will be able to protect an additional maybe 500, 550 units.
Thank you very much. My other question is about the supports to the drop-in centers, and to hear a little bit more, building on Councillor Bravo's questions about how the investments in those drop-in centers interact with the increases to shelter supports.
Thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor Malik. So the gross spending in Toronto Shelter and Support Services from 23 to 24 has increased by about $78 million. Our service levels, we're aiming to, at its height in winter season, to be at about 10,600 beds. The additions that have been made through some amendments to the drop-in budget add $1.4 million, $1 million to be spread out throughout the drop-in sector, and $400,000 to support a program called Creating Health Plus, which provides nutritious food directly to drop-in centers.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. And I guess related to that question is around what has been raised over the last many months, and also in the context of this budget process, in terms of the federal government stepping up to its responsibilities in supporting the city around managing the refugee shelter crisis and supporting asylum seekers. Can we get an update on what we can expect around those commitments?
I'll defer to the city manager. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, Speaker, the federal government, in short, has made us whole in 2023. As you know, we reported to this council that we required about $200 million. That was our estimate in 2023. And with the $103 million that was allocated in 2023, matched with the 97 already allocated in the summer of 2023, we expect to be able to meet all of the obligations in 2023. The federal government, furthermore, allocated $40 million through the first quarter of our budget, their fourth quarter of their budget, in order to indicate that they are going to continue to fund municipalities like Toronto to take on the significant burden of refugees and asylum seekers. So that is good news, and we expect that they will be bringing forward programmatic changes within their budget to continue through the balance of the year and beyond. They have a significant pressure themselves in the direct delivery of their services, so it's in their best interest to work on that type of a program. The final piece of good news within that was that the federal government, which we've been urging for a while, stepped up with about $20 million through the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit Program. Refugees in particular have made great use of this program as a way to achieve permanent housing through obviously a reduction in the rent while they find employment and get themselves stabilized in this city and in this country. So all of those three components are good news on our operating budget and also good news for refugees and asylum seekers in this community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Chief of Police or Toronto Police Services.
Oh, they keep
Them
coming.
to come.
Keep
I'll
coming
put your
down.
time on hold.
Great, good to see you, Chief. Through the speaker to you and your team, people often say that Toronto's sworn officers on a per capita basis is one of the smallest police forces of major cities in North America and Europe. Chicago, with about the same population, has 13,700 sworn officers, and I think earlier we heard 5,000. Is it a fair assumption to say we're just scraping by with what we have on the street?
Through you, Speaker, it is true that of all major cities, we do have one of the leanest, sort of cop to pop or population served per resident. What this hiring plan allows is to maintain our current pop to pop. There might be marginal increases by 1 or 2, but effectively, any hiring plan just allows us to keep up with population growth. There are other levers like supervisory, like looking at the way we deliver our services that we will consider with the chief and the management team on actually addressing response times and other core service delivery pieces. But these are very much kind of maintenance, keeping up with growth type staffing levels.
So it's my understanding police services may be in the 5% erosion rate, where people leave the force for a variety of reasons. They retire, they move to other forces, they leave policing altogether. I don't know whether that figure is correct, 250 officers, but is it correct to say you need a steady stream of graduating classes to maintain the existing complement?
Through you, Speaker. Yeah, so it's very important to understand our workforce dynamics. 25% of our members at any point can retire. That will grow to 60% in 10 years. Our hiring pipeline is critical because we do have provincial capacity limits on how much we can hire in any 1 year. And any interruption to that pipeline means you will effectively cancel any gains you make by kind of next year. And so it is critical in order to have sufficient cadets to promote to sergeants and to promote to staff sergeants and so on, that you maintain a resilient pipeline in the face of growing separations just by virtue of retirement. There was a huge hiring period about 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. All of those members will be eligible in the next couple years to 10 years to retire, and so we need to keep the pipeline going and make sure that there's sufficient cadets to deploy, because in any 1 year, it's very difficult to catch up if there's a pause.
And very quickly, final question for police. Since October 7th, we've had a fairly regular round of protests and rallies, some charter protected, most not. You've attended about 300 protests. Media reports say this has cost this force about $7.5 million. Is that correct?
So through you, Speaker, the 300 reference is to the end of last year. We're closer to 400 now year to date, and our year to date costs are a little over $8 million currently.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, and keep up the great work. My next question is regarding the gardener. It's my understanding that we have a deal in principle, maybe this is for the city manager, deal in principle with the province to take responsibility for the gardener and the DVP. We had already signed about $500 million in contracts. The city manager assured the council in our last council meeting that he's confident the province would honor these contracts. I read an unnamed city spokesman has said work will be proceeding at city expense on the gardener this spring. Now, I'd like to know why we continue to pour money into the gardener if the province has said they're going to take responsibility and cost.
So let me clarify through the speaker. So obviously the reimbursement will happen. We are proceeding and we are tendering the contract, and it's city work and it's being funded by the city. We have an agreement while we are doing the due diligence work with the province of Ontario that they will provide funding to cover those costs in 2024 and, if necessary, into 2025. But at some point, this will shift to them. This is not new investment that is occurring on top of it. It is the current investment that's planned. But from a technical perspective, we are paying the bills and we are going to be reimbursed during this period of due diligence that we're doing with the province.
Okay,
So that's not,
your last question.
okay. I'll switch to the federal cannabis excise duty. There's a debate, I guess this is for the CFO. If we were to receive, if over $100 million was to brought in, 50% of everything above that was to be split among municipalities. Some say we haven't hit the 100 million for 2022.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, what's your
23,
question?
2024. Many say it is. Are we getting our fair share of the federal cannabis excise duty?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the city has received to date about $9 million from the federal government. That was based on the initial funds received from the federal government. The initial commitment from the federal government was to flow the funds to help with the transition for enforcement purposes, policing purposes, and other things of that nature, legal requirements. The commitment from the federal government never spanned beyond the first few years that we've fully recovered funds against.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of my questions have been asked already, so I'll just try to be brief. My first question is probably to the CFO. So the proposed tax increase here is 9.5%. And we've been told all along that with that tax increase, it will maintain the social services that Torontonians expect and are used to. Do you feel that this tax increase will do that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the goal as we built this budget was to maintain and preserve services, and the budget does that. And in fact, in addition to preserving and maintaining services, we've added $152 million in service enhancements throughout the budget, many of which are in areas of social services.
You're wonderful. And Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik asked most of my questions around the refugees and asylum seekers in Toronto. And of course, we know what happened last year with a lot of the refugees who were Black from Africa on the streets of Toronto in front of 137 Peter Street. So my question to Mr. Tanner, again, is that with the budget that's presented here today, will we see such things again going forward?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes, certainly we would hope that that would not happen again. With the funding that the federal government's provided gives us a certain sense of stability, but this issue continues, and so we'll want to see a long-term funding commitment from the federal government going forward so we can deliver the best services in the most dignified way at the most efficient cost to support people who are arriving. This also, I would say, Councillor Moyes, does depend on the number of people arriving in Toronto and the ability for communities across Ontario to play a role in supporting people as they come to the country.
So you feel that you've mitigated this issue the best that you can going forward? I know that you have one of the largest increase in this year's budget. Do you feel that you have the tools necessary to do your work, do your job?
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, certainly, we welcome the additional investment and ability to increase the number of shelter beds in the city and other supports. And we know that there continues to be unmet need amongst folks who experience homelessness in the city of Toronto. So staff, with our community partners, continue to do the best that we can while we work with our colleagues at the Housing Secretariat and others to build the long-term solution, to the issue of homelessness.
Thank you. And to Abby Bond, the Housing Secretariat, again, a lot of resources have been put into your department. There's a lot of heavy lifting on your part. Do you feel that in this particular budget that you have the necessary tools needed to build the housing that we need, to address the housing crisis that we're now faced with?
Through the Speaker, as you correctly identify, the city's made a substantive investment in affordable housing. But as a group and as a division, we've always been clear that actually this isn't something that the city can do on our own. And in our report that we brought back in November, we identified a gap of between $500 and $600 million a year that we would need from each the federal and the provincial government in order to hit the new targets of 65,000 rent-controlled homes, which through that we see 6,500 rent geared to income homes, which directly support people leaving shelters. So the city is doing our part. We're leading that investment, but unless we see the kind of investment we need from the other levels of government, we won't see material impacts on our housing crisis.
Okay, thank you. And I know a lot of focus has been put on the police budget. It's consumed all of us here in this room, but I'm not going to call you up, no. I'm going to change my focus to the paramedic services. So I know that there have been times over the 2023 year that there's been no ambulances on the streets of Toronto, and people have been concerned about that. It's been in the media several times. In this budget, is this concern being addressed properly?
Through the Speaker, to the Councillor, yes, I believe that what's being proposed in the 2024 budget will help to address responsiveness to calls, the availability of ambulances, and to help address the workload on our staff.
So you do have a strategy in place for that to happen? And so we as a city council, as a city, will not get these calls anymore in 2024 saying that there's no ambulances on the streets of Toronto. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I couldn't hear you.
So again, I was just saying in 2023, there's been many instances there's been no ambulances on the streets of Toronto. And you're saying based on the budget that's before us today, we will not see similar issues in 2024.
I expect that what is being proposed in the 2024 budget will help to have a positive impact on our ability to respond to calls. I feel like it will help to improve the situation on the street.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions. Just one more. I have a minute left. One more question. So one of the concerns I've heard is that not all city departments have been staffed up, and those, it's been a cost-saving measure in the past, I believe, and so those who are here are working harder. Have we addressed that, or tried to address that in the 2024 budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we definitely work with all of our city divisions and agencies as we identify their needs. We also look at the level of vacancies. As we build a budget, the main determinant in terms of our budgeted salaries and benefits is the time it takes for programs to fill their vacancies and expected separations. The budget itself does not put a restriction or a limit in terms of being able to fill critical frontline services. But it will be built based on an expectation of the time it takes and just the natural separation process that we might have in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I've been through a number of years of budgets, and every time we know that there are a lot of budget pressures on us, and I want to thank the staff for the great work that they do. They absolutely do their very best to make sure that we come up with the best budget to present to the taxpayers. But alternatively, let's not forget about the taxpayers. They too are under great pressure. So I want to also, we know that the mayor has negotiated an historic deal with the province, particularly in the area of the uplifting of the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway. So my question to the CFO would be, what is the immediate impact of that deal now? Are there any immediate benefits? And what does it look like moving forward over the next few years to relieve the pressure?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the budget was built factoring the decisions that have come as part of the New Deal. So the New Deal specifically, we've been able to add over $380 million in operating funding that is now reflected in the 2024 budget. In addition to that, there's expectations that we'll have an additional $410 million in operating funding next year, and I believe $445 million in 2026. Specific to the Gardner upload, there is a due diligence process that is underway. The provincial government has identified initial funds to ensure work can continue, and we will flow provincial funds into this budget. But the true benefit as part of the Gardner upload and the DVP upload as well, as I'd mentioned earlier, is that is the single largest state of good repair liability we have in the city. That will no longer be a liability for the city and will give us an opportunity to reallocate those critical funds to address other infrastructure needs that we have. That will come forward upon completion of the due diligence process and identified through the report that will come this summer.
Oh, that's great. So that's a good news story. But so the number you just, the first number you put out was an immediate benefit of an additional $380 million for the 2024 budget, the budget we're currently discussing.
Yes, that's correct.
So even with that, and given everything you've done with finding efficiencies, then you're still recommending that the rate, or the mayor is, the rate is increased, the rate increase should be 9.5%.
Yeah, so what we're recommending to balance the operating pressures is 8%, and on top of that is a 1.5%, which is dedicated to the city building fund, which will be able to support an additional $6 billion in critical investments in transit and housing across our 10-year capital plan.
Okay, I'll come to that a bit later. The other number I heard is that there's been an additional investment in the area of social services, about $152 million. I just want to confirm that. Is that the number I heard?
Just for clarification, $152 million represents the additional enhancements that are built into this budget across all areas. It's not just within social services. So that would reflect additional investments that are being made in transit services, additional investments that are being made in our shelter programs, as well as additional investments that are being made within fire and paramedics as part of our hiring plans.
Okay. What is the transit portion of that 152?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's just under $30 million, and it's very specific to transit safety initiatives that are being put in place by the TTC.
Okay, thank you. Just what time do I have? Just very quickly to Toronto Police on just a couple of quick questions for clarification. I heard earlier that the AG recommendations that you're currently implementing them, or did you say they're all implemented? And if not, what's the timeline of implementing the balance of the recommendations?
So through you, Speaker, the AG recommendations, many of them are multi-year sort of initiatives and in collaboration with the city. They are all underway. Some of them have been implemented. Some of them have a 24 to 36 month runway to complete. There are recommendations in there that include working on call diversion with 311 and our TCCS partners. There's process reform, there's technology. So some of them will take a bit of time, and then there's low-hanging fruit around analytics and reporting that we are actively working on currently.
Okay, quickly, if I could sneak in one more. The capacity limits that you indicated earlier to hire, so it emphasizes how critical it is to ensure that the numbers are maintained at a certain level. The higher numbers are maintained at a certain level every year. Would you agree with that?
Yes, through you, Speaker, we do need to maintain adequate and effective service delivery. We need an ability to deploy officers to address growth, year-over-year growth, and any interruption to that pipeline is very hard to catch up with given the rate and pace of separations we're anticipating.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. My question is for, I guess, the city manager, or in terms of the Windrow, the cut to Windrow service, how much does that represent in terms of the overall budget?
So through the Speaker, in terms of the 2024 budget, is 4.1 million. On an annualized basis, it's around the 16, 17 million mark.
Thank you. And I guess as a percentage of the overall budget, what does that represent roughly?
Through the Speaker, it's a tiny portion on a $17 billion operating budget.
Great. So this wouldn't make an overall, if we were to restore this service, this wouldn't have a material impact on the overall direction of the city budget, correct?
So through the Speaker, as a standalone investment, no, it would not.
Thank you. So many of my residents have expressed their anger that they are seniors, there are people with disabilities, and this is a vital, essential service that they depend on to stay in their home. So I'm just curious as to what kind of equity analysis was done before this cut was proposed as to how it would affect some of the most vulnerable people in our community, particularly people with disabilities and senior citizens who are trying to stay in their home.
So through the Speaker, there is certainly an acknowledgement that for some, there was an equity impact. The reason it was seen as an equity neutral impact is there are lots of seniors in the city who do not have the benefit of this program today and will never have the benefit of this program, even if it was the desire to expand it. They simply don't have the right-of-way clearance that would allow this program to. So it was not that we did not understand the impact of this to some Torontonians because it wasn't a universal impact. We saw it more as an equity neutral approach, but that doesn't undermine the experience of those for whom this service was proposed to remove.
Thank you. And was there any sort of consultation with, the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee or seniors groups in general in terms of how this impact could affect them before we announced it? Or was this an internal decision made by city staff?
The CFO is going to answer that question, Speaker.
Through you, Madam Speaker, not specifically an equity advisory panel. However, we do work very closely as part of equity responsive budgeting. We bring forward all opportunities that are included in the budget, specifically where there is a service change, and those are discussed and reviewed at length with a panel of staff that look at it from an equity perspective.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we didn't ask citizens or find an outside body such as TAC or citizens or seniors group to sort of, consult before we made this change. This was more of an internal process that was announced, and then we made the decision to go forward.
Through the Speaker, correct, as are most of the budget pieces as we build the budget. And then, of course, the public does get an opportunity to comment on the budget as they have through this process, and then final decisions are made.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the increase in bylaw on enforcement officers. How many do we propose under this budget?
I'll put your, you're here, Carlton. Okay, go ahead.
The budget as it's currently constructed, as we've submitted it, does not include additional. The mayor, through her budget, has added 8 for the rent-safe group and a 9th for a supervisor. So that is what is before you today.
So is it the staff's opinion that these bylaw officers will be enough to enforce the rooming house bylaw that will come into effect as of March 31st?
Thank you for the question. Those staff were approved in last year's budget, and we have hired them throughout this year. They are now on board, and if there are vacancies in that area, we will be filling those as soon as possible. I believe we have 26 or 28 in that area, and it is on board for the March 31st, yes.
So just to confirm, staff believe they have enough resources to enforce the multi-tenant housing bylaw?
Through the Speaker to the Chair, yes, and we will reevaluate the program as it evolves and as future budgets proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
I got a couple of questions. So, so I'm looking at this budget. Usually, when in the past, when we voted on the budget, either before or after, we voted on the tax rate. And as I read this, are we going to be voting on the tax rate separately? Who can answer that question?
Speaker, as I outlined in the memo I sent to members of council, the council will not vote on the budget to adopt the budget. The mayor has prepared the budget, and the amount of money to be collected from property tax is indicated in her estimates of the revenues. So council is free to try to amend that, but council will not be voting on that per se.
Okay, so for example, if I want to vote against the tax rate, I wouldn't be able to do that in any vote, other than on the budget itself. So it's either you support the budget if you support the tax rate, or not support the budget if you don't support the tax rate. Is that basically how it's going to play out?
Well, Speaker, I'll just choose my words precisely. Council will not vote on the budget. Council will only vote on amendments to the budget.
Council will not vote on the budget, will only, so there isn't a final vote to say yay or nay. It's just so we never get to vote on the tax rate?
Speaker, what's before council today is the budget. The revenue projections are in the mayor's budget, as I mentioned. Council will not vote on that.
Okay,
There is a second item that's before council, which contains the measures to implement the budget. Contained in there are the detailed tax rates that are to be that have been calculated to raise the amount of money that will be that is in the mayor's budget, the revenue amount that's in the mayor's budget.
And I guess the other question is, why are we not voting on? We've always voted on that separately, right? As far as back as I can remember, either before or after.
So, Councillor
It was always a separate vote.
Councillor Prutza, there was a memo that was sent to all members of council, and we mentioned it at the beginning of the meeting, that, you know, these are the
So
rules.
I'm not able to ask questions on that here?
Well, you can.
So why are you
but-
interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead.
Speaker, the short answer to the question is that the City of Toronto Act was amended in 2022, and this is the new regime.
All right. So let me ask, okay, perfect. I think I got my answer there. The other question I have is this: how often, because I see my friends running around looking for a few $1,000s here, a few $1,000s there. How often are we bang on with our calculations at the end of the year? Like, have we ever had a year where we have not run a $300, $400, $500, $600 million surplus or a $1.8 billion deficit? How often have we been accurate with our projections?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we do provide variance reports throughout the year that will
Right.
speak to any areas where you might
No,
have
no,
overspending.
I understand.
Yeah.
How often have we, at the end of the year, can you remember any year where the sheet was zero?
So the last couple of years, it's been zero, but it's been forced to zero because we've had to have draws from the COVID backstop to address a deficit.
So our guesses, because we all know that there's enough guesses in these documents, I don't know, to fill the wish list of a schoolyard full of kids, right? You know, guesses on inflation, economy, parking rates, parking fines, land transfer tax, all of those other myriad of things, you know, general costs. So it's like guess after guess after guess after guess. So often we are off on all those guesses, but we are doing this math thing where it says $1 out has to, $1 in.
Councillor Prutza, your question, please.
That's my question. My question is, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do prefer the term forecast over guess. I think what
Okay.
we're doing is we're
Forecast. I love-
forecasting a budget
Yeah,
based on
forecast.
what we expect to occur. As in any year, you're going to monitor and evaluate those forecasts.
Right.
There is an obligation that all of those cumulative forecasts become a capital budget and plan or an operating budget.
Right.
That operating budget or capital budget has to be fully offset by revenues to be able to ensure you're bringing forward a balanced plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are for Mr. Tanner. So, Mr. Tanner, I wanted to ask, so our shelter system, so we at this point, we have what I call 3 tiers. We have the actual shelters, we have the respite centers, and we have warming centers. And last October, we decided that we were going to use TTC buses to transport people between those 3 tiers, I'll call them. And my understanding is now we're using some of the buses more or less as warming centers. So I'm trying to understand, so the geek counselor in me that's very fond of open data and likes to figure out statistics, I can't figure out how the buses are being used because your staff are telling me they're being used as warming centers, and the people that are using them, I don't see that data correlated or displayed anywhere. And I guess part of that is, as you're using them as warming centers, and they're supposed to be transporting people to point A to point B, within this budget today, do you have the finances to stop them being used as warming centers?
So thanks for the question, and through the speaker to you, Councillor Ainsley. This project is new this year. It was something developed in partnership with the TTC, and each night it provides an opportunity for 45 people who may not have a spot in the shelter system to remain on a TTC bus and stay warm and out of the elements. When there's a possibility to move people from Spadina Station, where this occurs, into available shelter beds, those transports do happen. But you're right, currently we do not have we're not pushing out this data. That's something I can take back to the team, and we can look at adding to our open data release.
Okay, and sorry, and my other question was around, do you have the funding within your budget to stop using TTC buses as warming centers? Because as you know, there's a standard for warming centers around food and showering and sleeping areas. You know, we just closed down the Scarborough Civic Center as a warming center, and we opened up a church basement because they had the proper facilities. So now I'm looking at buses. So I'm trying to figure out how they get staffed, all of the dynamics around. They're a warming center on wheels, more or less.
Yeah, through the speaker to you, Councillor, again, being a new program, we'll be evaluating it at the end of this season. Currently, they provide a warm space for individuals to be, access to washrooms with some supervision of staff in the station. Currently, within our budget, to get to your question, I mean, this shelter system is running at 100% capacity each night. Every bed that we have, we are using to the best capacity we can. This is a program to capture, if you will, a little bit of overflow of people that don't have a place to go and keeps them on a warm bus over the night throughout the winter.
Okay, thank you. And my next question was for the medical officer of health. I had a question based on an article I was reading this morning, of all things. I was reading about a class action lawsuit settlement in the States around opioid.
Counselor, hold on, put your time on hold. Is the medical officer,
She is.
okay, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay. Okay,
Yep.
go ahead.
The clerk was very good, Madam Chair, to warn her that I was going to be asking questions. Or informed her. We'll go with informed.
Let's go with warned.
So I wanted to ask, there's a class action lawsuit that was settled in the States around against manufacturers that were opioid manufacturers around false advertising, for lack of a better word. And so that money's being distributed across municipalities in the United States. I understand there was one in British Columbia that's currently being appealed. I was wondering if anything like that is being looked at in Ontario.
So through the speaker, very briefly, Councillor, to your question, yes, similar undertakings have happened here in Canada. And when the opportunities have become available to us and other jurisdictions throughout this country to participate, we are participating in very similar legal actions.
Okay. And can you ballpark for, out of your budget last year or the upcoming budget, how much it's probably going to cost you all in to deal with opioid abuse and the associated issues?
So through the Speaker, while there are certainly costs incurred at local public health and Toronto Public Health in particular, we do run a number of services, harm reduction services and treatment services related to substance use and mental health challenges. I would put before Council that the majority of the costs are actually borne by society in many different ways. So looking solely at the local public health costs or a single public health department's costs, I think only gives you a very small fraction of the actual cost. When we're really looking at costs in education, in law enforcement, in society, and lost productivity, the costs there are really what's more relevant and are frankly far greater than anything in our budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mantis.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So the questions will go to the city manager and to the CFO. Echoing on the question of Councillor Myers about the windrows and Councillor Ainsley, what would be the cost if we had increased the windrow clearing from what we have today to a full windrow? Wait, number one. And I understand we're going to have questions here of what are you talking about right now? As we said before, as we also heard about the equity, people in the suburbs have different needs when it comes to windrow clearing compared to people that would be downtown because of the size of the lots. So my question is, if we were going to have, let's say, a full windrow clearing, which will be different in size from downtown from what it would be in the suburbs, Etobicoke and Scarborough and North York, what would have been that cost allocated? And second, since it was part of the original contract, the 10-year contract that we had signed 2 years ago, is there now a penalty for the contract, because we're changing a contract of snow clearing for this amount?
So through the Speaker, a number of pieces, I'll touch on some, and I'll ask our General Manager of Transportation Services to also talk about the expansion of the program, because the expansion of the program is not so much about money,
okay.
It's actually about the logistics of it, and Barbara can talk about that. So there would be a process of informing the contractor at this point. It's a process, so we looked into that because, again, sometimes we have brought forward changes to programs at contract renewal time. It was the case that we felt there would be a way that we could inform the contractor and make this shift within the contract.
Okay.
So that's an answer to that question. But in terms of this program and its expansion in other areas, I'm going to turn it over to Barbara.
Thank you. And through the Speaker, so to Councillor Mantis, and congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
The windrow program is delivered in suburban communities in part because of the logistics and the geometrics of the street.
Right.
Windrows can't be cleared in locations mechanically and effectively by our teams in locations where we have overnight on-street parking, where we have sidewalks that are directly adjacent to the street, where we have certain narrow widths of the roadway, et cetera, in order for us to be able to pile the snow and be able to maintain that. I know that in your ward you have a number of double driveways, and that is sometimes of concern. And the program itself currently only covers the clearing of 3 meters,
Correct.
which is enough for one car to safely pass through that opening.
Okay. Now, the second question. Looking at the budget and looking at the increase that we have this year, the 9.5, if forecasting for next year, would we still need, considering inflation and other pressures, would we need an increase next year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we did provide an outlook that identified we were expecting about $1.4 billion in opening budget pressures next year. To be able to address that, we're going to have to continue with a suite of actions that we've already undertaken. So obviously, looking at opportunities for reductions and offset. It's also going to be important that we continue to implement council-directed actions associated with the long-term financial plan. We'll continue to leverage New Deal funds, but there would be a recommendation coming forward with a property tax increase. I will note that depending on decisions at council today, those also influence the pressure heading into the following year. Any leveraging of one-time funds for ongoing expenses obviously add a further pressure to the 2025 or future year budgets. that will all have to be considered and factored as we bring forward an ultimate proposal for the following year.
So if the residents are paying the $1.5 billion deficit that has been incurred, and this is money that has been paid by the residents now, I guess, twice, because they've already paid taxes even in the previous years, right? Even though it's at different levels of government for the deficits or the money owing, would we have this money available next year, since we've already paid with the increase this year, and next year I guess the increase would have been the same? I mean, we're not going to have, we're not going to say we're going to cut property taxes next year.
Through you, Madam Speaker, so as we open an annual budget process, we identify the incremental pressures to be able to deliver those services. What we're bringing forward is a suite of actions that include permanent and ongoing funding through a property tax increase. That now reestablishes the revenue baseline to be able to address those pressures, not just in 2024, but in perpetuity. Beyond that will be the additional impacts, the additional inflationary pressures, demand or growth pressures that we would see in 2025 and 2026, as well as the reversal of some of the bridging strategies that we've introduced in this budget. So as we undertake the 2025 budget process, all of that will culminate in a new opening pressure that we will bring forward a suite of actions to be able to address and bring forward a balanced budget in 2025. Essentially, in short, the actions this year will continue to be built on through following years as part of budget processes.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Candival?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget is asking Torontonians for sacrifice, a bit of sacrifice or investment, and to help get the city back on track, so to speak. And my questions are in the vein of the value on that sacrifice or investment. And the first question is in relation to the investments we're making in MURA CLTs. Is staff confident that this budget will allow staff to see the growth of this program in wards that are facing a disproportionate number of rental demolitions, and to address those?
Through the Speaker, thank you, Councillor. We've issued MURA money through a request for proposal kind of approach, so that we encourage, we market it with our nonprofit, co-op and Indigenous housing providers, and they kind of find approaches, they find buildings that they want to buy, and they submit to us. So we're not able to necessarily target it geographically, but getting a good response across the city, having more money to invest, will likely result in us being able to see a growth, outside the core area of the city.
Gotcha.
So,
would we be able, is part of the strategy, does it enable the ability to change behavior with, say, with landlords who may not want to sell?
Through the Speaker, I would say MURA really is an opt-in program. These are nonprofits out there negotiating with landlords about the potential sale of their properties. I would highlight, though, in our budget for 2024, we have identified $2 million for a multi-tenant home program.
Okay, thank
that
you.
is to go along with the new framework of
Sorry, not to be
legalization.
rude, just a
No,
number of
it's
questions. Next one's to police. If you could hold the time, hold the time.
I did put your time on hold.
It's still, it's running. I think it was 2:08.
Sorry. I'll give you a few extra seconds.
You can count.
Um,
Thank you.
Okay, just one sec. Wait for them to sit down.
Okay.
Okay, now I'll start your time. Okay?
As part of this budget and potentially a motion before, as part of hiring, does the force look at demographic data to see that we have a force that's representative of our city?
through you, Speaker, we've actually made tremendous progress in this area. We collect data at between 2020 and 2022. Our frontline cadets, the racial diversity has increased by over 35%. 2/3 of our applicants represent the city. They are racially diverse, including even in our female leadership. We have gone up from about 18% among our senior
Thank you.
ranks
Do
to
we
25.
have, sorry, again, not to be
Sorry.
rude, but just looking at time, do we have that by major groups? Is that data quantitatively available?
Yes, it is, and it's
Okay.
publicly reported annually in the
Great.
summer.
And the second piece is, I heard very closely just months ago from residents, is that are we also looking at individuals that are from the community? So going beyond just representation, but grew up in the city of Toronto. Is that part of the context when we make hiring decisions?
Yes, where they reside matters, and we have a youth and bridging program specifically to recruit from the community.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on windrows. I don't want to belabor the point, but look, in the context of
Okay,
going...
just one sec. Let's wait
Okay.
for staff to come down.
Okay.
Oh, is it for CFO?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go
Or
ahead. Go
city
ahead.
manager. But
Go
look,
ahead.
going forward, does staff acknowledge and recognize that given our commitment to in our senior strategy to allow aging in place, that the service of windrows is a crucial element given, perhaps not this winter, but typical winter months, as an element to recognize our strategy and commitment for seniors to age in place?
So through the speaker, absolutely, we take into account all of the strategies and looking at the needs of the community. I would say in this particular case, there is a balance here because not all seniors in our community would be able to benefit from this program, not now and not in the future if we were wishing to change it.
Due to
but we
physical
do.
restraints. Okay, thank you for that. The next question is on bylaw. We're seeing and hearing unfortunate realities of primarily international students facing exploitation through illegal rooming houses. And with the bylaw officers that are being hired, will part of their mandate to address not just the legal ones that are starting on March 31st, but the number, like even just a few days ago, our office got a call with 15 students in one scenario. Will this allow the ability to address the illegal ones?
That was your last question?
Thank you for the question. This is phased in over 3 years. There are 6 divisions involved, and our target is, again, on moving the currently licensed ones into the new program. And then what Council approved last year was a pathway forward to allow illegals to convert to the legal framework. And so the enforcement staff around that has been hired, the manager has been hired, many of the staff have been hired to start on that work.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. My questions are for the CFO. Mr. Conforti, there have been suggestions out there in the world, even a former mayor has weighed in, that one way to avoid a property tax increase is just to draw on reserves. I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Through you, Madam Speaker, and I think specifically to the tax stabilization reserve, we do know, and I think we only have to go as far back as March of 2020, that I believe at that time we had about $80 or $90 million within the tax stabilization reserve. And at the onset of the pandemic, we had identified a $60 million weekly burn rate, and we just were not in a position to be able to accommodate or weather that type of an impact on the city's taxes. We have undertaken significant action since then to be able to build our COVID backstop and put us in a position to weather that. That came at the expense of our capital program. It came at the expense that otherwise funds could have supported capital work where we know we have a growing backlog. To the extent that you draw down the tax stabilization reserve further, it takes us to a place where we really are at risk that we don't have adequate or sufficient funds to be able to deal with changes that you might see in any given year. And it would require us to go back to places like pausing capital work, or slowing down other services that we're offering to be able to make up those shortfalls in year, rather than the intended purpose of the reserve, which is to do just that. It's to ensure that we can weather those events pending work that would happen as part of the following budget process.
So just to make sure I've understood, if we draw on one-time reserves to try to lower the tax rate, we make ourselves vulnerable so that if there's any perturbance out there, and it's a frightening, uncertain world right now, we are in a position where we would have to slow down the implementation of service, which is other words for service cuts, and even further reduce our capital program. Did I hear that correctly?
To the extent that any unforeseen circumstance arises beyond the availability that we would have in the tax stabilization reserve, that would absolutely be the avenues we would have to take.
Okay. Further, you were beginning to give an answer to Councillor Perruzza, and you didn't get to complete it. This idea that, if we just ignore the estimates and somehow try to balance, where's the risk there?
The risk is in the actual results themselves. So staff across all city divisions and agencies undertake extensive work to review the implications of decisions that are being made, to review revenue estimates and bring forward a budget and a plan that identifies the priorities established by council and both the costs and the expected revenues to offset those. Deviating from those forecasts, those assumptions, put us at risk, which are then compounded if you don't have adequate reserves to be able to address those situations that may arise where you actually don't have enough funds to be able to deal with the priorities that have been established.
And you were saying that over the last couple of years, we have had both the problems of inadequate reserves, and we have had to have variance reports coming forward with constraints on spending and service. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So I believe as early as July of 2020, we brought forward a report that identified actions that we were taking to be able to curb expenditures or generate savings in the city to be able to accommodate and offset some of the COVID-related pressures we've seen. I think we had two instances, just checking my numbers, I think in 2020 and 2022, where we had to have substantial reductions in our capital plan to be able to redirect funds to be able to address the challenges that we're facing now, and has really put us in the position today where the budget that we are looking at today actually includes $305 million in bridging funding that originated from the actions that we took to be able to build that COVID backstop reserve.
So just to be very, very clear, even in this year's budget, we're still dealing with the aftershocks of having budgets that were not robust enough, having our estimates for outside factors be too high, and further, having too few dollars in our reserve accounts. We're dealing with those aftershocks in this year.
Yeah, and definitely exasperated by the pandemic itself, where we've spoken at length on the impacts it's had on transit services and our shelter services. And what's included in this year's budget is roughly $600 million of financial impacts that are related to the lasting effects of the pandemic and our ability to transition those costs to the property tax base to protect those services and ensure we're offering those now, not just in 24, but in future years without the reliance of a safe restart agreement or our intergovernmental funding programs that really don't exist anymore and haven't existed for over a year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. To Mr. Conforti, just following Councillor Perks's questions around reserve funds. The staff budget proposed a 9.5% or 9% tax increase, and then that's been lowered to 8% in the mayor's budget. How did that happen?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the mayor prepared a budget that identified various offsets to some of the changes, specifically to the property tax increase. It was through a reserve draw to be able to.
It was a reserve draw. So it went from 9 to 8. How much is that?
$42.2 million.
42.2. So I'm looking at your briefing note here on the tax rate stabilization reserve. It says its opening balance is $515 million. But by the end of the year, it goes down to $180 million. So where's that money going?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the tax stabilization reserve was also where we held the COVID backstop. So as we look at that reserve, we actually break it off into two sections. The COVID backstop represented $305 million, which is now reflected in this year's budget as a bridging strategy. After the $42 million draw, to be able to lower the property tax, we're left with about $129 million in the true stabilization reserve itself.
129. So how does council know what the right amount is in there? I looked at, I couldn't see that in the chapter 227.
So there, and thanks for the question. So we have identified through the last few years that at a minimum, we should have a balance in the tax stabilization reserve equal to 2% of the net budget. That would be about $84.4 million. I would argue that further work needs to be done on that. I would believe it actually should be closer to 2% of the total gross spending, which is $17 billion, which would be closer to $350 million.
That's a big difference. And what I understand that 2%, it's kind of like vacation pay. It's like, 2 weeks worth of running the city, which is not a lot of time. Okay. Your second item, your report to council, there's a little instruction there that says, hey, create TO. Give us a $30 million dividend, and it says to fund the mayor's budget, but what in the mayor's budget is that funding?
Excuse me. So as part of the mayor's proposed budget, it did include $30 million in one-time funding through a Create TO dividend.
Yeah.
I believe $10 million of that dividend is being added as a one-time contribution towards the MIRA program. The remaining funds, I believe for the most part, are helping to fund our bridging reserve, which is going to enable us to continue with this 3-year approach to bringing forward enhanced financial sustainability by 2026.
Did any of it have to do with adjustments to the multi-residential tax rate?
Part of it?
And maybe you could just explain the mechanism on that, because I was intrigued. There was a change. Typically, there's a rate difference between residential and multi-residential, but that was further changed, I think, by injecting money. Could you explain how that worked?
Yes, so what was recommended initially as part of the staff proposed budget is that the multi-residential rate would be half that of the rate of the residential increase. What was brought forward as part of the mayor's proposed budget was a reduction in the total revenue expected to be generated through the multi-res to ensure that we could bring forward a rate on multi-res that was no greater than 3.5%. And that's consistent with the guidelines that you would see from the province as it relates to when you might bring forward a recommendation to increase rent.
So how much was that?
That was $5.3 million in lost revenue expectations.
So 5.3 million moved the multi-res rate down, and where did that 5.3 million come from?
So that was as part of the Create TO dividend.
That was part of the Create TO dividend that we don't have yet.
So the Create TO dividend that has been agreed upon and will be reflected in this year's budget.
I think my last question, because I don't have a lot of time. I know that the shelters present a very large hole in the budget. We're relying on funding from other governments. What is the mechanism that we backstop or we ensure that there is stable provision of shelters when the flow of money from somewhere else is uncertain? I don't know when the check will come, right? Somebody's got to prepare it. How does the mechanism work in the budget? Because it's material, it's a big amount of money. How's that done?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we will look if it's if a commitment exists, we will leverage a commitment and assume those funds are in place. If it is not a commitment, as in the case where we have a commitment for the first quarter of the year, we will look at various options in terms of how you would manage that going forward. Obviously, the tax stabilization reserve would be one of the areas that you would look at. You would also look at, through variance reports, where you might have some ability to manage in other areas of the city, or you would actually specifically look within the shelter services themselves.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. My first question is probably for the CFO and the city manager, but I just mouthed the words to the CFO and the CEO of TTC that I might have a question for them as well. So just to follow on the line of questioning from my last two colleagues, when we sit down to look at the proposals of divisions and agencies next year, we should not see the word COVID in the, touch wood, I suppose. We should not see the word COVID in their submissions. That was the act of backing that money out?
Yes, absolutely. 2024 presented a unique budget process where really since the start of the pandemic, there was no expectation of COVID relief funding, and we had to take a different approach to budgeting whereby any lasting or residual impacts of COVID had to be budgeted for, identified, and then funded through the city's property tax or other revenues.
Right. And to be clear, part of the reason, am I right in assuming the reason that property tax stabilization reserve was as high as it was, we were holding that money there, that COVID backstop, except, in case the other orders of government didn't magically say, here, let us cover all your remaining COVID expenses. We were holding that in case that scenario arose. And am I right in saying it has arisen? Because while we've got fantastic partnership from them, they're not tying their contributions to our intergovernmental partnership anymore to this is for COVID.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely correct. And we only have to look as far back as 2023's budget, where we will be drawing down, I believe the Q3 estimate was $820 million from the COVID backstop to address COVID-related expenditures or revenue losses for which there is no funding program in place through either the federal or provincial government.
Right. And in terms of what the balance is in there now, if we cast our minds back to your presentation, you gave us not only sort of the waterfall type of graphic to show us how we closed the opening shortfall gap this year, but you showed us future waterfalls. And having the appropriate balance and being able to use only modest amounts of that stabilization reserve are part of what gets us back on track, as the saying goes, and allows that waterfall to keep falling down.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, a reflection of the significant opening pressure that we faced in 2024 of $1.8 billion, it required us to look at a multi-year approach. Part of that multi-year approach was leveraging those bridging strategies that enabled us the time it would take to materialize some of the recommendations coming from the LTFP or some of the actions that will come from the rolling program review. So it was deliberately leveraging some of those one-time or limited time actions while we would bring forward other actions to essentially replace those in both 2025 and 2026.
Okay. So then I do have a question of the TTC, Madam Speaker. And what I want to ask is in the nature of what we can expect in 2024, because we don't want to see COVID in the submission, really the place that we're still feeling it the most is in ridership in the TTC. So the New Deal has helped us immeasurably here. The conversation topic shifted because the Mayor and the Premier's New Deal really helped us to be done working on your operating budget. But the service ads that are in there, are they targeted in such a way that they really go after ridership? Because the last impact we have really that's substantial dollars is the amount we have to over-contribute in property taxes to the transit system. So is the service plan matched so that it helps us build that ridership revenue back? And then we could truly say we're done talking about COVID?
Through the Speaker, you are correct, Councillor. The TTC's new budget accounts for about 2% increase in service hours, right? So we're looking at utilizing that as we match capacity to demand. But the benefit also, it's about the improvement of the reliability of the service and the wonderful staff that we have out there, as you know. And to do that, as we look at our on-time performance, we're also looking at customer experience and a lot of focus in that area, right? For instance, if I may, this budget has some handful of supervisors for designated locations, like Broadview, for instance, right? So we can balance getting vehicles out as fast as possible. Wheel-Trans, for instance, 3 additional trainers right, to help our customers get through the system. So this is a good budget for the TTC and try to bring people back. And the safety
Fantastic.
aspect as well.
And I do have one other, and I'm mindful that the speaker might cut me off. So with respect to the fare increase, a lot of people have asked, if you're so broke, why not a fare increase? So fare increases negatively impact on ridership. So to do one this year would actually have made the ridership picture worse and the property tax contribution picture worse. If we can use that plan to build ridership, we could get to something approaching 2019 levels. Is that the goal? And then we actually would be able to talk about fares in one way or another?
Through the speaker, yeah, that would be the goal, Councillor. We're at, right now, we're only about 80% overall, but we do know that weekends and nights we've exceeded 100% of ridership. So we're seeing some good trending in those areas. It's the work from home concept that's really been impacting us greatly in ridership.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'm going to have questions for police if they want to come down before you start my time. Thank you. And then I'll have a couple questions for the mayor. Okay. There's been a lot of ink spilled about whether the $12.6 million cut from the police board approved budget is in fact a cut. Could you tell me if last year there was any discrepancy between the police board approved budget and the mayor's budget?
Through you, Speaker, no, there was not.
What about the year before?
No, there was not.
What about the year before that?
No, staff-to-staff conversations are very productive.
Okay, do you recall the last time that there was a significant difference between the board-approved budget and the one that was passed by council?
It would have been in the early 2000s when the board-approved budget differed from the city council-approved budget.
Quite a while
by
ago.
about $5-7 million, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Councillor Nunziata asked, which I thought were very helpful. The Community Crisis Service is certainly a helpful addition to the city's first responder services, but they're only equipped to deal with approximately 1% of the calls made to police. I guess when we consider that, do we feel like, how many calls does that represent, I guess, out of all the calls that you have?
So it's less about them being equipped, but in terms of what meets the threshold for a non-emergency response, it represents about 1%. We can expect with a citywide expansion that could be upwards of 5,000 to 7,000 calls without any police involvement. We go to 400,000 calls a year. 10% of that is roughly mental health. So it's in the 4,000 to 5,000 if we stuck to the 1% without any police involvement, completely redirected.
So 4,000 to 5,000, but out of 400,000.
Yes, there is still going to be the remaining 400,000 that grows. You know, our calls for service grow 18% year over year. Early indications suggest that trend is not changing.
Okay, very quickly, this might be for the chief. Chief, you had talked about the supervisory vacancies that we're dealing with, constables becoming sergeants, sergeants becoming staff sergeants. Could you just give me a sense of the impact on frontline officers, the folks who are out in the scout cars, as those vacancies continue to pile up?
Through you, Chair, we have 140 sergeant vacancies and 40 staff sergeant vacancies, effectively 180 police officers who would need to be promoted through the system to fill those vacancies. So in order to provide adequate supervision for an ever younger police service, we need to move police officers into the promotion stream, which ultimately translates into capacity at the front line, moving out of that capacity into supervisory roles.
Less capacity on the front line.
Less capacity to fill supervisory roles.
Okay, very quickly, over to the mayor. I was pleased to hear, as I think a lot of folks were, that yesterday you announced that we would be restoring the $12.6 million to the police budget. But you indicated, do you want to hold my time? Or? It's fine with me, I just want to ask the questions. Okay, I'll continue. So you made that announcement, you're restoring the funding. I think that's welcome. You indicated that the province and the federal government are providing the funding to reverse the cut. I just wanted to understand with clarity what was agreed upon, how much you expect to receive, and where those dollars are going to be allocated.
Councillor, I appreciate your question. There had been ongoing conversation since last fall when we were talking about the New Deal between our office and the provincial government. The federal government were also involved in the last month. Part of the conversation at the time was also about the unique cost of policing right here in this big city. And so the conversation continued this new year as I had a discussion with the Minister of Public Safety, Dominique LeBlanc. And at that time, the conversation, it was just only a couple of weeks ago. And at the time, he said that it was important that the City of Toronto have the funding it needs to do the protection that the city needs.
So can I just ask how much was agreed to?
What there was, if you allow me to finish the conversation, answering your question.
I'm just watching.
I was hoping that you would have noticed that there was an announcement by the federal government on dealing with auto theft of $120 million from the federal government to the provincial government. And that was just announced last week, Councillor Bradford.
But for Toronto's budget, what was agreed? What did they agree to?
Well, as of last week.
Councillor Bradford, please allow the mayor to answer the question.
She's not answering it respectfully, Madam Speaker.
I'm getting to it. Since the announcement was just last week, it was, and the funding is just coming to the province, we had, my office has conversation with both the, excuse me, with the federal and the provincial government, their chief of staff, that we were assured that there will be funding coming to the City of Toronto. As to precisely how much, I do not know, but I do want to remind you, under my leadership, we were able to achieve millions, actually billions of dollars through the New Deal agreement with the provincial government. We were also able to receive $500 million on housing and $200+ million on the shelter. I've been talking too much.
Okay.
In shelter costs for refugees.
Thank you.
So I have full confidence that
Thank
we
you.
will be receiving support on all of those issues.
But you don't have a number.
Councillor Bradford, that was it for your questions. You were well over time. I believe that that's it for. Any further before I close it off? No further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak first.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Been talking a bit too much. Well, happy Valentine's Day, especially to the daddy over there. Councillor Mentes, I see that smile in your face. I wish you joy, wonder, and sleep. Some sleep. Valentine's Day is about caring for one another. And today we mark the budget day, building a city that's more caring. Before I became mayor last year, I heard the cries of Andrea McAleese, whose son had been killed in a random act of violence. She asked us, as leaders, to imagine what it's like to go through what she went through, losing a child like that to violence. In her darkest moments, in the midst of her unbearable, horrible pain, she called on us to make different choices. We need, she said, we need more social services. We need more investment into physical and mental health, a more caring city, she urges us. And she called on us to make those decisions. Well, today we heard you, Andrea McAleese, a brave mom. Our budget delivers a city that is there for people when times are tough, where you so that you can find a place, an affordable place to live, where people aren't left out in the cold on the street. A city with reliable, affordable, and safe transit. This budget is how we get our city back on track to being that more caring city. Over the last few months, we've taken the time to listen to thousands, well, actually tens of thousands of people, yes, you too, at local meetings and in deputations. I've listened to business community, CEOs, and people offer unsolicited advice as I attend a lot of activities and events across the city. I've heard you, councillors, because we're always stronger when we work together. So today I will be supporting a number of motions that enhance our budget, including investment in watering and pruning trees and planting more, initiative that lower our greenhouse gas emission, supporting artists, economic development and culture, restoring windrow snow clearing, yes, I heard that loud and clear, making Black Creek Pioneer Village stronger, supporting Toronto's unique policing cost, and promoting stronger communities. More by law enforcement officers, I heard that too. Today really show how we are always stronger together. This budget helps build rental housing, new rental housing, where 24,000 families will find new homes. Thousands of Toronto will find deeply affordable homes so they don't have to make the choice of skipping meals, turning down the heat, or paying the rent, because those are impossible choices. We're building more affordable housing and building them faster. This budget protects renters who are feeling anxious about evictions, dem-evictions, rent-evictions, you name it, because of the high rent increases, by investing in programs that help people stay in their homes. Rent bank, eviction prevention programs. And for those who find themselves on the street, Toronto will provide more funding for food, healthcare, laundry, dignity at 22 drop-in centers across the city, on top of additional funding for more shelters and warming centers. We're building them. For those experiencing crisis, we will try to catch them while they fall and help them get back on their feet. That's why we are investing in mental health support through the expansion of the 24/7 Toronto Community Crisis Services. This budget invests millions, will get good food and grow up stronger. Food in schools, nutritious food in school, especially when at a time when family food budgets are getting squeezed by rising food prices. Thousands of young people will excel in sports, arts, and culture, learn leadership skills, find themselves, and develop deep friendship.
Can I put your time on hold, please? Okay, can we get security? I'm asking members of the public, do not disrupt the council meeting. If you do, I'm going to have security remove you from the council chambers.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I don't care, Brian. She's trespassed, she's leaving now.
Just,
I'm not asking her to leave.
I put your time on hold.
Yeah. Remove her, that's it. Drag her out.
Okay, Mayor, you can continue now.
I just want to point out, talking about police, I'm talking about young people.
Yes, I know.
I was in the middle of talking about children and young people, what we can do for them. Thousands of young people will excel in sports, arts, and culture, learn leadership skills, find themselves and develop deep friendship through youth hubs in libraries, community centers, and other public spaces. That's a very good way to prevent crime from happening, because we are supporting young people. We are building stronger communities by investing in youth programs and local neighborhood organizations. Scarborough Transit riders will save 20 minutes each day when we finish building the busway along the Scarborough RT. All riders will see TDC service improve, but will not have to pay more. I wish that young lady could hear this part. We're taking a holistic approach to safety. We're hiring over 160 highly visible TDC workers, so there are better customer services and more eyes and ears at subway stations. We have 40 new traffic agents, so drivers and cyclists and pedestrians obey the law, and TDC riders get a smoother and faster commute. We're using red light cameras more so that we can free up the police officers. We are sending the right people to the right calls with our crisis line, while also funding hundreds more firefighters, ambulances, and paramedics and police officers. We're also getting the basic back on track through a new $50 million back on track fund for urgent states of good repair, like fixing potholes, beautifying our parks, public spaces across the city over the next 2 years. We're able to do all this investment because all levels of government stepped up. The provincial government, through the New Deal of Toronto, uploading the Garner and the DVP, and providing funding for shelter, housing, transit, and more. The federal government stepped up big time for our city, helping us build more housing faster and sheltering refugees. Yes, they paid up in full for last year's cost, and they made a down payment to do more. Yes, we inherited a $1.8 billion hole created by the cost of the pandemic and a past financial strategy that avoided making hard choices. But we're fixing this mess. We are getting the city back on track. As we build this budget, we found over $500 million in savings. Our staff, our budget chief, our whole team, they did a diligent line-by-line review. Andrea McAleese told us that she did not want things to go the way they were going because people are in crisis. So we are getting our city back on track after years of decline. We're not cutting anymore. But even with all our hard work, we still need to increase revenue, so vital services will improve instead of declining. Homeowners will be asked to pay less than $1. In fact, it's 80 cents a day more this year. We've also lowered the multi-res rate so that we're able to protect renters from larger increases. Finally, as we get our city back on track, people should be able to see the progress we are making. We're establishing clear service levels, targets, and response time for emergency services, plus all the other services, including how fast we are approving and building housing, so we can be held accountable by all those that we've asked to pay 80 cents more a day. The work to build a more affordable, caring, and safer city where everyone belongs starts today.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I have a motion. If clerks could please display it on the screen. It is a point of much contention today, and I thank you, everyone, for attending to participate in our process. And I thank the mayor for her comments and her remarks. The motion before you is to address the gap between the approved board budget for Toronto Police Services and the staff budget here today. I think it's important for us to note advancing community safety is a shared responsibility, and we need to everyone at the table to make sure that we are all safe and supported in the ways we need, from increased access to housing to proactive investigation of auto theft and trauma-informed responses to mental health crises. Really pleased to have before us the mayor's proposed budget that makes these critical investments in the things that make our community safe. Access to affordable housing, youth programming, safe, reliable, and affordable transit, access to recreation programs, and trauma-informed responses to addressing our many needs, especially those of our most vulnerable. This is a big picture, holistic approach to community safety that invests in people and prevention. We must continue on that path together. The Toronto Police Service is a critical partner in this work, and we have a shared goal of an efficient and effective service where police officers are trusted partners focused on duties that only they can carry out, such as auto theft, break-and-enters, criminal investigations, and more. That said, there are many opportunities to relieve pressures on our police services. We've done a lot of work together, and we have a long way to go. Last year, Council approved the citywide expansion of our Toronto Community Crisis Response Unit, our 4th emergency service, and this budget funds that expansion to go citywide. But this will take time. Long-term sustainable change towards alternatives to policing takes time and resources, and the Auditor General's 2022 report reviewing opportunities for the police to more effectively respond to calls for service acknowledges that this process is not simply a lift and shift. It will take time to transition. We have heard today from members of the Toronto Police Service that not only is this a commitment of theirs, but that work is underway. I recognize that it will take intentional, continued collaboration between Toronto Police Service, city divisions, community organizations, and Toronto residents over many years to deliver on our community safety goals. I am reiterating my commitment to pragmatically advancing this work, strengthening relationships, and continuing to work closely and intentionally with the Toronto Police Services Board, where I also sit, alongside other city divisions and emergency response teams to relieve pressures on policing in Toronto. In my role on the Toronto Police Services Board, I have seen the operational need for this money at this time, again reiterated by our chief here today. While this budget increase will be funded by the Budget Bridging and Balancing Reserve, this amount will be fully or partially replenished through federal or provincial funding for our city's unique and emergent safety priorities. Such an increase in auto theft, hosting large local, national, and international events, and nearly 100 consulates. I want to thank Mayor Chow and her team for her leadership on these ongoing conversations with the provincial and federal governments to advocate for Toronto's unique policing costs. I want to be clear about my expectations for the results that we will need to see from this investment. I have advance circulated a motion on item CC 15.1. I encourage my colleagues to take a peek at it. That will be bringing forward later at this meeting and will speak to the accountability measures that we expect. It includes a request to the Toronto Police Services Board to provide a multi-year staffing plan with associated investment needed and specific and detailed targets with clear goals and timetables. We expect a reduction in officer response times, increases in the number of available frontline officers, increases in the number of neighborhood officers, and recruitment of more women and gender diverse people. Continuing to collaborate to advocate with the provincial government and federal governments for funding that acknowledges our unique costs and our unique needs in Canada's largest municipality, and to commit to joint efforts to ensure accountability to the public that deliver the outcome that City Council's investments are intended to produce, and that members appointed to City Council, by City Council rather, to the Toronto Police Service Board to commit to that mandate as part of our role and their role as city appointees. I will continue to advocate for this important work in my role and on the police board, and I look forward to working together with City Council, the Mayor's Office, and City divisions, as well as members of the public, to advance a holistic approach to community safety in our city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Right on time.
No questions. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions that I would like to move and have put on the screen. The first one is looking for an increase in the 2024 operating budget for transportation services for $4.1 million to continue the delivery of the winter windrow clearing program. There's an associated motion in the next item that you'll see asking the mayor to continue that service in her budget in upcoming years. And then my next motion is asking for an increase of $200,000 in the 2024 operating budget for the Toronto Region Conservation Authority to support programming at Black Creek Village, offset by a corresponding decrease in the 2024 operating budget. The first motion pretty much speaks for itself very loud and clearly. This is a service that was in North York, pre-amalgamation, spread out across the city of Toronto. I can speak for my own ward in an area with an increasing aging population. Having your windrows cleared out at the bottom of your driveway as you try to get out of your house for a medical appointment, seeing family, getting to work, wherever you're going, particular for seniors, is very important. So I would like to see this program reinstated, and I've heard from residents from across the city as I've mused about it on Twitter and my social media platforms. I've heard from people across the city about how important it is. So I think it needs to be supported. My next one has to do with the Black Creek Pioneer Village. Was built and opened in 1960, has 50,000 artifacts, 40 heritage buildings. The operation of the village is supported through user fees, event fees. I'm the chair of the board. I've been on the board for a number of years. We have a dollar recovery rate, as they call it, between 70–80%. Any deficits covered through reserve funds, which we all know is not a long-range sustainable program. We also have a master program we're looking at putting in place around integrating it further into the city. So I would ask for everybody's support for that. In terms of the budget, I want to thank the mayor for all of the work that she's done on this budget. Councillor Carroll and the budget committee, Stephen Conforti, our CFO. The mayor in particular was at my budget town hall, was at my New Year's levy, sat with a number of my residents, including some of my parents and neighbors that have lived in Scarborough for close to 80 years, heard about their concerns as seniors, participated in the Scarborough town hall around the budget. So I want to thank her for listening to the residents. As a Scarborough councillor, and I look at this budget, I kind of look at in terms of my ward, where residents are going to pay roughly $1 a day more for a wide range of services that they ask for me on a daily basis. Very important to them. On another level, I have 5 neighborhood priorities areas in my ward, which are of chief concern to me to ensure they receive the proper services. Within this budget, the Toronto Public Library is going to see 3 new youth hubs across this city, which I have one in the Cedar Brae Public Library at Markham and Lawrence, very well used. Youth across the city as a board member are constantly asking me, saying, we have youth hubs in other neighborhoods, how do we get one in our neighborhood? We want a safe place to go after school, to do our homework, to hang out with our friends. TTC, funding for the Scarborough Expressway as our SRT is being closed down. Rapid TO, I have one of the first routes in my ward, very important to people that live in the apartment buildings throughout those neighborhoods, getting from point A to point B. Students getting from Kennedy back and forth to University of Toronto, Scarborough, Centennial College. We talked last week about how important it is to have adequate public transit for people like that, to get to work, school, part-time jobs. Parks, very important, my priority neighborhoods to get out and about. As I mentioned earlier, the number of apartment buildings in my ward to be able to make use of green space, to have public washrooms, areas where they can hang out with their kids, use the splash pads. All very important to me. I could go on. I think I'm almost at my time limit, but I will be supporting the budget. And once again, want to thank the mayor for all of her hard work and dedication for bringing this budget forward. Thank you.
Thank you. She's ready? Okay. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Speaker. Before I start, I just want to make sure my motion is ready. Thank you. So I do have a motion to provide more support to the operating budget for municipal licensing and standards by 0.75 million to be used to hire bylaw officers to respond to noise complaints, business licensing, and animal care and control officers for dangerous dogs, and to be offset as indicated in the motion. I think it's something that we all know in our wards, that we get many calls about these issues, an escalating number of calls, and that the work that municipal licensing and standards does really is crucial to people's daily lives. You know, we're talking about park bylaws, so many things to do with people's conditions in terms of property standards. And actually, it's a very important front line of defense, as we heard from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, for making peace in neighborhoods, in between neighbors, and for preventing harm that shouldn't escalate. And when it comes to dog attacks, it's absolutely crucial. There was a disfiguring dog attack of a boy in my ward, and this really hits close to home in the community. I think that it's also important to think about how bylaw enforcement needs the support to sustainably manage the recent approved expansion of the night economy, the impacts of noise in our community, as well as responding to so many other urgent complaints, and that we need to give people confidence that the bylaws that we do have can be enforced, because we have the bylaw enforcement officers needed to do that work, and to actually ultimately improve response times, which is what people have been asking for. This is one of the reasons that I cannot support the motion to increase the police budget beyond the budget that was tabled. There are so many things that we're asking for example, for MLS to do that used to be done by police. And, you know, there are many things that civilians can do to take away from the police workload. In recent years, crossing guards have been removed. In terms of traffic enforcement, photo radar and red light cameras. We've expanded community crisis response and the noise complaints, which have exploded since the pandemic in particular. And as these tasks are reassigned, the public expects to see the savings. I know that there will be some accountability measures that accompany Deputy Mayor Morley's motion, but I still think that from my perspective, I have concerns about the public use of money for public relations and communications, which we've seen in this round, and some other things like the questions around deployment that the community has, the almost 150% increase in expenses for firearms and 180% on clothing and uniforms, when it's not clear that that's for a growing number of officers. But more significantly than anything, it's my ward. In Davenport, I held 2 budget meetings. We did a budget survey. I've talked to hundreds of people, and they want me to take this stand in Davenport, and that's what I'll do. On the budget in general, I just really want to thank the leadership here, the leadership of the mayor, the leadership of the budget committee, the incredible work of this public service through so much creativity to find a way forward, to do things that people have told us this year and last year are crucial, to deal with the massive human emergency that is homelessness, to provide people shelter, to prevent eviction, to prevent homelessness by investing in things that will take care of people, affordable housing, prevention program, eviction prevention program, sorry, the rent bank, the daytime drop-in programs. It's not enough to be in a shelter. You need to have a place to go during the day. And the massive, important, life-changing thing that is increasing bus service, increasing public transit, the local economy and the family economy with the frozen TTC fares. We were told last year we couldn't do these things, and this year we're doing them, and I'm very happy to see that. And I just think that this is going to make a massive material difference in people's lives.
3 seconds.
In dealing with hunger and dealing with kids going to school hungry. This is how we make our city safer, and I'm proud to support this budget.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to understand, in terms of the MLS, I just would like some clarification in terms of the MLS motion. There's certainly with MLS, there is an educational aspect, but are you aware if there's an enforcement aspect to their job?
I am aware.
And so that's not a problem? Okay,
We have bylaws, as I said, Councillor Burnside, perhaps you didn't hear my remarks, but I said we make bylaws in the city, and the public wants us to enforce them. And so what we're doing here is providing the means so that municipal licensing and service bylaw enforcement officers are able to do that very thing.
No, in fact, I did hear you, but that's kind of, police have a role too. We have laws in the city and we fund police for the same thing. So I was just wondering why there was that different approach, but that's fine.
Oh, no, I can answer that. So police enforce a very different set of laws, and it's violations of the criminal code, which nobody has denied need to continue to be enforced. We're talking about, property standards, dangerous dogs, noise, parks, all the range of things that the community needs to be safe, and also to have peace and to make sure that, for example, that people are living in a safe neighborhoods.
So the bylaws are more important, it's more important to enforce bylaws than criminal code matters?
I did not say that. This budget provides
sorry.
a big increase to the police budget, and what I said is that I agree. The police enforce the violations of the criminal code and have a number of means to do so, including the right to apprehend and to use force.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then the other area I'm a little bit confused about is response times. You want to increase funding to MLS so they can reduce their response time, but then in your remarks about increased funding to the police, you didn't want to do that when... Well, it's very confusing to me what the purpose is.
Okay, Councillor Burnside, just clarification of motion. You have 30 seconds left.
Oh, that's fine. I think I made my point. It's okay.
Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Before the break, there were questions asked to Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo, are you around? Yeah. Okay, and Councillor Thompson, before we start, you just want to say a few words?
Waiting for my mic. Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in light of the budget discussion and conversation that we're actually having and the importance of the work that is done by certainly this council, but also, more importantly, our staff in terms of actually doing the really hard work and specifically dealing with things that are very impactful to our residents. I rise, Speaker and Mayor, to thank a particular staff. I would have done it earlier, but I didn't see him in the room this morning, and I wanted just to do it publicly. And that staff member is Vince Ferraza, who I see in the audience here, and he is, wave Vince, maybe stand so everybody can see you. Thank you. Speaker and Mayor, I wanted to acknowledge Mr. Ferraza for outstanding work. There was a time when we had snow in this city, and it is not today. And and as you know, his responsibility is enormous, but it also involves snow. And in my ward and in my area, a very short time ago when we did have snow, we had some real challenges, and some areas, in particular street in my ward, was missed. One of the residents who was dealing with a situation where she had had a heart attack and having to struggle in terms of moving and trying to get around. And the stress of that contacted my office, actually contacted me by myself, and spoke with me and told me about the challenges that she was having in the neighborhood and other elderly residents were having as well, because their street and numerous streets in the area had been missed. I contacted Vince, and it was Saturday afternoon, I recall. I was out shoveling snow myself, and I informed him as to what was taking place and the stress that it was causing our residents and the impact that this particular resident was actually feeling as a result of the snow not being dealt with at that particular moment. And to his credit, he indicated to me, Councillor Thompson, leave it with me, let me work on it and so on. And I can tell you, I was not sure that anything was going to be done. But yes, he delivered. That Saturday at probably about 2:30, 2:45, he contacted me and informed me that he was going to send the crew out to work. And there was, if you can imagine, not only was there snow, but there was an inordinate amount of ice that was actually in the area, because I drove there later on to see it myself. And Mr. Ferraza had sent his crew out there with supervisors and so on to deal with this particular problem. I speak to this, and I wanted to thank him because it had had such a profound impact on the community and my residents in particular, the one who had basically just had recently had a heart attack and was being more impacted by this particular decision of, or the lack thereof, of clearing the snow. So I really wanted to draw our attention to him and what he has done. And I think for that, he deserves a round of applause, because the residents are able to recognize we have amazing men and women who actually make this city work, and he's indicative of that. So I want to thank him, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
So Vince, were you personally out there with a shovel? Okay. Okay, so before the break, we're asking questions to Councillor Bravo. And Deputy Mayor Malik, you have questions, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. This motion is of real importance to me, especially in my ward. Noise concerns are some of the most persistent and highest levels of complaints in Spadina, Fort York, from residents. And as we know, it can have an impact on our well-being. And we have to make sure that we're managing it well, and our bylaw officers are such an important part of that management. So my question is, trying to hear a little bit more about what this motion does to address MLS and bylaw enforcement's ability to respond to noise complaints more quickly and effectively in order to manage that balance that we're looking for, especially in our downtown communities.
Thank you for the question. Thank you to the question, through you, Speaker, to the Deputy Mayor. As you know, obviously, municipal licensing and standards is responsible for a number of different pieces for enforcement. In terms of the noise team, currently it consists of 26 bylaw enforcement officers, as well as a manager, 3 supervisors, and 3 support staff. And considering the volume of the service requests that you've indicated, averaged for 2022 and 2023, an estimated 860 files would be assigned, 860, to each bylaw enforcement officers on an annual basis. It's estimated that the addition of 3 bylaw enforcement officers to the noise team would reduce the number of case files per officer per year to 750. 5 additional bylaw enforcement officers would reduce it to approximately 700 per officer, and 8 additional bylaw enforcement officers would reduce it to approximately 630 per officer per year. So as you can see, it really does make a difference, but the volumes are still high. The service standard for initial response to service requests for the noise team is 24 hours for priority 1, 5 days for priority 2, and 7 days for priority 2 to priority 3 requests. So 94.3.1% of noise service requests were responded in 5 days or less, but it's still the many calls that we're getting, and I know your ward in Toronto Centre, in Davenport, and increasingly all over the city, it's an issue.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you. I just have Councillor Cheng assisting me. I want to get something up on the screen for a second. They told me it was easy. That's why I asked you to do it. Yeah, never easy. Maybe we'll just forget it. No, there's somebody's hands there. Okay, forget it. Okay, listen, thanks,
Go
Councillor.
ahead, Councillor Cole.
Thanks for trying. What I was trying to put up there is a simple screenshot that's in our budget presentations. There it is, which shows that in terms of all the taxes and fees paid by the resident city of Toronto, 47% goes to our federal friends, 44% goes to the province, and 9% goes to the City of Toronto to provide all the services we provide. So the interesting thing is when you think of the provincial federal budgets, it's like a one-day affair. There's hardly any media coverage. There's no public meetings. They pass these budgets. I know the federal budget's about $500 billion, the provincial $200 billion. They have maybe one day of media. They have maybe 5 or 6 online public meetings. With the Councillor Carroll's team, they've had over 100 public meetings across the city. Plus, the mayor has had her telephone town halls. You think the feds in the province ever do that? They don't. We really are democracy in action when it comes to budgets. And that is why our budget is so important, because whatever we do in the city affects people directly in a real way, whether it's their snow clearing, whether it's their potholes, whether it's their paramedic service, their fire services, the taps they turn on, the TTC rides they take, the police they call. real services that are very critically important to people, and they're not academic exercises like the federal and provincial ones are. And I just want to remind everybody, I mean, people have been talking about the budget, and one thing I think a lot of people have already forgotten is that we started off with a possible 16.5% budget increase. Remember that? 600, that's what we're faced with because our federal cousins were trying to download the cost of refugee claimants and asylum seekers onto property taxes. Luckily, the mayor stood up and said, no, you can't do that. It's your responsibility to pay those bills. We're not in charge of Pearson Airport or the borders, so you got to pay that bill. And she was successful in getting the agreement for the feds to pick up that bill. She did it in a very diplomatic way. Some of us yelled and screamed. But anyway, she got that done. So let's, first of all, put that on the table to consider. We were looking at 16.5%. The other thing is, this budget is really an attempt to look at almost all aspects of city life. You know, you look at the TTC budget, huge increase and no fare increase, because affordability is a real life consideration for people every day in Toronto. And keeping that TTC fare frozen means a lot to a lot of regular people, and that is in this budget. You know, someone said, oh yeah, and there's nothing in the budget about climate change. And I said, wait a minute. We just increased the TTC budget by $270 million, and you're telling me there's nothing about climate change in the budget? I think people taking the TTC has a direct impact on our climate. So those are things that I just wanted to put in perspective. And I know there's been a lot of debate about whether we should increase the police budget or whatever. Just keep in mind, I know people are very concerned about bylaw officers. Well, I'm very concerned about when a resident calls me and said, my wife had a gun shoved in her face and threatened to be killed, and our car was taken and driven away by these carjackers. I get really concerned when I have literally hundreds of small businesses in my ward crying because people broke into their stores, small little mom and pop shops,
5 seconds.
Stole their products, and then steal their point of sale terminals and extract thousands of dollars out of their point of sale terminals. This is the real reason we need policing, and we need it in an efficient, effective way.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Picking up a little bit from Councillor Cole, I do want to start with congratulations and thank yous. Oh yeah, I have a motion. The clerk has it from last night somewhere.
Introduce your motion. There it is.
Yes, so I have a motion for, I have two motions actually. So $970,000 for tree planting, pruning, and watering to come out of the $8 million, and also a second motion, $200,000 for two people for environment and climate. So now I can go on with congratulations and thank you. I do want to acknowledge, I don't see Mr. Conforti at the moment. Oh, there he is. Okay. But this is his first budget. And he was appointed in the middle of it in very difficult times and in the middle of intense negotiations. And he picked it up seamlessly, ran with it, and did, I think we can all agree, under very difficult circumstances, an excellent, excellent job for he and his staff. Secondly, of course, to our budget chair and the budget committee. This is her first time since David Miller, I understand, being our budget chair. She only gets called on when we're in really deep trouble. So again, thank you. And to our mayor, for this is her first budget and the first time leading, and certainly an enormous improvement in my experience last year. So thank you to all of those. And in addition, of course, masterful negotiations with our federal and provincial cousins. Not that we are there yet. We still have enormous problems. We need a new fiscal framework. There's a lot of work to be done. But the progress since last year is stunning. And one of the key things in this budget is it accepts that good quality public spaces, good quality public services, good quality public infrastructure isn't a nice to have optional, we'll get to it if we have nothing else to do. Good public infrastructure services and spaces are the foundation for a prosperous economy, not only for Toronto, but also for the province as a whole, and also for the quality of life of everybody who lives here. So we've had 13 years of pretending that it doesn't matter. It does matter, and if we didn't make these investments, the consequences would be really serious. So thank you for preserving critical public services, including the TTC, but for sure there's a lot more to do. The second thing I wanted to say was thank you for listening to my endless pestering about the state of good repair. I mean, I have raised this over and over and over and over and over again for the last year, and the budget chair will tell you I raised it endlessly, driving her crazy during the budget deliberations. Even with this budget, we are heading into worse and worse decline of our capital assets, much worse than last year, going faster. And that means bigger costs, lower reliability, lower quality of life, lower service, and again, eroding that goose that lays the golden eggs, the prosperity of Toronto. So the $50 million Back on Track Fund, which the mayor added at my request, thank you very much. It is just a drop in the bucket, but it's an important drop in the bucket, and it allows us to provide some of what people are looking for. What I've heard from many of my constituents is nobody likes paying taxes, but at least they want to see that they're getting something, that something will improve for their taxes. And most of this budget isn't about improvement. Most of this budget is about holding the line. So we need to fix some things that people can see. And this $50 million has to be used with great care to improve life and health, safety on the roads and the sidewalks and in the parks. The third thing I wanted to say is thank you for allowing me to bring this motion, so I got a little bit of the $8 million, again, for the people of the city. You know, I asked the Budget Committee for Environment Climate to tell us the 3 fastest, cheapest, most transformative things they can do. These 2 people, 200,000 is a step in that direction. And right after budget, I will be sitting down with Environment and Climate and the Atmospheric Fund to see what we can do on the third item, which is about can we make better use of the capital that's available, that has gone largely unused for the last several years. But what I mostly want to talk to you about at the moment is trees. Because we know, I mean, people right across the city value trees. Toronto's tree canopy is a key public asset. It's being lost steadily in my ward and other parts of the city. It's the cheapest, fastest, biggest impact on physical and mental health, cleans the air, slows stormwater runoff.
5 seconds.
Critical shade. Anyway, we need it. To plant trees and not water them is nuts. To plant trees and not prune them is nuts. We need this. Thank you very much for allowing me.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chang. Clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Speaker, I just wanted to thank you for this motion and clarify what good do you hope to achieve with this tree planting allocation?
Well, the first thing is that we should stop wasting money planting trees and leaving them to die in the searing summer heat, which we're going to have again. So more tree survival. Our street trees are critically important for shade in the extreme heat and mental health and so on. And we can improve their survival if we water them. We've tried asking residents to water
Councillor
them.
Sachs, can you just speak through the speaker?
sorry.
We can't hear you. You got your back against your mic.
I apologize. Increasing survival of street trees. That's one of the important things. We have a big problem with lack of tree equity. There's some areas, like parts of my ward, that have lots of trees. There are other areas, like parts of my ward, that are very short of trees. And we need to improve tree cover around the city. We don't want another tree limb falling on anybody and killing them, as happened last year, and that tree hadn't been properly maintained because we've been starving our tree maintenance folks. So we need to do better tree maintenance in order to improve the health of the trees, but also the safety of the people who walk under them. So better maintenance, better watering, and planting more trees and shrubs where we need them.
So I see dead trees in my neighborhood, newly planted dead trees. Will this budget allocation help something like that?
Well, we have, I mean, it's a big city, and it's not a lot of money. I'm told there's money for about 1,000 new trees and shrubs, and so if we divide that equally across the wards, you'd get a certain number of them, figure out where you most want them, and let Parks, Urban Forestry know.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Thank
doing.
you, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, then it's my turn.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Chang to
Me again.
speak.
I have a motion.
Okay. Put the motion on the screen. There it is.
City Council increased the 2024 operating budget for social development, finance, and administration by $0.4 million for community safety, violence prevention, and well-being, offset by a corresponding decrease in the 2024 operating budget for corporate accounts of the $8 million in total contributions related to 2024 emergent budget priorities. The best solutions for our communities are ones that come from the community. By adding to the SDFA budget, we can make important upstream investments that will make a tremendous impact on well-being, social cohesion, and community safety. We know that community safety is not just about policing, but also making important upstream investments. As someone who used to host a basketball drop-in, it has pained me to see youth that I know choose to drop out of school or end up being arrested for drug trafficking. We can do better if we make these very important investments. The budget process is a year-long endeavor. I'm grateful for the city manager's commitment to using processes like Lean Six Sigma to ensure we move towards being less bureaucratic and more agile. This will improve services and our operational budget. I'm committed to this also in our Service Excellence Committee. I thank the mayor for prioritizing community voices and education in this budget process. I, too, did a community survey with 400 respondents from Willowdale. 50.7% of Willowdalers surveyed acknowledged that many years of below-inflation property tax increases have had a negative impact on services, infrastructure, and state of good repair. Top concerns of Willowdalers include the tax rate, the impact of refugee claimants, service levels, state of good repair, and cost-saving measures. 81% of Willowdalers identified that asking the federal government and provincial government to pay for things that have been downloaded as the most important revenue tool the city should employ to reduce the need for future large property tax increases. 67% of Willowdalers acknowledged the structural deficit of our operating budget. 70% of respondents asked for windrow service to be retained, with 35% willing to consider a user fee. I want to thank everyone who participated in town halls, wrote letters, completed surveys, and made deputations. We saw the fabric of our city come to life. Here are a few of my highlights from North York deputations. Saranjita said, "The city is struggling as a parent with many little children. Climate is easily pushed back amidst these priorities." Colleen noticed, "Housing affordability is eating away at Toronto's potential." The most poetic deputation from Mark, "Libraries provide universal access to the thoughts and dreams of people throughout history. They beckon us to truth, goodness, and beauty." John says, property taxpayers carry the brunt of the entire budget. This insightful statement summarizes the problem. The property tax carries the burden of the entire operations of the City of Toronto. And Pastor Milton said, "Police are the lid on a boiling pot, but they don't have the power to turn down the heat." A visionary city needs a visionary budget. This cannot happen without a new fiscal framework. I'm grateful that we did not make cuts to services in this budget. However, we also know that there is much room to grow in our investment in infrastructure, state of good repair, and further investments in the arts and preventing homelessness. Our structural deficit takes away from our ability to fulfill our potential as Toronto the Good. We are grateful for the New Deal thus far, but the only path towards a bright future for Toronto is a new fiscal framework that includes revenue tools that grow with our population and economy. I will say it again, Toronto has the size and complexity of a province, but we do not have the budget or authority to do what is needed. The most important thing we can do moving forward is to amplify the need for a new fiscal framework. Cities across Canada are united in asking for this. We cannot accept an apocalyptic SOGR. We need visionary investments and sustainable funding for the robust social services needed to bring healing and support the most vulnerable. We need to build critical infrastructure that meets the needs of our growing population. We need good services, good support, good infrastructure, and a good budget. A new fiscal framework is how we get there. Thank you.
Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion if you'd like to put those on the screen. It's two motions, and they are both intended to increase the funding of both the Toronto Arts Council and the local art-serving organizations, the LASUs that we have in our communities, in line with the commitments that the mayor made both in her campaign during the by-election and the commitments that she made at the Mayor's Ball for the Arts back in November. This is the single largest budget in the City of Toronto's history. It's more than $1 billion from last year's budget. And of course, it comes with the largest tax hike in the city's history at nearly 10%. And that's a choice. The offset here is funded from the 18.5 budget bridging and balancing reserve. So that's where that's coming from. And so as we talk every year, budget is, of course, about priorities. And with a budget this large, I think our residents expect us to deliver on the services that they rely on. And that's why, I think for a lot of us, council colleagues here, it was so surprising that we spent weeks debating, agonizing debates at our town halls, on the streets, on the second floors with each other about whether or not we would be funding the police for their entire budget ask, making sure that they had the resources so that they could do the hiring to help improve those priority one response times down from 22 minutes. I think it was also surprising that we had this big conversation about whether or not we were going to clear the snow, the windrow clearings in the suburbs, like we have as a city for many, many years, including post-amalgamation. And so I'm really grateful for Councillor Morley's motion to restore the police funding to the budget ask. And I'm also really grateful to Councillor Ainsley for his motion to make sure that we're delivering on core services like cleaning up the snow. I think it is going to snow tomorrow. But there was another noticeable absence in the budget. And, I think that was the action that was committed to increase the funding for our LASOs and for the Toronto Arts Council. During that spring by-election, we had a debate, we had an arts-focused debate, and the ask was very clear from the arts community here in Toronto. It was in an era of rising costs and inflation to make a modest, and I would say truly actually modest, increase to their budgets to allow them to deliver on the mandates that all of us as local councillors and community members in this city value so much. I'm proud to serve on the Toronto Arts Council alongside Councillor Bravo, who does really great work there, and also chair the Toronto Music Advisory Committee. And what I'm hearing from folks in the arts and culture sector is it's never been more challenging than it is today. 44% of the organizations that receive a Toronto Arts Council operating grant reported a deficit in 2022, compared to 30% in 2019. It's a red alert time right now for those in the cultural sector, and without that investment, we could see many of these organizations simply fold up. I don't think that's acceptable. So these are my motions. I'm hoping that you can support them. I'll have more to say on the second implementing piece of the budget here, but hope council colleagues can find it in their hearts to use that reserve dollars to help bridge the gap this year and follow through on an important commitment that was made to the Toronto arts community. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, Councillor Bradford, I'd like to better understand. In your words, you said Toronto Arts Council, that this money would be going to the Toronto Arts Council. Your motion doesn't say that. And so I'm just concerned this is going to the Economic Development Division to pay for consultants. And lassos are great, but, you know, the real arts community is actually all the various organizations that are out there, right from the biggest to the smallest. So my question is this going to the Toronto Arts Council to create more funding for, you know, hitting the rubber to the road on the arts?
I apologize, Councillor Robinson. It may not be clear, and I started speaking before the motions were posted. There's two motions. So one very specifically provides the funding to the Toronto Arts Council. And I think the point that you're raising is a good one. I'm not interested in sending more money to the Economic Development Division. I'm interested to make sure that that actually goes for those important grants delivered through TAC. So that's the first motion.
Okay.
And yeah, so no,
okay,
very
so
specifically.
sorry, and I didn't see that because it came up so quickly.
No,
so you're
that's
saying
right.
the first motion is to give how much to who?
I'm not sure which order they were posted in, but it's $2 million gross to the Toronto Arts Council, funded from the $18.565 million in the budget bridging and balancing reserve. That's to deliver on the commitments that were made during the election. And then the second one is the second piece of that. It's $900,000, same thing, commitments made, making sure that council delivers on that from the same funding source.
Okay, so that's really helpful. Thank you for explaining that. And just to reemphasize, the second one won't be, you know, to go out and pay expensive consultants. It's going actually directly to the arts community.
That's exactly right. This is not about consultant reports or adding more staff to the bureaucracy here at City Hall. These are dollars that will be deployed in the community to put on the programming that so many people in our neighborhoods really enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to clarify the motion. I agree with my colleague that we have to do consultation, and I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at where we differ, the motion you've placed now and the motion that I have already posted on the CMP. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at the difference between the two. I guess my question follows on Councillor Robinson's line of questioning, because the culture sector is so much more than just the TAC, which is why the TAC and everyone else in the sector is being represented in a culture panel, which will deliberate and bring back their findings and a real strategy for if we're going to spend, how do we spend equitably and strategically, that's coming in September, and my motion ties funds to that. I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at that motion before placing your own.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. I do appreciate the motion. I did read the motion, and I guess it's my view that while that's important work, and you're doing great work on the culture plan, the idea of waiting until September, 3/4 of the year, to divvy up $800,000, you know, what I'm hearing is inadequate. My view is that we should prioritize that now. The dollars are available. The mayor made that commitment multiple times in the campaign. She did it again in November. The ask was very clear. She was very definitive. So it's my view that as a council, we should follow through on that commitment. And I guess I would say, you know, for all of these organizations, whether it's LASSOs or TAC, you know, what I'm hearing from the arts community right now, they're literally giving the refrain, survive till 25. That's what they're saying right now. They're saying survive till 25. And I think it's such a tough time for our arts and culture organizations, both at Toronto Arts Council and the LASSOs, where, you know, for years they've been providing trusted and vital services. So I appreciate your motion, and folks will vote on that. But I would just say we should follow through on the mayor's commitment made in the campaign and provide these dollars, since they have already been taken from the reserve. Make sure that we're getting those out today in this budget and not waiting 3/4 of the way through the year to divide up a smaller amount.
Well, are you aware that many of the chief members of the sort of circle of Survive to 25, in fact, met with us virtually yesterday with Economic Development and Culture Division staff and myself, and are supportive of the motion that I have placed, because it does allow them to be fair to each other and not to presuppose what the recommendations will be of the culture plan, but in fact for a change, when we introduce a plan, to be
Councillor
able
Carroll,
to
that
fund
was
it.
your last
Are you
question.
aware that that's the genesis of the motion that I have placed?
Well, if I can respond, Madam Speaker, I would just say I've heard from many of those same individuals, and they reached out to me because that was inadequate. That was not fulfilling the commitment that was made, very clear, $2 million annually to arts sector here in Toronto. And so this didn't come out of nowhere. This came back from feedback that I heard with folks in the arts and sector, arts and culture sector, and so that's why I have this motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Perks, did you have your name on there to ask questions, or did you take it off? I took it off. You took it off, okay. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion.
Does Councillor Councillor, your motion is on the next item, not on this item.
Okay, I was told it was this one. My apologies. I'm good.
Did you want to speak now?
Yeah, I'm good.
No? Okay. Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I was just waiting for some quiet in the council chamber. Yeah, and I have a motion.
Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Yeah. There it is.
All right, thank you, Speaker. So my motion requests that council amend Part 121 by a one-time withdrawal from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund of $42.2 million to facilitate a 1% reduction to the proposed residential property tax increase and amend the 24 operating budget for non-program to reflect the change in funding source. Now, just to clarify, this motion we were assisted with by staff, and the wording came about from staff as well. So we all acknowledge that budgets are not easy. Speaker? All right.
Okay, go ahead.
So we all acknowledge, Speaker, that budgets are not easy. They're a difficult process, particularly in these very complex times. It has been a difficult process for all of us. It's been difficult for staff. It's been difficult for the budget chief, for the mayor, and I want to thank everyone who participated in this budget for all the work that you've done. We know and recognize it's not easy. However, Speaker, it's also very difficult for the taxpayers to come to terms with one of the highest proposed tax rates since amalgamation, particularly at a time when affordability is a crisis and Torontonians are struggling to pay for their groceries and make ends meet, which is something I hear about every day. So we must do everything we can to present to the taxpayers a fiscally responsible budget, and then my motion takes it a step closer to accomplishing this. And because of the new deal that the mayor negotiated with the province, we have unlocked billions in funding by uploading the Gardner and the DVP. The federal government has come to the table as well by providing an additional $240 million that will assist in shelter costs for refugees and newcomers. And again, with an unprecedented 9.5% property tax increase, taxpayers and the hundreds of people that I've spoken to over the last number of weeks have made it clear that they simply cannot afford it. Our job is to make certain that tax dollars are spent responsibly while maintaining critical services related to safety and that our most vulnerable are cared for. So the proposed rate, 9.5 rate hike, will have implications on the backs of the taxpayers which clearly have not been thought through. And I say this, Speaker, it is the last conversation I had just the other day with with a member of my community who's working 2 jobs to make ends meet. And they're very stressed about this continuous increase of property taxes, and they know how to do the math. They looked at the increase over the last year, 7% last year, and almost 10% now. It's almost a 17% tax increase in a year. They simply can't afford it. And they also made it clear they didn't get a 10% tax raise, or they didn't get a 10% raise in their salary. So it's just unaffordable to sustain this, Speaker. We're making strides in the right direction in reinstating the $12.6 million back to the TPS budget and restoring the windrow cleaning program to remind the public that community safety and well-being is at the forefront of any budget that this council puts forward. I feel more confident that we have a budget that closely reflects the people that we serve now because of these 2 reinstatement of services that were taken away. Mayor, colleagues, we need to be very careful what we do here today. Taxpayers are listening very closely to the outcome of this budget process. An additional 1% reduction to the mayor's proposed 9.5% tax rate will not result in any loss of service. It's doable, it's possible, and should be supported. So, colleagues, I remind you that today is Valentine's Day. So let's show some love to our taxpayers by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Building a city budget is a difficult task, and I want to start, as I always try to do in this council, and I think it's important we all do, by saying thank you, and saying thank you to the Chief Financial Officer, Stephen Conforti. Thank you to Budget Chief Shelley Carroll, the Budget Committee, and Mayor Olivia Chow for all their hard work in preparing this budget. And thank you to all the residents that participated in the budget process by attending a town hall, making a deputation, sending an email, stopping me in the grocery store, or any other way that they shared their thoughts about this budget with us. I heard 4 common themes from my community of Scarborough Rouge Park. The first was that refugees are a federal responsibility, and the federal government needed to step up in that regard. So I thank Mayor Chow for her leadership to secure that funding, and also Councillor Carroll for her hard work and advocacy in that regard. The second was that 10.5% was simply too high, and I thank Mayor Chow for bringing the rate down when she presented her budget on February 1st. There were 2 additional things I heard from my community. The first was that windrows were an important service, especially for our seniors who want to age in place. And the second was that they wanted to see the Toronto Police Services receive their full ask of the Toronto Police Services Board. And so I thank Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Morley for their work on that here today. But I do think it's unfortunate that the conversation over the last 5 weeks has been monopolized about $16 million of a $17 billion budget. I think that's unfortunate because as Chair of Infrastructure and Environment Committee, I'm really pleased to see many ongoing investments in building and maintaining the infrastructure in our city. And so while we've been talking about windrows, while we've been talking about police, what we haven't been talking about is that there's an increase in the Vision Zero Road Safety Plan funding in 2023 that makes it the largest investment we've ever made in Vision Zero of $79 million. The 2024 Vision Zero budget will install 80 new school zones, 50 new school crossing guard locations, 50 new community safety zones, 100 new pedestrian Head Start installations, geometric safety improvements at 40 locations, 300 speed bumps, who doesn't love a good speed bump, and 1,000 kilometers of speed limit reductions across the city. The budget also has $31 million for the cycling network plan, something that council has come together over the last few years to make record installations across the city. And so I also want to thank our colleagues for all of their great work in this regard. The budget also has, for the first time, a new $2 million fund for community housing anchor agency supports. This is a new support network that was brought together by hard work under leadership of our Deputy City Manager, Jake Sharma, working alongside Gord Tanner, as well as colleagues from Toronto Police Services, Toronto Community Housing, the Scarborough Hospital, the Toronto Public Health, and SDFA. And this is because we recognize that we have residents in our Toronto community housing buildings that need additional supports, and that's important for us as the biggest landlord in the City of Toronto to provide these services. And it's unfortunate that we didn't spend more time talking about that through this budget process. And lastly, on environment and climate. I think, again, we lost the opportunity to showcase that we're a leader and that we have investments and resources that are being dedicated to many programs across the city, including the Eco Roof Grant Program, expansion of the Home Energy Retrofit Loan Program. Thank you, Councillor Sachs, for taking that one further today. And for the first time, we have a carbon budget for our city. This is something that in 2019, I was so happy to place a motion that we do this in our city. So we have an inventory, department by department, of our greenhouse gas emissions across the city. And we have the ability to track how we're doing. It's an accountability framework that will keep us on track. And so we see that we have an estimated reduction potential of approximately 73,889 tons of carbon equivalents that we will do in 2024. Again, I think it's sad that we didn't spend more time talking about this. The carbon budget is something we should all be proud about. It's another first for Toronto, another way for us to showcase our leadership. Thank you again to all the city staff that made this possible. Thank you to our budget chief, and thank you, Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have a motion.
It's on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'd first like to thank all the amazing residents of Scarborough North who have been very eager to share their opinions on the budget, what they liked, what they didn't like. And also for all the amazing residents who came out to our community meeting that we had last year on the Muirlands Park. And also to city staff, Jesse Greski-Jones and Terry Congram from PFNR for helping us write this motion. This is a revenue neutral motion that we've been working with staff for quite a bit on. And what we're trying to do is enable participatory budgeting process in the Milliken neighborhood that will engage residents in their community. This is the first time residents in my ward have ever actually been asked, here's options for what you'd like to see in your community park. What would you like to see? And I'd also like to thank my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, for guiding me on this throughout the process in terms of how I could, best meet the needs of my community. And this is also a great way to, save money in the long term by not paving over green space and partnering with existing community facilities that are in the area. So on the budget itself, I'd first like to thank the mayor for this very visionary and tough budget. This was not an easy process. There was obviously a lot of mixed reactions to a lot of the things in the budget, but I think most of us, if we're looking at this objectively, can agree that this budget puts us heading in the right direction, whereas I think almost everyone agrees that we weren't there before. While the opinions of the budget may vary by councillor, I think the feedback that we've been able to garner from residents through the hundreds of meetings, through the budget meetings, through our own conversations that we've had in our individual communities have been invaluable in making this a budget that we can all find something to like about. So regarding the property tax, I heard very loud and clear from my residents. They could not afford a 16% property tax increase. They could definitely, and they even struggled with a 10.5% property tax increase. So they were very pleased to see us get that number down to 9.5%, and they were very, very pleased that as part of that budget, we're also increasing the deferral rate for seniors and low-income people with disabilities to allow them to defer or escape or not have to pay the property tax increase, raising that COLA amount from $55,000 to about $57,000. And also as chair of the TTC, I'll also have to stand and say, you know, this budget had a lot of good news for Scarborough. We got 60% of the funding that we need for the Scarborough RT busway. We had a 0 fare increase. We've had record funding in the TTC to keep our buses moving, to keep transit moving, to keep our city moving. And we also, in addition to this, had a number of very, very important investments in affordable housing, in bylaw enforcement, and in arts and culture, as well as parks. One thing I would also like to thank is my colleague, Amber Morley, for her very well thought out motion on police funding. A lot of residents in my community have expressed their feedback that they would like to see the police have this funding. And I'd also like to give a special thanks to Leanne Papazuski, who is the superintendent in 42 Division, and the entire 42 Division team for keeping us safe day in and day out, and for just having a really collaborative working relationship where we can work together on some of the, you know, many issues that we face as a community. The most recent one being, you know, helping us work on a way to close the Delta early. They played a really important role in, you know, helping that community, but also making sure that we had the right statistics going into that debate. I'd also like to say thank you to my colleague, Councillor Ainsley, on the windrow clearing service. This has been an important issue in my community. A lot of seniors and people with disabilities depend on this service, and this is a key part for allowing people to age in place. So overall, I think this is a good budget. I think this keeps us heading in the right direction, and I think this is something that we can all, you know, be proud of, as finally stopping to kick the can down the road and start addressing some of the issues that we face head on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been many thank yous already, but of course, you could never say thank you enough. And I want to start off by saying thank you to Budget Chief Carroll. I know that we've made references to the Budget Committee, but I want to call them out by name here today. Deputy Mayor Morley, Deputy Mayor McKelvey, Vice Budget Chief Perks, Councillor Chang, and myself all sat in budget. And let me tell you, it was a grueling process. Last year I said I would not do it, and again I did it again this year. And I'm saying here publicly right now, I'm not doing it again next year. But I've learned a lot, you know, listening to the public and their concerns and their desires and their vision for the city. You know, it really gives me energy to move forward in a good way in the work that we do here every day. You know, I had a survey done in my ward of 800 residents, and they said to me through the survey that safety is an important issue for them, clean streets is important, community programming is important, housing and shelter support is important, and those things are important to me too. One of the things that I'm really happy to hear, which happened under my term as a councillor, is that for the first time in Regent Park, we had 0 gun deaths in 2023 in the history of Regent Park. And really, you know, yes, there was a lot of social programs that helped with that, but neighborhood officers were a big part of that. You know, one of the things about me is I'm a little OCD. I'm very hands-on. So I have my fingers in a lot of things. And I think, you know, with the help of my staff as well, this really did help with that. So thank you to all those who work hard to do that. Yesterday evening, I went into the 519. They closed the building and actually brought refugees into the building. And they helped over 1,000 people getting some ID and all the services and programs to give them warm meals. It was incredible. And I was told that some people came as far as Windsor, Ontario. And one lady I spoke to said to me she had to borrow some shoes to make the trip. It's incredible what we do here in the city. And I think last month, the mayor and I and the deputy and Budget Chief Carroll went into Covenant House. The place was packed with young people, as young as 16. And like the 519 services yesterday, 90% of the people in Covenant House were all people of color, black people. It's 519, same thing, all black people. Like, there's such great need that, it just breaks my heart in that I wish we could do more. So one of the things I'm really happy about with this budget is that, yes, it's 9.5% increase, but it actually maintains the services that we have. And I was happy to see that, the area that received one of the highest increases was shelter support and services, Gord Tanner and Abby Bond's budgets. So I'm very pleased about that. One of the things I'm really happy to see, in the budget, hopefully, that will happen is the increase to MLS. Because we do have a lot of complaints around noise complaints. If you drive to Yonge and Dundas Square, you see there's a lot of illegal buskers constantly causing mayhem in the area. We've had a lot of, again, dog bites in Toronto Centre. And we need to keep the streets cleaned, right? So really, I'm hoping that with the changes to this budget, all those things will be addressed. We know that the downtown core, in my ward, includes the financial district. We need to have a vibrant business community to make sure that, we are kept whole and that the things that we want, we continue to receive. So let's make sure that our downtown is vibrant because
wrap up, please?
It's important for that to happen. Geez, where does the time go? Anyways, and I'm thankful for the mayor and her team as well for really helping us bring this all together. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker Nunziata.
Yes, thank you.
1 sec.
I want to thank Councillor Ainsley for moving that motion for the windrow because that was very important to me as well. Because we have a number of residents, especially seniors, that look forward to that program, and so that was a priority for me, and as well the police. Those were the two that I was very concerned about. Policing is very important to me, very important to my constituents. I hear over and over again from businesses and residents wanting more police presence on the street because they don't feel safe. I've had a number of businesses in my ward that 3-4 times, the same business, have had their windows smashed and stolen, and the police arrest them 3 days later, but guess what? They're on bail. There we go again with bail reform. Most of these activities going on, but for the criminals, they're on bail, and that's another issue. That's not our issue, but that was something that I advocated when I was on the Police Services Board. And as well, what's happening with policing as well, it's not just policing. It's the neighborhood officers that engage with the businesses and with the community. We get residents that contact us. They're having a dispute with their neighbor. So what do? They call the police. They want the police to go and speak to the neighbor and facilitate a dialogue. So they're doing much more than just policing and walking around on the street. And so it's very important. That is a priority to me and my community and my businesses. When it comes to the noise bylaw, Councillor Bravo, her motion, well, even with hiring more MLS officers to deal with the noise, but there are some cases, in most cases, where there's noise coming from parties or businesses in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning where they're having parties and drinking on the street. And so not only does the bylaw officer cannot attend those events, they have to get the police to escort them because there's hundreds of people. So you still need policing, even though you have a noise bylaw complaint, because there's a lot of after-hour parties going on, and of course you can't expect our inspectors to go in. They have to go in with the police officers. So you still need the policing to be part of that. It's important to me as well to get these potholes filled up, And Barbara, where are you? We need those potholes filled up. And also what's important to me is the litter on the streets. We have to clean up the litter on the streets. We have to be a little proactive about it. That's what I get from my residents, is the streets are dirty, you know, and potholes. So we need to be a little more proactive with that. That's important. And, you know, and I'm not sure of all the other motions that are coming forward, but Councillor Crisanti's motion, he mentioned that the staff assisted him in drafting up the motion. But what he didn't say, if staff supported the motion. And I don't think staff told him they supported, they helped him design the motion. So that question should have been asked. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have 5 motions, if we could put them on the screen.
Here's your phone.
What do you mean?
Councillor Pasternak? I'll put your time on hold.
I'll hold this down. There's been confusion over what I saw on the screen is not what we were.
Okay, so I'll hold it down then. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Candeval to speak.
Can you remove my name? I'll come at the end.
Move your name, please. If you're not ready to speak, Deputy Mayor Malik, are you ready to speak? No. Well, do we need a recess? Because we're running out of names. Councillor Robinson to speak? Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I can speak.
Okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
moving a motion. Thanks to everybody who contributed to the process. It is a lot of work. We all appreciate that. I've never received so many emails as I have recently on this topic, and very, very concerned about the tax rate. People are struggling really to make ends meet in the city and the rising cost of living in Toronto. So we need to tighten our belts and get serious about finding savings. I know a lot of work was done this year on that, and operating more effectively and efficiently, looking for duplication, just like our residents are doing across the city, and because it's a time of financial hardship. And if we don't, we're going to be back here next year asking for another unaffordable tax increase. So we've heard from staff today that they're planning for increases above the rate of inflation for several years. And that's really concerning to me and my residents. You know, I have to do what I do say, my saying every budget cycle is, you know, I'm still concerned that this council turned down the opportunity for open tendering when our own professional staff told us in not one but 2 reports that we could have saved upward at least 48 million, potentially more per year. And we turned away from that. I didn't. And so that competitive bidding on construction projects could really create a great influx to our budget. Also, you know, most recently the vote on the, you know, to manage Young Dundas Square within the context of the city. So it's working perfectly outside the context of City Hall as a separate board. And now we're looking at bringing it in-house so we can absorb all those costs. That's really, you know, and it also puts sponsorship revenue in jeopardy, that move. Like some of these motions are unbelievable that come to our body because it's just going to cost us more money. So we really have to focus on our core services that most impact the lives of our residents. And I support the motion on restoring the windrow clearing. Thank you for that. It is a core service that my residents rely on, particularly seniors and people with disabilities. I'll also be voting in favor of the Toronto Police budget request. And so, but I'm very happy that it emphasizes multi-year planning. I think that's critical to have that as a result of this. And speaking of results, I think we all want to see some great results out of this addition to their budget, and particularly on response time, because my residents are losing 1-2 cars, and they're lucky if they can even get a police officer out to their house at all. One person had a near miss on a home invasion, and the police didn't respond for 2 days. So 20 minutes is looking good compared to some of the things I've heard from residents. I'm very concerned about that. So I will be supporting it just because we need to get better results. Lastly, well, not lastly, but almost lastly, I'll be supporting the motion to invest $2 million into the arts and culture programs through the Arts Council. This is really important. As most of us know, every dollar that's invested in the arts leverages 17 in revenue. So it's really important that we invest in things that can really shine a spotlight on Toronto, animate Toronto, and as well result in good economic impact. I think we need to zero in on our FTEs and our KPIs and really demonstrate our efficiencies, because I think forever we're going to be saying, is there fat? Is there fat? So I hope there's more emphasis on that going forward. And I just want to thank everybody and I just mentioned to Councillor Ainsley, I won't be voting for the Black Creek Pioneer Village because I think TPR should pay for that. And if we were going to spend $200,000, I'd rather that go to the arts and animating every corner of our city. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you. We've heard it here many times, and I'm going to repeat it again. Budgets are about priorities. And we heard from thousands of Torontonians in this extraordinary budget process that had the most opportunities to engage in the city's history. We invited neighbors from every corner of Toronto into the tough, necessary, and exciting choices that get us back on track to be a city we can all be proud of. And you, Torontonians, amplified our most urgent priorities: housing for everyone, reliable, affordable transit, strengthened public services and infrastructure, and real safety for our communities. I received hundreds of communications and had so many conversations, and I'm grateful for all of them. Thank you. One message that stuck with me is from a Spadina, Fort York resident named Matt, who shared a vision for what a city that works for everyone looks like. Matt wrote me, "What do I want? I want a city where everyone has a home, a city where parks are beautiful and cared for," and he goes on, "a city with transit so frequent that no one needs to worry about getting a seat, a city where social services are so well funded that no one is left behind." And he steps up to the responsibility and asks us to step up to ours. Matt affirms, like so many Torontonians, "I am willing to pay. I don't want my taxes simply raised to fill a gap, but to go well beyond that, to a point where we are creating something grand. We need to go beyond the mediocre, fund something, and build something amazing." And thank you, Matt, for that. After years of austerity, of degraded expectations about what Toronto can be, budget after budget after budget, we are setting our sights higher this time and doing it with care for our communities, courage in getting our fiscal house in order, and cooperation with all levels of government. And I want to thank you, Mayor Chow, the Budget Committee, and Chief Shelley Carroll, city staff, for your leadership, to my colleagues and Torontonians for yours. Budgets set directions, and on days like today, as we've heard, budgets can also be expressions of love, a love letter to the city in a love language that we understand. When it comes to our biggest priority, housing for all, I'm not new to this fight, and I'm proud of the action we're taking. One of my first acts as city councillor was to fight tooth and nail for the multi-unit residential acquisition program, MURA, and the $10 million that was committed at that time for affordable rental and renters, and now we are going so much further, moving a historic $100 million investment in rental housing so it stays affordable forever, and $82 million into shelter spaces, plus $1.4 million in drop-in centers, and building 65,000 rent-controlled homes. We're putting $3 million into eviction prevention, the rent bank, and more rent-safe officers. In Spadina, Fort York, 58% of residents are renters, and I hope you all feel the love. We're freezing TTC fares and getting back up to 97% of pre-pandemic levels, and funding new Toronto Transit, including in my ward, moving forward the long-awaited Waterfront East LRT, realizing the potential for people to live, work, learn, and play on our beautiful waterfront. Our public and green spaces are precious. We love our parks, and the budget builds new and revitalizes our beloved parks in Spadina, Fort York, one of the most park deficit parts of the city, with new park construction on Ordnance, Wellington, and Richmond, upgrades to Victoria Memorial Square, David Crombie Park, and Osler Playground. Safety in our city continues to be an important concern that I share, and we are making unprecedented investments in the expansion of Toronto Community Crisis Response, 160 transit officers, youth programs, expanded 24/7 drop-ins, and reliable city services, which are proven investments in our safety, unlike an increase of policing. There is an undeniable problem with response times in Toronto that must be addressed. Toronto's own Auditor General found that 40% of calls for police services that they reviewed could be handled by alternative responses, and thus ensuring all of our emergency services are doing what they are uniquely equipped to do. We have a motion in front of us to add to an already nearly $1.2 billion police budget to address this response times issue, yet the transparency and the accountability that Torontonians have been calling for about the choices in that budget and this year's increase have not been heeded. People in our city are watching closely and looking for results from all that has been purported about the urgency of this amount, and ultimately, we know that a more equal city is a safer city. And in this budget, our city gets back on track with hearts and smart, and I am proud of our work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval to speak. No. Councillor Candeval?
Like others, I want to thank the mayor, especially for coming out to my budget town hall, to CFO, staff, budget chief Carol, and committee members for all their work through this important and at times intense process. I'd like to thank all the residents of Scarborough Southwest who've engaged with my staff, had their voice heard, and engaged with me, and the many residents that I represent in Scarborough Southwest have told me they're struggling with the affordability crisis. They're finding it difficult to make ends meet for them and their families. The reality is that the increases in the cost of living, which has affected grocery prices, mortgage payments, and other basic living expenses, is a very significant challenge for the people of my ward in a city and where the data is abundantly clear on growing income disparity that is making life challenging for working families. So though today will be seen as a tough day for some in my ward, I will say, in looking at where the mayor's budget ultimately landed in terms of specific key services, I'm relieved these key investments are being maintained and enhanced. Number one, delivering public transit services through increased bus frequency in Scarborough and building the Scarborough Busway. Two, respecting and valuing the vulnerable in our city. Our commitments to seniors and those who are differently abled through maintaining windrow clearing service. The city is committed to helping seniors age in place and ensuring they can move more safely and freely outside of their homes is a key tool in meeting that commitment. And so our supports for renters, especially those in precarious or in affordable housing. I'm hopeful with the investments in rent-safe officers, eviction prevention, and MURA and community land trusts that we see that commitment through. There's no question we have to build housing, but it has to be done ethically and never at the expense of existing affordable housing stock. 3, community safety. I'm relieved that the community safety conversation is being addressed in a holistic and complete approach. With our booming population, we have to keep up with the ratio of police services relative to how many people live in our community. Residents in my ward have experienced significant 911 wait time delays and anxiety around increased cases of auto theft. It is prudent that this budget addresses that. However, community safety needs and has to be balanced with social investments, as this budget is doing with youth hubs, reforms to youth programming and hiring in underserved communities, and addressing the program disparity that exists by virtue of geography in this city. The academic literature about our city and our own data is clear. Where you live decides what services our city provides you. This budget on its own won't change this, but we need to begin the hard work on reconciling this inequity in our city. So there are key critical investments in this budget that will benefit Scarborough Southwest residents and improve our neighborhoods. That all said, I believe we cannot follow this year's increase with similar increases in the following 2 years of our term. All of our residents understand the need for investment and the need for prudent stewardship of these increased investments. The work done here today doesn't rest with this budget, but in the how, the where, the when, what, and why of these programs and services and infrastructure that are going to be executed, implemented, and hopefully made effective. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues, the mayor, and staff to ensure these investments over the next 2 years are seen, heard, and felt by my community and our city, so they know that our collective leadership is effective, efficient, and exceeds their expectations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My motions are actually going to be presented at CC 15.1 and not currently. So I'd like to take this spot to thank the Budget Committee, of course, the Mayor, our finance staff for putting this package together. I was on the Budget Committee for 4 years, and I fully understand the volume of work it takes to put a massive budget like this together. You know, at the end of the day, I just want to mention about police. Cities cannot function without a fully funded police service. On a per capita basis, we have one of the smallest forces in North America, and yet we have to respond to the needs of North America's fastest growing city. The number of sworn officers fluctuates as members of the force retire, move to other forces, or quit policing altogether. We must keep a steady stream of graduating officers to make sure we don't fall any further behind. A force of 5,000 officers is shockingly low for a city of 3 million people. To give some comparisons, in Chicago, which I realize has enormous gun problems, same population with 12,000 officers. Since October 7th, our women and men in uniform have had to manage over 300 protests, many of which fall nowhere near peaceful assembly as defined by our charter. We have seen over $8 million in police costs used up on this, dozens arrested, unspeakable damage to our city as a safe and welcoming place to live, to settle, and to raise a family. And one thing we can agree on is that civility leads to restraint, and cities can only thrive on that basis. On a micro scale, I'd like to take a minute to talk about the importance of window snow clearing in North York and other inner suburbs. Certainly, I'm very pleased that that's being put back into the budget. This is a core service and has been for decades. It is vital for those who need access to their driveway, who might be disabled, a senior, or a person who is at risk of personal injury to clear the heavy snow and thick ice at the end of their driveway. It's important to remember that the snow piled at the end of the driveway by a City of Toronto plow, and the snow is piled up on city property. It is the responsibility of the city to clear it. to make sure that people can get out of their driveways to go to work, to go to school, or in some cases, an emergency to take a family or other member to a hospital. We all say seconds count, but if one cannot get past their window, the seconds lost can kill. Window clearing is a core city service. It helps seniors, it helps the disabled, and it makes sure people can move around the city. It also reduces our liability by not putting risk or danger in someone's route to exit their driveway. I'm quite pleased that we've restored that service. I want to address for a minute some of the comments made about the last 10 years in the city, as if we've fallen behind, as if we've done nothing. In the last 10 years, we've built more parks, more community centers, more daycares, more youth spots. We've added enhanced services to our public libraries. We've been able to enhance the quality of life of people across the city. And we were able to do that with the constraints that we face in our federal system. And that's my segue into the next comment. Our city cannot function without a good working relationship between the other levels of government and making federalism work. And federalism is working under the current mayor, as it did with her predecessor, making sure that we have good relationships with the other levels of government, and they understand that 80% of Canadians live in cities, that we are now an urban country, and that there are some people in Ottawa who still think we were back in the 1800s in a rural society without the urban needs that we have. As the fastest growing city in the country and in North America, as the economic engine of the country, there are many who feel that we should be getting more, and we should. We're putting more into the pot than we're getting back. Finally, I would like to address the tax rate, the rate of inflation. This tax rate is well above the rate of inflation. It is a difficult piece to handle, but what made it more difficult was the fact that we were selling it on the basis that we were able to preserve all our city services, but when the budget first came out, window clearing was cut. So on one hand, you were saying, here is a tax increase well above the rate of inflation, but we're protecting all the services. We had a tough time to sell it in our local communities. But once again, thanks to the mayor and her staff for bringing this forward, and I think the city is stronger for it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm sorry, I thought Councillor Holliday was up first.
Oh, he took his name off.
Oh, I was just chatting.
Councillor Fletcher.
I just saw his name there. Okay, fine. Anyway, thanks, Speaker, and I do want to echo all that thanks to our CFO, to our budget chief, to our mayor, and I want to include the clerks in there because they have schlepped everything all over the city and done all those big pieces. So I think they also deserve our thanks. And to this unprecedented number of, pardon me?
Holiday's desk.
Oh, they couldn't hear me, Speaker. Shall I do my thank yous all over again? Or no? Everybody heard that? Thank you. The number of people engaged in this budget, 50,000 plus, is unprecedented in the city and in our new megacity. It just has never happened before. And I just want to thank you, Mayor, for that level of outreach to people. And here we are with the synthesis of that. And many of us had our town halls, but the majority of people were on all the rolling town halls that I sat in on a few, and very interesting questions and interesting votes, how the public felt about different things. So I would say that the budget that was brought forward by staff really did manage to capture the sentiments of thousands and thousands and thousands of people, far beyond what we're able to do in the grocery store. And I'm the same as you, Councillor McKelvey. You know, people do come up to you everywhere and ask you about things. We do have a pandemic hangover still, financially, and I'm very pleased that even within that hangover, I know we have to raise the property taxes, but we're going to freeze the TTC fares. We need to understand that everybody who was a frontline worker who had to go to work during the pandemic, they were paying. They paid every day to go to work, while many people were able to simply work from home. So giving everybody a break on the TTC, respecting what they had to do to get to work, and to make sure we're building back up that critical piece of infrastructure in the city is so very important. This budget hits the mark for renters, for affordable housing, for building affordable housing, for buying places that could go off into the, or be lost in affordability, and taking advantage of those who want to sell to keep apartments affordable in the city of Toronto. And I do have to, again, as many have said, talk about the big money that came in, the refugee money that came in, that our mayor went to bat for, thank you, that the download money from the Gardner and all these big projects, the DVP and the Gardner, that we've torn our hair out for years and years to be able to get that money and have the province take back the highways that they downloaded to us in the first place, and with some money along with that. So that was very masterful within this period of our budget. I do think fixing services was on everybody's mind and has been on their mind for a long time when you say inheriting a mess, or let's fix everything. The roads, we were out filling a couple of potholes very early. I want to thank Ms. Gray for actually taking advantage of a great day in February and fill some potholes. It's just not something you normally do in February. Normally you're getting rid of the snow. Meanwhile, out the door, fill the potholes, take advantage of the weather that we have here. And also for our parks. There's nothing that Torontonians care more about, or I get more emails about, why was that closed? This is broken, what's happening? The care and attention and feeding of our beautiful green spaces that we all share, very, very important. I just want to quickly address the Safer City, and I very much support the money going to TCCS, the number of new affordable services, emergency services. And with the police budget, there is an increase in the police budget. I know it's been characterized as a cut, but I don't believe that. I will not be supporting your motion, sorry, Councillor Morley, because I'm very concerned that throughout the budget debate, I've heard 4,900 officers over and over again, publicly, at the budget, and then today it's 5,100. That's 200 extra officers that we've now learned about. That's a $25 million spend. So I will be happy to support your second motion that I understand is coming. Let's understand how the deployment is, where the money is being spent, and how it's being spent. It's not that I'm opposed to police.
5 seconds, please.
I have great services from 55 Division, but that really has worried me. That discrepancy in
thank you.
Personnel is of great concern, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
All right, I'll work with it. Thank you.
Are you not ready? Councillor Thompson to speak. Oh. Okay, just a sec. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Speaker, Councillor Thompson had agreed to speak. I was just getting some last-minute advice from the clerk. So
you're not ready?
I'm not. I will be in a moment, though.
Oh, jeez.
And thank you, Councillor Thompson.
I'm going to huff.
Wow, I feel like a puppet here. Councillor Thompson to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My mic is now available. Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of many elements of the budget, and at the end of the day, all of it. I want to thank the mayor, certainly for her leadership. I want to thank the budget chief, budget committee, and staff, Mr. Conforti, and everyone. And of course, all the members of the public who've actually come forward in order to provide their input and voices to the budget. Speaker, this is my 21st budget. I've never seen one that was perfect. I've seen many that was disagreeable and not agreeable. This one is, I think, quite special. I will use the sport analogy, football particularly, since we've just had the Super Bowl. I will define the mayor as a place kicker. She has the goals in place, the goal line that you have to kick it through in order to score, versus the punter. The punter doesn't have the goal as such. The punter has the whole field. They can decide to punt it down the field far, or they can do 10 yards or in between. Punting the problem down the road doesn't solve the problem. Having a place-kicking mentality to the goalposts solve and tend to resolve the challenges and issues, not in one budget, but in budgets thereafter. Clearly, we know that this city and any other city in North America or any other place in the world has many challenges, but we are uniquely placed and positioned to deal with the challenges of this city. So we can continue to punt and not sure where the ball will land, or we have a vision with respect to a goalpost in terms of wanting to kick it through the goalpost. And that will score us many points. The points of infrastructure, the points of investing in transit, investing in housing, investing in childcare, investing in improving our roads, investing in so many things that so many people want in this city. Housing, for example, Speaker. There's a need for the resources. What did the mayor do? She didn't punt it down the road. She said, we've got some tough choices that we have to make on behalf of Torontonians, because Torontonians elected her with a sense of honesty, because she said, I'm going to have to do the right thing. And so we are dealing with a budget that really speaks to doing the right thing. Yes, we know the numbers are high. Yes, we know that they're precedent-setting. But we know also the challenges that this city faces are quite similar. They're tough challenges. We heard from the people as to what they want and what they want us to do. We have been listening and we're responding. There's a cost to all of this, and we know it's tough. We know that it's difficult. We know that affordability is a big issue. We are fully and acutely aware of that. But we also know that we have to keep this city safe, and the best resources to do that are not simply policing, but policing is an instrumental part of that. But we also have to invest in preventative opportunities, mental health, and all of those investments are being made with respect to this budget. We heard from the chief today about, carjacking. We heard about just the theft in general, the break-in and entry, and the number of crime stats, the matrix that they're using are up in a way that really needs our attention. Just last night at 10 o'clock, I received an email from a resident indicating that someone had broken into a home in the neighborhood. They're all afraid, and so we need to respond to these things. We can't be too cute by a half by suggesting, well, we'll give them a lot less and expect them to do more. Well, they don't have the resources. How can our expectation meet their requirement? So the mayor has gotten funding from the feds. The mayor's uploaded the DVP and the Gardner. And so those things, well, we need to do more of. And this budget, yes, it has an impact. The mayor and I, we talked a little bit about dollar stores. Dollar stores no longer have anything for $1 in essence. And if they do, it's probably one or two things, because the formula that was built on was everything was available for $1. Well, there's no such thing as a dollar item anymore. Neither is the services that's needed for this city. So we need to figure out how we place it, and we're going to punt it? No. We're going to place kick it, and the mayor's a place kicker. Thank you, place kicker, for what you've done. Cheers.
Well, I don't know anything about football, so hockey, if you want to talk hockey, yes.
Well, it's a Wayne Gretzky. You know where the puck's going to be, not where it is.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 6 motions. That shouldn't be a surprise. I'll just recap them very, very quickly. The first is to take half of the $8 million and effectively give it back to the taxpayers. The next one is to take the $30 million draw from Create TO and put that into the reserve fund. The next is to look at our budget for the TTC and reduce that by $17.5 million and $29.2 million, which would prompt action by the TTC board. The next is to take $10 million from the cycling network plan and put that towards the state of good repair to roads. And the final one is to take some money in the capital budget plan for the TTC associated with the renaming of the Dundas West subway station and put that towards unfunded capital. Speaker, in many ways, the budget process in the city's budget feels like a house of cards. And I thank the AV technical staff for zooming out to see I built a little house of cards here. Admittedly, it's held together with Scotch tape, which in many ways is something like how it feels around here some days. But it's very delicate. And, you know, the first layer is holds up the layer above it and the layer above it, and if one card comes loose, you know, the thing's probably going to fall, which it kind of did here because of the Scotch tape. But, you know, it's important. In this budget, it's being stickered as a 9.5% tax increase. It's actually a 10.51. Because what happened is the city dipped into its bank accounts, its reserve fund, so that, you know, the staff budget is largely intact. I want people to understand that, you know, we didn't, council, there isn't a proposal here to squeeze the budget. In fact, it's getting bigger. And I put a couple of these TTC motions forward because I know my colleagues are going to have a really hard time with this. But it effectively says, you know, restore the children's fares, and it says to put a fare increase, which is like close to the rate of inflation, which is less than what we're asking property taxpayers to pay. But that's because it's about accountability. So when people say, oh my gosh, you know, taxes went up that much, didn't you do anything to try to reduce it? Well, council had the choice. They could have asked, you know, the fee for the service at the TTC to be increased, you know, much proportionally to the fees that were increasing all over the city. But, you know, there's an ideology here to it. And I'm going to call it out because it feels like it so many times. It's about taking money from people that earned it and giving it to others. And, you know, sometimes you see those mechanisms operating in city council. You know, the second point I'd like to raise about our budget, indeed, it's a big one. But there's two really big line items that have grown, and you can open up the previous year's budgets and you can look at them. You can see it has to do with public transit. Public transit was sustained through the pandemic. Service levels were sustained. The ridership dropped. But there was decisions made to maintain high levels of service that don't match the ridership. All that costs, even though the fare box income is reducing. So it creates a big issue, and it's big money on the budget. And the second has to do with housing and shelters, right? You know, the system was increased. There was more commitments to housing. And after the pandemic, it wasn't necessarily shrunk in the same way. And so we've got these really, really big bills. And so, you know, people are scratching their heads saying, you know, where's the extra services for the broad citizens? You know, these are kind of specialized things. They're social services. A lot of people agree they're laudable things. There's a lot of questions about whether or not the city should be providing this service and billing it to taxpayers. But, you know, people understand that. And then it comes to like the simplest thing, like the police. And I'm really glad the budget change was proposed today by one of my colleagues, Councillor Morley, you know, to bring some funding to the police. You shouldn't be fooled. I mean, this is a photo here of a meeting I was at earlier in the week. And it was a town hall by the police. They did a wonderful job. They were talking about auto thefts and break-ins in the community. The room was full. You wouldn't have seen this a few years ago, but it was jam-packed because people were really interested in this. And I told them, I stood up at the front and I took the picture because I wanted people to understand this is really, really important. So these budgets are hard, but dipping into reserve funds, and I'll have a chance to talk about that later, is not a magic solution. You know, magicians do things. They make cards appear, right? Ace up the sleeve.
Five
but it's
seconds.
Just a magic trick, and it can't be applied to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you.
Expect nonetheless.
Councillor Myers, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, for 9B, it's not possible to, for what he's been asking, it's not possible to implement a 15-cent fare increase by March 1st, 2024. That's not possible. So is that actually in order?
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Well, We'll look at it, and I'll give you my ruling.
So, Speaker, if there's some
But
technical
what,
reason,
do you have
I
a
can move
question,
the
though,
date.
to the
I
previous?
do.
Okay, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So first question, Commissioner Holliday, were you at the budget meeting of the TTC when we discussed and approved the TTC's budget?
I was.
Great. Did you raise any of these issues at the budget meeting?
There's a lot of new information, and I'm glad you asked it, because it's much in the same way that we have two proposals on the council floor that people will vote on. That is to increase funding for windrow clearing and police. And neither of those were approved at the budget meeting, and those same councillors are going to decide on it. So I think, reading in the context of these finances, it's okay. And it's okay to wear a commissioner's hat and take the staff budget over there and have a way that you treat it, but then you put on the city councillor's hat and you look at it in the context of the entire tax package and the fact that residents across the city, whether they use the TTC or not, are being asked to subsidize the riders. That's a very, very different discussion. And I think it's completely fair to look at it one way as a commissioner and another way as a city councillor. And that's all this really is a discussion about user fees. You can support them or you cannot, but you'll be held accountable for the vote that you make either way. And it's a fair criticism for a resident.
Councillor Holliday.
Ask the rest of my questions.
Councillor Holliday.
I'm not allowed to finish
Yeah, no, I know, but just clarification of the motion, Councillor Myers, please.
Okay.
I am. Yes or no?
Well, no, you're not.
I am.
Okay, clarify the motion.
I want to know, yes or no, did you actually speak to anyone at TTC about these motions?
Yes.
Who?
Staff.
Names?
What does that matter?
Of course it matters.
Well,
No,
I'll tell you
Councillor
later.
Myers, Councillor Myers, please.
But the short answer
He
is yes.
answered the question.
Yeah, I had to get the
Please.
numbers from somewhere. I didn't invent
Yeah.
them, Speaker. They had to
Okay.
be calculated.
So just a yes or no question. Have you done any analysis to understand the implications for service, for safety, for state of good repair on what you're asking? Have you done any work on that?
Okay, so on the budget, like on the numbers, it would be neutral in many ways with one small exception. And I go back to last year's discussion when we were talking about a 10-cent fare increase. And you have to forgive me, Councillor Myers, because I don't remember precisely, but I think the number we were given in terms of price elasticity, which included both a 10-cent fare increase and impacts to service, and the latter being really important. I think the elasticity was $13 million
Okay,
on a $1 billion budget.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that
Okay,
gives you some
Councillor
analysis
Myers,
on
I have to
these.
remind you, when you're asking questions, clarification
I want to debate it, though.
of the motion. All right. I understand. Councillor Moyes?
I
Thank
think
you.
I have. I can talk about
Councillor
it all day.
Moyes, clarification of the
Can
motion.
we talk some more about it?
Thank you. I was looking to actually support the windrow motion, which I think Councillor Holliday had a great deal of interest in. But then I saw his motion now around the renaming of Dundas West Station. I thought, with the windrow item, it's looking at it with the lens of equity and inclusion. And it's Black History Month, I just want to remind Councillor Holliday, and I've had the privilege of going across the entire city, talking to various Black groups. As recently as yesterday, I was in Moss Park talking to some young people there.
Just clarification of his motion.
We can have that debate, too.
Ask the question.
So I know Councillor Holliday uses his lens of privilege when it comes to some of these motions.
Wow, okay.
But,
Yeah,
so again, the reason why we are looking at the renaming of some of these public assets is the harm caused by the Black community. So you're saying that, are you implying through this motion that they don't matter and that, their history should be disregarded and perhaps focus on the money aspect of it, the $700,000 to rename Dundas West
Okay,
Station?
Councillor Moyes.
Is that what I'm hearing
If
from
I
you
may,
today?
And Speaker, because I hope you watch, because I hope words aren't being put in my mouth.
No,
But the motion is a test.
Clarification, Councillor
The
Holliday.
motion is a test of priority.
Priority to who?
And if I
Your
may
priority?
finish, but not
Councillor
get...
Moyes,
oh, boy.
please don't interrupt.
Now it's kind of like badgering, but okay. So it's a question of priority on behalf of the citizens and the riders. And the question comes down to, is it more important to rename the station, Or is it more important to allocate the funding towards unfunded state
What
of
about
good
the
repair?
mental health of black
Which-
people in this
which-
city
well,
who
I
are
mean,
harmed by
that's-
Henry Dundas?
That's a great question.
Thank you,
that you'll
thank
have
you.
to sort out as you decide to
Counselor
vote.
Moyes,
But there's lots of people that are going to have
Please.
feelings different ways.
please. Counselor McKelvey, 3 minutes, clarification of a motion. Can you please ask a question? Okay,
9E.
okay.
Just tell me what it is.
Councillor Holliday, you're suggesting to take the Create TO dividend, put it into the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund, but it's been moved into the Budget Bridging and Reserve Fund right now, which we are using for the police budget, which you said you support. So how does that work if we move this
So,
money into the Tax
In
Stabilization?
the questions I got back from staff, the $30 million, Speaker, I mean, I know my colleagues are having a lot of fun
Okay,
and they're
please,
chiding me,
Counselor Carroll,
but I mean, these are serious
Counselor
answers.
Perks, please.
So in the questions we heard, the $30 million dividend, I said, what is this for, right? I asked the question. And I was told it's going to 3 places. It's going to replenish the reserve fund part of it. $10 million is going to Mura. And $5 million is going to fund the reduction to a certain class of property tax. So it's the latter of the two that I'm now allocating all of it to the reserve fund because the dividend belongs to all of the city. That's the concept.
So maybe, can you just walk me through the math? So the total, what was the total in the Create TO dividend?
The total in the Create TO dividend identified in the next council item and also I think somewhere in here is $30 million.
But then 30 minus 12.6 that we want to use for police.
I don't know how the 12.6 works in terms of the revolving door, but I'm just going by the information that I was told was the $30 million dividend, which comes like later in the year, is being used to replenish one of the reserve funds. So again, back to the House of Cards analogy, like this thing is really complicated, how money comes in and comes out of the reserve funds, and there's a whole bunch of contingencies and hopes and fingers crossed that money comes in. I'm assuming that if there's a proposal to have funding for the police, that there is some stable funding source, hopefully beyond a dividend in the future.
But you're confident that your motion does not impede our ability to use that fund for the police budget?
Well, if anything, it increases the reserve funds. Doesn't take away from them. It takes it actually away from program and tax adjustments and puts it into reserve. And the point being is that, you know, it's the sale of assets that are generating this, owned by taxpayers across the city. The sale of those assets, the proceeds will then go into the reserve fund used for broader city purposes.
And the one is the Dundas Square.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, yeah, maybe I'll just,
I gotta get a little sip here.
Counselor Fletcher, 3 minutes.
Just a question on these TTC motions. I'm assuming you moved those at the TTC.
Did you miss the speech a second ago?
I missed that, sorry.
Okay.
Just yes or no.
Well,
Did you?
the answer is no, but the
You didn't.
context is different now.
Okay, no, you didn't move
You have
those
to, you have
there.
to go back to the
Sorry.
tape to hear what I had to answer on
No,
this.
I'm just asking that.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm asking if those got moved there and they were turned down, or what happened to those motions at the TTC?
Well, Counselor Fletcher, maybe we could save some time. I'm going to rule some of these motions out of order.
Which
so
ones, and that might save the time?
The fairs,
Whoa.
The fair one,
the fairs, both fairs.
both fairs?
Yes.
And would you not
Okay.
agree
Well,
that?
okay, Counselor Fletcher, if you want to continue asking your questions, that's fine, but
I
I'm
actually
just.
do, because if you're moving out of, if you're ruling the one on Dundas West out of order.
Yes, I am too.
Thank you, then that
Thank-
helps me. Thank you,
That's
Speaker.
why I'm just trying to
That's
save.
good, I'm good.
I'm trying to
sitting
save
down.
some time here. All right. Okay. That's it,
absolutely.
that's it for the
I want an
questions,
explanation on
Counselor
that.
Holliday. So, members, I am ruling motions A and B out of order. Out of order is the fare increases cannot be decided or directed by City Council on this item. And I'm also ruling motion 9F out of order as it constitutes a reopening of a decision made within the last 12 months, which is the Dundas Square. So I'm moving those 3 motions out of order.
Yeah,
No.
I'd like to raise a point of order.
A, B, and F.
So may I raise a point of order?
Well, No, I'm really, do you want to challenge me?
I'd like to raise a point of order. And my point of order is follows. I submitted motions, and admittedly, there's a lot of them, and some of the wording changed, and one of them was the TTC fares were a reduction of the budget and a request to the board to take those actions to replenish them. So I'm happy to revise them and put them in order, and I regret I didn't catch that when they went up on the screen.
Okay. I'm
I can
ruling
show
them
you-
out, I'm ruling them out of order. Are you challenging me? Okay. Councillor Holyday is challenging me. I'm ruling the three motions out of order. Recorded vote. Okay, so, oh, okay.
Please stand by, members, while we set up the vote.
Okay, the vote's open.
The ruling of the chair is upheld. The vote is 23-2.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Okay. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. A lot of people have been offering thanks. I want to give my thanks to the tens of thousands of Torontonians who participated in the budget this year. It is the most remarkable thing that for the first time in, I think, about 16 years, we built a budget by asking Torontonians what they want. I participated in some of the live meetings, some of the online meetings. I held my own, and it's remarkable the number of people in Toronto who want us to do better, who want the city they live in to be a better place to live, and the creativity, the thoughtfulness, the willing to engage in dialogue. It more than anything else I have witnessed in my time in council, that gave me hope. From that, I also learned a lot about the kind of budget that Torontonians want, and based on that, I've reviewed some of the motions. I want to commend the motions by Councillor Ainsley on windrows and investing in Black Creek. This is entirely supportable, and I urge you to do it. Councillor Bravo's motion on increasing the number of bylaw officers for noise and dangerous dogs certainly resonates with what I've heard from my community and what I heard at the budget town halls. Councillor Sachs, by looking for ways to make quick investments in our climate change program, spoke to something that I hear every day from the people I represent. Councillor Cheng, adding money for community safety and giving that money to our social development branch so that they can spend it in the most effective way is another theme that I heard. Councillor Carroll has a motion that's been pre-circulated about making some investments in the arts. And I want to commend that motion to you instead of the motion that Councillor Bradford wrote. And there are a couple of reasons, so I'm going to spend a moment on this. First, Councillor Bradford's motion just gives a lump sum of $20-odd million, a lump sum without a plan for how we are going to pay for that in future years. When you build granting programs, you want them to run for you want them to be sustaining, so we have an arts community that can predict what kinds of grants they're making. Councillor Bradford's motion doesn't do that. It just throws a one-time lump of money out there and says, good luck, spend it, but we're going to shrink you back next year. I've spoken with Councillor Carroll. Her motion more precisely ties the funding to the culture plan that we're going to get later this year, and specifically will be funding those granting programs like the Arts Council, like the LASSOs, and we'll do it in a sustaining way that we will have a chance to review. So I urge you to support Councillor Carroll's motion and not Councillor Bradford's motion. Councillor Crisanti's motion, I mean, it commits the same mistake, but on a much bigger scale. It literally says, let's put a giant $40 million hole in our budget that we're going to have to deal with next year and the year after. The cost in this term of what he's doing there is $126 million. Our financial planning staff are telling us we have a giant hole. The mayor is running all over the country trying to fix it, and Councillor Crisanti's answer is to make it worse. I can't support that, nor should you. As to Councillor Holliday's motions, I wanted to speak to them just metaphorically. As he was talking about them, the house of cards in front of them collapsed. And I think that's all you need to know about what Councillor Holliday has moved. And that takes me to Councillor Morley's motion, which I will not be able to support. Unlike the conversation we had with tens of thousands of Torontonians, where we asked them, what the police have done is they have spent public money telling the public not to support the budget that the CFO built and then the budget that the mayor proposed. That is not what you do with public money. We have a governance issue at the Police Services Board that we are going to have to look into, that we are going to have to face over the next couple of terms, and until that work is done, personally, I can't support what Councillor Morley is doing.
All right, so the last speaker is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my motions, I want to thank my colleague for discussing them. That shortens the amount of time I need to spend on them if those can be put up. But they have been on the CMP for some time. And they are exactly that. They are tied to actions. I've spoken about it before. I hope people remember that at the very beginning of the first beginning of the term of this office.
Carol, can you introduce your motion?
I did say that I had, they're finally on the screen.
Yeah.
I was killing time because they weren't coming up on the screen.
Okay.
City Council increased the 25, I hope we can consider these read, save and accept that I have added for clarity so that people understand. This sits inside that $8 million that the mayor hoped to disposition. For clarity, I've added that action plan is going to benefit organizations such as the Arts Council, the local art service organizations, and other crucial actors in the sector. That's with advice and help from our committee chair, Chair Bravo, who sits on the Arts Council board. She knows that I don't do things without reaching out to stakeholders. I met as late as 5 o'clock last night with a broad array of stakeholders so that they would understand that the mayor really wants not just to fund the arts in a wing and a prayer way, but as we build the funding into the arts, we really want to follow the Culture Action Plan. And this one is totally unique because it really is being built by the sector itself. That's why it's taking a little longer. You will see it in September. But the sector is having a greater hand in it they've ever had before. Likewise, my second motion, I think the next one should be there. I've also added the inflationary increase, and this, to my mind, is a technical motion because they simply, the lassos in the immediate, before the plan, just to do the actions they do now, they simply didn't get the same economic factor that others did. And this is a matter of just giving them that equitable increase. It's only $80,000. And lastly, the economic development plan itself. Any of you who've ever invested time in economic development know that we're not there yet, that we're still digging out. And so that economic action plan goes beyond just, you know, can we recover from COVID? Can we get people to come back to work 5 days a week downtown? Well beyond it. We need to look at the whole new world of economic development in this new post world. And so, again, we want to be able to release those plans developed by these sectors, but to have the funds to take the actions. And so those will be held in their sweatered so that they will, if spent, they will be spent in that strategic way that everyone agrees is the best disposition of those funds. Madam Speaker, with regards to the budget itself, I want to go above and beyond. Councillor Perks almost stole my speech, but he focused in on the people who engaged and took part in the budget. I want to go to the next step. I want to thank every person in Toronto that is going to help pay for this budget. When the mayor says, and she said it again and again, we need to get Toronto back on track. The we is not some faction of this council. It's not even this council as a whole. It's not just the public service and council. It's everyone who's going to pay this bill. They are investing in getting this city back on track. That's why, while there are $600 million in efficiencies here, every effort was taken to avoid costs. There are also investments, and we could not make them without extraordinary intergovernmental relationships that we have now. And that's why the people I want to thank the most are sitting right over there. Mayor Chow, Paul Johnson, our city manager, Steve Conforti, our chief financial officer. I want you to remember, cast your minds back to October. Mr. Conforti was just becoming CFO. He was just taking on, because that's a division in and of itself, managing all these finance staff. He was taking that on. He was taking in the submissions from every division and beginning to review them, and walking up the hill with Mr. Johnson to sit at the working table to make that landmark New Deal. All of that was happening. And oh, by the way, when you're done your work for the day, could you get in the car and go to 16 broad pre-budget consultations anywhere in town we choose? You're just going to keep going out tonight, Mr. Conforti. That I've never seen that amount of work from a member of, of senior public service. I hope you'll indulge me, Madam Speaker. Beyond that, we need to go back to those people that are helping get this city back on track. Everyone making this investment needs to feel this. And so I only have one instruction for council. You have an action-packed budget. You need to take a page out of the book of the other levels of government. Be celebrating these investments as they come along. Celebrate them all year long, but don't keep adding to next year's opening pressure. Let's make sure that the actions we're taking today are the things that get us back on track, and then meet here a year from now to make further investment. Through the year, let's just get this work done.
Thank you. We do have a, okay.
I'd like to ask a question.
3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker, and through you to the Budget Chief. Could you explain, in relation to your motion for arts funding, how does this help to fulfill the commitments that have been made, for example, the mayor and the campaign and other requests that have come from the sector?
Oh, I'm very grateful for that question. Thank you, Chair Bravo. When I met with folks, sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm kind of having trouble hearing myself think.
Can have some quiet, please.
I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. When I met with the sector last night, it was blunt and obvious from them, and they deserve that kind of frank discussion. because they have been so involved in the development, design, and the engagement throughout the sector for months now. They deserve to know how we're making the sausage. And I said, you know, the mayor is very much committed to investing in the culture sector, but what she wants to see, and I think what council wants to see, is exactly how it would be spent. What is the next 10 years in this culture sector, which, as you know, is so broad. It's everything from visual arts, theater arts, dance, writing, film, television, all of it. And so how do we make sure that we're spending for impact? I always say, if we're going to spend, we got to spend for impact, else why do it? And so they agreed, we'll take this down payment and we will bring you the best culture plan you've ever seen. And then we'll have a new discussion next year. But these funds will be ongoing, so the actions they take with them can happen again next year. That's the difference between the two motions.
Okay.
Right. So Councillor Bradford and I are both on the Toronto Arts Council, and he's a big supporter of the arts, as I am. Could you speak a bit more, for example, to why it would be important to have the funds go into base funding as opposed to a one-time allocation? What's the difference for an organization?
Well, one of the things that what we've heard so many times from the culture sector is across the board, if we think about post-pandemic impacts for them, their audience is really still not built up. And so a one-time infusion of funds would allow them to, let's put on this pageant and see if people arrive. But what they really need is to rebuild that audience, rebuild the next talented people that will be the culture sector. So they're in it for the long haul. And so if they take an action, they want to know that predictably and sustainably they can continue to take that action next year, because it's really about rebuilding capacity that was completely eroded over 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We want to get on. Okay, Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. And to the budget chief, I'm a bit not clear. So I see this addition of benefiting organizations in your first motion, but my perspective of this motion is to pay for consultants, shiny brochures that sit on a shelf, collect dust. I mean, it says action. But I had my hands a few weeks ago on the last action plan. Not much of it was implemented. So I guess my question to you is, Councillor Bradford's motion is actually money going to TAC. There's a framework here. Money going directly to TAC to be distributed to all those arts organizations that make our city vibrant. So Councillor Perks, I don't understand why he doesn't realize there's a framework, but why would I vote for yours over Councillor Bradford's, where the money's going, it's hitting the road, it's getting the money out there to the local organizations?
Well, there's a long and a short answer. I suspect the speaker wants the short answer. In fact, the reason that those important actors within the culture panel, which includes the CEO of the Arts Council, includes the CEO of a number of visual arts and theater groups around the town, disability theater, even an operative from the AGO, which I believe you still sit on the board of. The reason they really agreed last night that this was the best approach is because they're more engaged and more in the driver's seat of the action plan that's being developed now. So it's not going to be the kind of pejorative thing that you just described. They're going to make sure that it really is impactful, action-packed, but real actions, not sitting on a shelf, not dusting off pamphlets. Although I have to say, my predecessor, Chair Crawford, would probably disagree with you that the last action plan didn't do anything. He actually did increase their funding, and it's actually doing such things as outdoor arts and block-by-block strategy and so on and so forth. Most of it delivered through the Arts Council, but in consensus with what the whole sector thinks is the best way for them to spend the money. That they don't have yet, and that they're prepared to develop. That's why they, last night, were very supportive of this approach, because it's more strategic and it leaves them, the sector itself, in the driver's seat of making sure that it is spent for real impacts.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And thanks, Councillor Carroll, for the motion. Out of the $8 million of emergent priorities fund that your motion is funded by, $5.125 million is coming from the tax stabilization fund. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
So just to clarify, despite what Councillor Perks was so exercised about, both of our sets of motions come with one-time funding sources, the same funding that's being proposed by Councillor Bravo for MLS staff, the same that's being proposed by Councillor Ainsley for the windrow clearing just for this year, the same that Councillor Sachs is using for forestry and environment and climate. Is that not correct?
Well, it's nuanced. It's nuanced. This
Interesting.
actually comes out of some of the money that the CFO described earlier, is that tranche that's sort of over and above what we need in the policy sense to always keep in that stabilization reserve. It's part of that money that he's now moving back and embedding in the tax base, because we're going to get down to the policy amount we were used to carrying, because we don't need to leave it sitting there as a COVID backstop now. So it sort of rolls it back in and allows it to go back to becoming that ongoing use of property tax funds, because it was property tax funds that populated that reserve in the first place.
But just to clarify, both motions have funding coming from one-time funding sources as it stands today.
Well, they're not the same kind.
No, but yes or no?
They actually are designated with different purposes, and one is meant to stay put, and the other is this year being moved back to the tax base.
My motions, as Councillor Robinson alluded to, propose $2 million for TAC and $900,000 for the lassos, so $2.9 million. This would be in addition to the $800,000 that you're proposing for the culture plan implementation, since they have funding sources, as separate funding sources, both from reserves, as we can agree. Is it your belief that the arts community would rather have $800,000 to be spent this fall as part of the culture plan implementation, rather than $3.7 million this year that our motions collectively would provide?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as my belief. In fact, I'm a great believer that the best work that we do with community group, places like the culture sector, other sorts of sectors, doesn't happen in this council chamber. It's sitting down with those actual stakeholders and coming to an agreement on what is the best way forward. So my motion isn't based on belief. It is based on a very broad discussion held last night at 5 o'clock with all of the main parties that I've described to Councillor Robinson in my previous answer.
For my last question.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
For my, Madam Speaker.
That was your last question, Councillor Bradford. Okay, that was your last question, it was 3 minutes. Okay. Members of council, we're ready to vote. If you can be in your seats.
You better be right. Madam Speaker, can I rise on a point of order? I'm being told, I know this is unconventional, on a point of order, I misspoke. The funds for the $8 million are coming from the top-up of actualizing supplementary taxes. They are not one-time sources of funds. Or may be functioning under a misapprehension. That's where those funds come from.
Madam Speaker, as a point of order, I had additional time on the clock before we had somebody leave. I had additional time. I'd be happy to continue asking questions.
5 seconds. What's your question? 5 seconds.
Here we go. Your motion would provide $80,000 for the lassos for 6 organizations. That would be about $13,000 each. Are you aware, to your point about collaboration and sitting down at the table, last week the Lassos met with Economic Development and Culture, and they asked whether or not they should start cutting programs or staff?
I am aware that they had that meeting. I'm also aware that some of their members were part of a meeting last night at 5 o'clock where they were happy to hear that what will eventually flow is ongoing funds starting in September, and that right now they will be getting a top-up so that they're getting the same inflationary impact as other CPIP partners, because economic development grants don't get the same economic factor. We're topping it up so that they're being equitably served with other community groups, and the culture plan, I can tell you from initial discussions, is going to serve them very well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Let's move on. Okay, we're going to be voting. We're going to put the motions on the screen. Motion 1 by Councillor Morley. That's the first motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, are you present in the meeting? Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-5.
Next motion is motion 2A by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Motion 2 carries unanimously. Motion 2A, 26 in favor.
Next motion is motion 2B by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Motion 2B carries. The vote is 23-3.
Our next motion is motion 3 by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please. Motion 3 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Our next motion is motion 4A by Councillor Sachs. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 4A carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Our next motion is motion 4B by Councillor Sachs. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Motion 4B carries. The vote is 24 to 2.
Next motion is motion number 5 by Councillor Cheng. Recorded vote.
Motion 5 carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Motion 7A by Councillor Bradford.
I'll call him. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Motion 6A does not carry. The vote is 7 to 19.
Motion 6B by Councillor Bradford.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor, please.
Motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 6-20.
Our next motion is motion 7 by Councillor Crescentti.
Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor, please.
Motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 7-19.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Thompson?
Pressed the wrong button there. I intended to say no. Can I ask for the vote to be
Okay,
taken,
so
please?
motion to reopen. On favor? Okay, let's start again. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we reset the vote.
Yeah, you have to be at your desk when you vote, Councillor Bradford?
The revote on motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 6-20.
Next motion is by Councillor Myers. As revised. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crescentti, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please?
In favor?
Motion 8 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Okay, members of council, the next three motions, one at a time? Oh, okay. So motion 9C. It's on the screen. So this motion is redundant because council has already approved draws on the budget, so there's insufficient funds. Okay? And our next motion is 9D. So that we can vote on, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Burnside. Motion 9D does not carry. The vote is 2 to 24.
The next motion, which is 9E, it's also redundant because council's already approved draws on the budget, so we don't have enough money, so it's redundant. All right. So, point of order, Councillor Holyday?
Yeah, can you please elaborate on your ruling? Because that was an allocation from the dividend to the reserve.
Okay, I'll get the clerk to.
No, it's to the reserve.
So we voted on Councillor Morley's motion to draw on the funds. So your motion is redundant.
So just, Speaker, on a point of order, that unless you're reading it differently than me, that the dividend is going to the reserve. So I'm not understanding how a draw from it rules it out of order.
Because
if it doesn't pass, then it's not sufficiently funded by the same logic.
Councillor Morley's motion passed. Clerk, do you want to respond to that?
Madam Speaker, the operative part in this motion is to transfer the $30 million from or to use the.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, part of the contribution that is in this motion, the $14 million, there is not sufficient funds in the bridging fund after the approval of the motion won by Councillor Morley to make the contribution of $30 million to the tax stabilization fund.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Holyday, I've ruled on it.
Yes, and may I just ensure that that goes in the minutes? The ruling. That's what I asked for. The details of it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You asked? Oh, the ruling to be in the minutes?
Please.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
The details of it.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
He voted against himself when he voted for.
Okay, our next motion is 10A by Councillor Carroll. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Sachs. Motion 10A carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Our next motion is 10B by Councillor Carroll, and then we have one more after that. 10B by Councillor Carroll, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 10B carries. The vote is 24-2. Okay, just let me share it first.
Okay.
We need a revote. Just give us a second.
Councillor, okay, okay, let's reopen on favor. Okay, let's do the vote over again.
Yep, 10B. Can someone change the motion status? Redisplay the motion, please.
Just stand by, members, while we reset the vote.
Okay, we're revoting.
Councillor Cole, please, and Councillor Myers. The revote on motion 10B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, our last motion is by Councillor Carroll, 10C, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crisanti. Motion C is adopted. The vote is 25-1.
Okay, members, that completes the debate on the first item. We will now proceed to debate on CC 15.1. So that debate has been completed. All motions have been carried. Okay. This meeting is now adjourned. All right. So our next item is item CC 15.1. And so if we have any questions on that item, please put your name on the list. Huh? If you don't have any questions, we'll just go right to speakers.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, questions? Councillor Holliday?
Yeah, just trying to remember here. To the CFO. Speaker, can you just hold my time just till this settles down?
Come on. Councillor Holliday has some questions. Can we have some quiet, please? Mayor Chow, Councillor Sachs, please. Okay, Councillor Holliday, go ahead.
So to the CFO, I wondered if you could just briefly explain what we're voting on here versus what was just passed. So we passed a budget, but this is now an implementation of that.
Speaker, maybe I'll start, and maybe the CFO or the city manager would like to add to that. So the debate on the budget has now been completed, and the item that's before you contains recommendations that council needs to exercise to implement the budget.
Okay, so in the last item, I tried to put a motion forward to reallocate the funding for $30 million from the Create TO dividend. This contains a recommendation to Create TO to deliver a dividend. If that item fails on a vote, then what happens?
CFO, to answer that, Mr. Conforti?
Through you, Madam Speaker, if that item were to fail, staff would need to come forward with a revised implementation report that identifies alternative source.
What would an alternative source possibly be?
Staff would need to take that back. I wouldn't have one available.
Okay. A similar question. In the last item, I think, because it's complicated, we voted to take money out of a reserve fund and apply it to the tax rate for multiple residential to bring down the effective tax rate. How is that reflected in the ratios? Or are the ratios developed independent of that policy initiative?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the report that's in front of you today is the implementation report for the mayor's proposed budget. What was factored in the mayor's proposed budget was an adjustment in the multi-res rate. That is reflected in the report that you have in front of you today.
So there's something that I didn't quite understand, which says that the multi-res rate is 0.37 of the residential rate. Is that 0.37 inclusive of the adjustment factor that is funded out of the previous allocation budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the initial staff proposed budget contemplated a multi-res rate that would have been at 0.5 of the residential. Based on the adjustment that came forward in the mayor's proposed budget, we've adjusted that factor now, which is why you see 0.37, which equates to a total increase of 3.5%.
So the 0.13 translates to, I don't remember what you said, $5 million, I think, taken out of this.
So there would have been an adjustment, I believe it was $5.3 million, and that is now reflected in the report you have in front of you.
So from the Create TO dividend that you're recommending that council ask for, that money is going to flow through the budget and then reduce the multi-res rate, which it would be 0.37 of the residential rate, which has a factor of 1.
Not directly, but essentially the result is the same. What happens is the revenue sources are adjusted. So the original contemplated budget would have had an increased revenue coming from property taxes. That revenue is now reduced. It is being offset by the Create TO dividend. And as a result, the implementation report in front of you sees a reduced multi-res rate to 3.5%.
Have we ever done that before?
I think we're navigating a new process where you have a mayor's proposed budget, which is considered separately from an implementation report, and we continue to navigate that new process.
So the multi-res rate here applies to landlords that own large buildings, but it doesn't apply to, say, a renter in a condo, a renter in a building with less than 6, or in a basement.
So this rate applies to the multi-residential property class. The multi-residential property class is that of 6 or more units. A condo would be a residential property class and would not fall into this category.
What percentage of renters in the city are covered under that property class?
Last question.
Do you have that number? Unfortunately, I wouldn't have that number available.
Any orders
Thank you,
of
sorry.
magnitudes
That
or
was your
guesses?
last question,
Deputy
Councillor.
Speaker, I'm at 4:55.
Oh, I'm sorry, you've got 5 seconds. Go for it.
So can you give me any sense, even roughly, out of all of the 3 million people, how many it applies to?
Unfortunately, I don't have that number available in terms of how many renters would be outside of our multi-res property class.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry,
Thank you.
Councillor.
No problem. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Speaker. I have a question to the General Manager of Children's Services. You could, while she settles herself, maybe you could just hold my time.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much. So this year, the province of Ontario ended transitional grant funding to the city for its role as a service system manager. What impact has that had on the budget for children's services?
Through the Speaker, thank you for the question. The $24 million reduction to service system managers is included in our budget. The impact that that is going to have, first of all, let me say there's a lot of advocacy happening through OMSA and AMO and Intergovernmental to ask that that funding be restored. The impact is it will have an impact on the division's ability to deliver services in a timely way. The number of services, policies, and legislation that has been transferred to Children's Services in the last 18 months is significant, while the resources have been reduced by 50%. Resources to do that work have been reduced by 50%.
Thank you. That's important information. Provincial and federal funding has been lacking behind or non-existent on the capital investment side that we need to grow our childcare system for operators in the Canada-wide early learning and childcare program and for our early ON system. Would you agree that other levels of government need to be at the table with additional funding in these areas?
Through the Speaker, the growth strategy that the 10-year growth strategy for Children's Services was absolutely clear that all three levels of government needed to put the investments in for capital. And on the federal side, we have yet to have any investment in capital. The provincial, the last time we had investment directly to the city was around 2018, although they do have some investments to school boards. So without significant investment, it's a huge pressure in order to grow the system.
Thank you so much. And Deputy Speaker, if you could hold my time for a second while I ask the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. I have a question for him. Thank you so much. Could you tell me about how the live music venue category of the Creative Co-location Properties Tax subclass has helped Toronto to protect live music venues? How do we compare to other jurisdictions?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, thanks for the question. The live music venue component to the property tax subclass program you cite was introduced to the pandemic in 2020 when public health measures were leading to closures and failures. Most recent numbers include about $1.7 million in property tax savings, a 50% cut to their assessments to what were 59 live music venues last year. That fluctuates a little bit, but we are seeing the number go up who benefit. We think that it's having a significant impact in flattening the curve of live music venue closures. We compare frequently with other jurisdictions, a lot through the night economy work. So we know, for example, that London, England has seen just about a 40% loss of live music venues from 2018 to now. For us, there was a report released 2 weeks ago looking at Ontario. It was 13% loss of live music venues in Ontario, maybe a little higher if we focus on Toronto, but certainly nowhere near 40.
Thank you. So the creative co-location class has been an important innovation. Would you say that there are many other types of cultural sites who could benefit from the same kind of designation?
Thanks for the question, and through the Speaker. We believe that there's merit in using this instrument to support creative space, various types. It currently supports co-location, co-tenancy, as well as live music venues. There have been conversations around what other creative spaces that are either not-for-profit or for-profit produce a public good in bringing people together, letting them know each other, producing art and opportunities to consume art. That could include not-for-profit live theaters. It could include art galleries. It could include even bookshops or other commercial areas. So we have received calls during this current consultation for the cultural plan to look at what other spaces would be appropriate. And there is some embedded definitions of culture in the enabling legislation with the Assessment Act with the province that we would have to live within, though.
Thank you so much, and for calling it a public good.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think these questions are to clerks. I just want to clarify. In front of us, we have the CFO and Treasurer's report that provides the direction and implementation tools to bring forward the 9.5% tax increase. When I look at this, I see the tax package as items 1 through 5 of the recommendations in this report. Is that correct?
Speaker, when we vote on this, we would do the usual thing, which is it's voted on as an item unless members wish for items to be split. And the member is correct that someone who wished to vote separately on the property tax levy, in our view, our advice to you would be that the first 5 parts of the CFO's report should be voted on as one item and not split. The other items can be split.
And again, to the clerk, historically, we've had an opportunity to vote on the tax rate. That was not provided to us this year. It wasn't available in the traditional sense that we've seen in years past. Is that correct?
Speaker, again, yes, that's correct. Given the changes to the City of Toronto Act and the special powers and duties of the mayor is now tasked with providing both revenue and expenditure estimates, and those are what form the amount to be raised from property taxes.
So for my council colleagues here in the room that did not want to vote for a 9.5% tax increase, but we haven't been afforded because of the changes to the act, the traditional way to vote on the rate, we could use a combined vote on items 1 through 5 to vote against that 9.5% tax increase. Is that correct?
Speaker, that's a matter for council. That's not a matter of opinion on my part.
To our CFO, items 1 through 5, that is where you are providing the implementation steps to deliver the 9.5% tax increase?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
So again, if council colleagues did not want to support a 9.5% tax increase, they could vote against items 1 through 5.
I'm going to echo our clerk's comments.
Very good. Understood. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
I'm ready. If you're not ready, I am.
Totally ready. Totally ready.
Okay, Councillor.
I'm wondering if staff could highlight for me, because it was meant to be a report later in the year, but the findings were there. I'm wondering if staff could highlight and go into a bit of detail on what is already built into the budget to help suburban small businesses that are housed in strip malls.
Through you, Madam Speaker, Council asked us to look at the eligibility criteria for the small business subclass to see if we could include strip plazas in the definition. And so we are recommending here amendments to the eligibility criteria that would take in small business strip plazas that are less than 225,000 square feet
Right.
and that have more than 10 units.
So the criteria is in there, so that it really does make its way to the smaller businesses, smaller square footages. And they are, is part of the recommendation, because what we know now and we didn't know before, if we really want to hit those suburban small businesses, most of them, while they might be in a mall owned by one person, a lot of them are functioning with triple net leases, where they really will feel the property tax discount impact.
Yes, and that is the key, is that they are in net leases. They will enjoy the benefit of the reduced taxes at the tenant level. They don't have to wait for it to be passed through by the landlord.
So while council debated this at the time, when we created the subclass, we had a lot of angst in our discussion here. So it's this is not going to help us in the suburbs if we don't have a BIA and we're largely made up of strip malls, not avenues. How do we take part in this? This brings them into the fold, does it not?
Yes, and in fact, we've identified the staff recommendations will include up to 236 strip plazas that are currently excluded from being in the small business subclass, and approximately 2,500 to 3,500 tenants.
3,500 ballpark, right?
Yes.
So 3,500 businesses that didn't get this will now get it. So tell me this, that's a minimal impact. The dollars will be spread amongst the other businesses in the class, I would assume. Anyone outside of the small business subclass bears the cost of this.
That is correct. The additional relief to strip plazas will be paid for by the remainder of the commercial class, the larger commercial properties.
So they're also still feeling the effects of the recent economy, all those businesses outside of the subclass. But this is a minimal impact on them. I think it's in the order, it's less than $1.5 million that will be distributed amongst them.
Yeah, it's $1.06 million as the total cost of the funding required, and that equates to a 0.06% increase in the tax rate.
And then later this year, we're going to end up having a very impactful conversation in this very room in looking at the long-term financial plan and things like the parking levy that would also affect them in a taxation sense. So on that basis, I asked the question, we have another approach to doing something for small business that's included in the remarks that my colleague, Councillor Bradford, has made to the press. I assume he's going to move it here. Going from the 15% for that whole subclass to 25% would also be spread amongst the other businesses, medium and large. But what's the financial impact of that one?
The financial impact of increasing the percentage decrease for small business from 15% to 25% is estimated at $25 million.
And we can't count on that all to be picked up by the CIBC and their massive tower necessarily. There are medium size. As soon as a business is over 25,000 square foot, we can expect them to have to pick up this cost.
And a CVA of over $1 million, yes, they will all pay more as a result of
Are lots of them in that just over $1 million area and still recovering?
Yes, and those ones that are just over the $1 million will see tax increases of about $200 by that implementation.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on some of the questions Councillor Bradford was asking, particularly the first 5 recommendations in the report in front of us. It's not as simple as voting for or against a tax rate. This is actually what enables staff to go out and collect the money to pay for the budget we just approved. Do I understand that correctly?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
So if council votes no on this, we don't have the money to pay for the budget we just approved.
We would not have the authority to bring forward the tax rates that would enable us to implement the mayor's proposed budget.
So effectively, and tell me if I'm going too far here, effectively, that means that we would be defunding everything.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is an interim tax rate that has been approved by council.
Yes.
That would continue. It would create obvious challenges in terms of it is not the required tax rates to implement the budget that's in front of us.
Right, so we would not have enough money to pay for the programs we just approved.
The increases that were approved today, that's correct.
Okay, so doesn't the law require us to enable you to go out and collect the money to pay for the programs that we as a council voted for?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely correct. We would require to bring forward a balanced budget that ensures all the expenditures have corresponding revenues to support them.
Okay, I'll speak to this.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think they are directed towards the clerk, but if not, he can direct me to the CFO. So there are questions about the strong mayor powers and the rollout of the budget. So last year, we approved additional funds, I think it was $800,000 for the mayor's office to prepare the city budget. But the city budget is still the first draft being prepared by city staff. So I guess my question is, does the mayor have the ability to send a directives or a mandate letter to city staff in advance of preparing the budget?
Madam Speaker, if I understand the question, does the mayor have the power or authority to direct staff in the preparation of the budget?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and so they can do that with the directives letter that transparently says the directions that they have given city staff to prepare their staff-prepared budget?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the budget committee considers that budget. Can the mayor clarify the mandate of that budget and what's on the table, what's off the table in terms of amendments? For example, can every member of the committee bring motions? What can they change? What can't they change? How can we clarify that?
The role of the Budget Committee, since the strong mayor powers have been in place and since Mayor Tory originally and Mayor Chow has continued the role of the Budget Committee, is to advise the mayor on give input to the mayor on for her on the preparation of the budget. That is the only responsibility of the Budget Committee. So it does not make recommendations to Executive Committee anymore. It doesn't make recommendations to Council. It only makes recommendations to the mayor.
And so can those recommendations be specific, for example, with an amount and a funding source, and then she can choose to or not to adopt that?
Speaker, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is there anything prohibiting any of this process being, like any of these documents, for example, a directions letter, et cetera, being public?
Under the legislation, a direction letter is not required to be made public, but it's up to the mayor to decide whether to make that document public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to speakers. We'll now go to speakers. Councillor Morley to speak. Councillor Morley? She's not here. Okay. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three motions. They were five at one point, but we consolidated them. Ladies first. No. If we could put them on the screen, I'll just go through them very quickly, present the motions. So the first motion comes out of a province of Ontario policy in which municipal police forces can apply for money under 14 granting programs. And when I discovered these funding envelopes, I was curious to see, to find out how many we actually apply for and whether we access any of those funds. Motion number B is we have at the City of Toronto the property tax increase cancellation program. It's a core program. It has a lot of benefits, but it needs modernization. And the big flaw that sits with the program is if your house has to be valued, your property has to be valued at $975,000 or less. So it disqualifies hundreds of people who have very low income, mostly seniors, who do not qualify for the program because it is so low. We need to reform that and boost it up to reflect market conditions. We do not have the money today to do that. So my motions ask that we revisit it during prior to the 2025 budget process.
You'll notice the themes of my motions are don't leave any money on the table, which I think the mayor is a big fan of. Second part of Part B is to, and this is something we want to track very closely, to see what we're actually going to get out of the federal cannabis excise duty. Now that is funds paid to municipalities on a 50% basis as long as the revenue to the province is over $100 million. Now, as we heard earlier, the City of Toronto has collected about $10 million from that. That money comes to us because we opted in for retail sale of cannabis. Now the problem, the policy problem, or the confusion here is we were told or led to believe that that would go into treatment. But I believe 100% of it has gone into enforcement. So if more money is on the way, we want it more evenly split. Motion number C is right now there's enormous efforts to get the federal government to adhere to its promise of $4.5 billion in federal commitment for the Canada Mental Health Transfer. We want to be able to watch those funds very closely to see if there's a trickle down to municipalities. We want to see how much we're getting, and we want to program those funds. The second part of motion C is that City Council direct the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration to build a common strategic operational objectives and goals to support and ensure the success of the network of Black community farmers in Toronto, particularly in the Northeast. Once again, I was going to allocate funds to the Black Farmers Collective in Downsview for their mobile kitchen unit, which was to go into marginalized communities. Once again, I was told the cupboard was bare, so we couldn't put a dollar value on that. You know, at the end of the day, we have to decide what kind of government we want. We want a government that can manage finances, that can spend its money wisely. Every time I go across the ward and listen to people, I find that for the most part, the citizens of Toronto or North York or York Centre, they don't want bigger government, they don't want smaller government, they want better government. A government that listens, a government responds to their needs, and a government that is available. And I think that's what people want, because I think the overhang or the hangover from the pandemic is a disconnect between the governments and our citizens. The fact that there was divisions over how the way the pandemic was handled. There was distance physically between groups and members of society and government representatives and elected officials. And we have to repair that, and we have to continually repair that and make sure that we build the trust back with the residents of that city. So I know the hour is growing late, so I won't belabor the point, but I appreciate your support on these motions.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the indulgence, apologize. And through you, I have a motion associated with the earlier motion related to funding for the Toronto Police Service, and I would like to just share that with my colleagues here today. As I alluded to in my comments, my remarks earlier, it's really critical that not only do we appropriately resource our Toronto Police, but we work really closely together with them to get the absolute best for residents here. And so this motion requests that City Council request the Toronto Police Services Board to work in partnership with the Toronto Police Service in order to provide a multi-year staffing plan with associated investment needed, such as plan to include specific and detailed targets with clear goals and timelines, prioritizing reducing officer response times, increase the number of available frontline officers, increase the number of neighborhood officers, and recruit women and gender diverse officers, and plan to be used as a basis for City Council, the Chief, and the Toronto Police Service Board to advocate to the provincial and federal governments for funding that acknowledges Toronto Police Service's unique responsibilities to protect Canada's largest municipality. And in addition, City Council requests the Toronto Police Services Board, including members appointed by City Council, to support public accountability for achieving expected results in the expenditure of city funding. My colleague just spoke very well about the importance of good governance and the expectation of residents that we, in our capacity as leaders and as elected officials, deliver on the best possible governance, oversight, accountability, and integrity that we can through our systems. And this is a really important step in that direction. So I look to my colleagues for support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll start. Okay.
Motion's not ready?
Okay, I can sit down for a second.
Yes. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have two motions. And it's really, I think, will complement Deputy Mayor Morley's motion. And the first one's around the missing and missed report back in 2021. As we know, what happened with the Bruce MacArthur situation and the murders of people in the Church Wellesley neighborhood, there were actually 151 recommendations made by the Independent Civil Review into missing persons. And so as of right now, only 32 of those recommendations have been implemented. And so I know Toronto Police have advocated very strongly for more funding from the city, and I was happy to support that today. But with that being said, I hope that this will actually be a priority to the Toronto Police. And I do hope that by the fourth quarter of 2025, that hopefully all 151 of those recommendations will be implemented. And if it's not, perhaps be transparent with the public as to why those they're not all implemented. The second motion that I want to talk about today is the August 18, 2020 to police reform. Again, the board approved 81 decisions around policing reform, which includes perhaps addressing systemic racism and concrete steps to strengthening trust with our communities. And I do use the plural term here, communities. And again, the Church Wellesley neighborhood community is one of those neighborhoods. The Black community is another group of people that have difficulty with the police service. And even some marginalized communities within the city. For example, Gin and Finch, and some other areas. So only 62 of the 81 recommendations have been implemented. So again, I'm hoping by perhaps the last quarter of 2025, all 81 of the recommendations will be implemented. And if not, I would like, hopefully, the police service to actually say to our communities why they have all not been implemented. So again, I'm thankful for the opportunity to bring this up. These are important issues. These are ongoing issues. When I walk in the Church Wellesley neighborhood, I'm often asked about these things. I'm often asked about why am I so supportive of the Toronto Police if they're not as supportive with our communities. And I think, with these things being implemented, it will actually bring trust to the communities that we all serve here in the City of Toronto. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie to
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to move. It's in three parts. The first part is just requesting the mayor to consider including the full cost to deliver the winter windrow cleaning program in future years' proposed budgets for transportation services. And then the next two parts of the motion are simply the follow-up from my motion from the previous item on Black Creek Village, asking staff to work with TRCA staff around a business model that will see Black Creek Village succeed in the future. Thank you.
Could you?
Yeah, I'll give it you. I'll give you extra time,
Okay,
Councillor.
thanks. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here, if we could post that. This is a motion to increase the tax rate reduction, the tax cut to small business property tax subclass from 15% to 25% of the commercial property tax class. Folks will be relieved. This is revenue neutral with no impact on the residential rates. It's just a shift within the commercial tax band, which of course was the intention of our small business subtax class. We're also going to ask the province to match us with that as well. In a year when City Hall is proposing a historic tax increase, one of the common sense things that we can do to make life more affordable for our small business community, for the entrepreneurs who are investing their time and talent in our city, is to provide real tangible relief with a property tax reduction. When I talk to lots of small businesses across the city, one of the biggest bills that they face every year, of course, is their commercial property tax. What we heard from staff today is the program has been very effective. Nearly 30,000 small businesses across the city have benefited from this program, which we brought forward in 2021. And of course, now we are expanding that to strip malls in suburban communities, which I think is fantastic. The reality is, it's never been more difficult for small business than it is right now. Through the pandemic, they had support from the federal government, the provincial government, but all that money has been turned off. What they are left with is increasing costs, rising rent, and decreasing disposable income. So in a budget that doesn't talk a whole lot about the economy or small business, this is something tangible that we all can do here in Toronto to support our local businesses. I want to speak a little bit more about the impacts of this historic 9.5% property tax increase. You know, I did a lot of consultation in my community across the city talking to people about the tax hike, and what people kept saying to me over and over again was it's all about affordability. And the City of Toronto has never been less affordable. You are paying more at the grocery store, you are paying more at the pumps, your rent has gone up, your mortgage interest has gone up, and now the City of Toronto is coming and handing you the biggest tax bill that you've ever had. I don't think that's acceptable, and that is not something that I will be able to support. It's important to remember that average home price is out of control here in the city. We have restricted supply for many, many years, and now you're looking at $1.1 million to get into the average one-bedroom apartment. Rents are $2,500 a month or more, and people are looking elsewhere. Last year, 50,000 people actually left the City of Toronto to find somewhere more affordable to live. In September, I moved a motion asking for a third-party consultant to lead a core services review. I was chastised, I was criticized. Mayor and the allies voted that down, and yet municipalities across the country are doing that work right now because the focus of the budget needs to be to find savings. That type of information is very helpful, I think, especially coming out of the pandemic, where we absorbed a lot of frontline services on behalf of other levels of government. I also want to highlight one other thing that the mayor has spoken at length about in her budget, which is that she is protecting renters. Since introducing this budget, she has said that over and over again, and unfortunately, there's a lot of renters that are not going to benefit from this budget. 35,000 households, Madam Speaker, in this household, or in this city, are apartments that were built after 1998. And you can see it plainly in the budget. They will be subjected to the 9.5% tax increase. That is on page 3 of CC 15.1. And so I think it's important to make sure that we're fighting for all people who want to call Toronto home, but it is disingenuous to suggest that if you're a renter in the city, you are going to be sheltered from this historic tax increase, because 30,000, 35,000 renters who are living in a building that was built after 1998 are not going to get that shelter from this historic tax increase. The last thing I would say to my council colleagues, This is in front of us because we're supposed to make a decision. This is not illegal for us to vote on this. It is here precisely because it is our job to vote on this tax increase. If you support it, you can vote yes on this item. If you don't support the largest tax increase in the city's history, then you vote no on items 1 through 5. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Moyes, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I am the small business advocate for the City of Toronto.
That used to be me. I lost my job.
And and so I know
I never gave up.
I know that we have tried to support small business in the past by actually giving them some sort of stipend or decrease or some funding. And so I know that a lot of businesses that I've spoken to have complained to me that that money that was supposed to go to them they never actually received it. The landlords received it, but did not transfer that money over to the small businesses that rent from them. And so your motion actually promotes what has happened in the past without actually getting the money to the actual business itself. I can say to you, as a small business owner myself, when that was implemented several years ago, I actually did not receive a dime from the savings of that. So how does that address some of those concerns?
Well, it's a good question. I'm happy you asked it. What type of lease were you in as a small business owner?
Well, I had a lease. I had a 10, 20-year lease.
Okay, well, good question. You will be relieved to know, and actually Casey from city staff provided this information earlier, the vast majority of businesses in Toronto are in what's called the triple net lease. Taxes, maintenance, and insurance. About 85% of small businesses, actually all businesses, are in a TMI lease arrangement. It's the standard default arrangement that anybody signs when they get a lease in Toronto. And so that means that the small business or the person who has signed the lease is actually responsible for paying those 3 things: the taxes, the maintenance, and the insurance. So that's why this has been such an effective program. While it is not perfect, because we do our taxes on a valuation assessment, the vast majority of businesses here in Toronto have a triple net lease, and those benefits go directly back to them. That's why I asked you what kind of lease you signed, because most of them are triple net. It sounds like you might not be in one.
But would it be more prudent to actually give the money directly to the business owner rather than through the landlord?
That's the intention of the program, and for 85% of the time, that's what's happened, because it's, those are the way the leases are structured here. TMI, if you Google it, very common standard lease arrangement. And that's why this program's been so successful since 2021. That's why we're actually expanding it into more locations, is because this is a great program. The province was very helpful by creating a new sub-tax class in the commercial ban for municipalities. We are one of 2 municipalities that option this, and as a result, we've been able to provide vital tax relief to businesses across the city.
Thank you.
I checked that lease years.
I should.
Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification.
Thank you. On your motion about moving money from the small business class to the large business class, did you do any research on what happened the last time there was a significant change in the way we taxed the large commercial properties? Did you look at that?
I did lots of research.
Okay, so you're aware that we spent pretty much a decade in court with all of the large commercial property owners. You're aware of that?
Are you aware of what happened?
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you aware of it? It's a yes or no. It's not hard.
No, I can answer it however I want to.
Okay.
And what it sounds to me is you are not aware of what happened in 2021 when we introduced the small business sub-tax class to great fanfare.
Thanks very much. The next question I
aware.
have, can you give me, like, in round numbers, like order of magnitude, was it millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions that it cost the city when those changes were made?
Do you know how a small business sub-tax class works? Because it doesn't cost the city.
So, Speaker, I'm trying to get a clarity on whether or not this motion is well
Hold on,
considered.
Councillor Perks. Councillor Bradford, just
Madam
answer the
Speaker,
question.
respectfully, he's asking questions that don't even pertain to the motion because he's asking how much this costs the city. It's revenue neutral for the city. So I would suggest that Councillor Perks takes a better read of what's in front of him.
Okay,
That was the question.
Okay, so
Try again.
Speaker, it's very plain to me that the member hasn't done the work to
But
understand the
Councillor Perks, do you
implications
have
of
a
his motion.
question on clarification of the
Point
motion?
of order. Madam Speaker, respectfully, it's actually very plain to me that the councillor hasn't done his research.
Councillor Bradford, you're using up your time.
No,
Okay,
he's using up my time, but that's okay.
Councillor
That's
Perks.
okay. It's clear that there's something I'm going to have to speak to here because the member clearly hasn't done his work.
Well, and if I could just follow up on that, Madam Speaker, it's actually very clear. Councillor Perks is not familiar with how the subtax class works within the commercial ban. It's revenue neutral to the city. It is 1.63% that gets shifted to big box and office towers.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, a clarification of the motion, please, 3 minutes.
Speaker, so I actually do have a question on clarification.
You know what we're going to end up in?
So I just want to understand, is the proposal to increase the tax rate on large businesses and then thereby to reduce the tax rate on small businesses so that it's revenue neutral for the city? Is that what the intent is?
The proposal is, like in 2021, to go from 15% to a 25% tax reduction for small business, and that is borne out within the commercial property tax ban. It represents a 1.6% increase that's applied to the remainder of the commercial property tax ban.
So is this revenue neutral from the city's perspective?
Correct.
And that staff has confirmed that?
Correct.
Okay. So your goal is to reduce the tax rate that is paid by the small businesses by increasing the tax rate paid by the big businesses, essentially?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
How's that? I spoke already.
Oh, you spoke, okay. Well, you know why? Because we had to go back to Councillor Bradford. Okay, where are we? Councillor Bravo to speak. Councillor Bravo to speak. Come on, let's remain our seats. We want to get this.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I'll have two motions. The first one is pertaining to childcare, requesting the provincial government restore $24.2 million in grant funding to the City of Toronto. Further, that council requests the provincial government work with school boards around a number of questions that have to do with childcare. The federal and provincial government provide capital funding that reflects actual costs, that incremental operating investments are indexed for inflation, and that we share this motion with all of the relevant orders of government. I've circulated this, and I've sent a letter to all members of council. The second motion is in relation to economic development and culture. And it's a request to review and explore the feasibility of expanding the creative co-location facilities property tax subclass to include additional cultural revenues. We're talking about art galleries, live performance, and cultural centers, and that, et cetera. It's in the motion. So I'll just speak to it quickly to say that, childcare is so crucial. It is absolutely essential for early development of children, helping them to arrive at school ready to learn. It sets children up for success later in life, and it's such an important, essential lifeline for working parents in particular. This is something that municipalities cannot provide alone. Additional investments are needed from federal and provincial partners. This year, we're losing $24 million in transitional grant funding from the province to support children's services work as a service system manager. We've heard that the Toronto District School Board and the Toronto Catholic District School Board, we've heard from them that the provincial funding for school-based childcare isn't sufficient to build projects which are ready to go. Think about that. and the demand is just enormous. The early Ontario centers, 255 of them in all corners of our city, are feeling budget pressures which have led to reduced service. We also need sustainable capital investments to meet our growth targets. Regarding my second motion on the co-location property tax subclass, when this was introduced in 2018 as an innovation, it's helped to support the places where people in this city create, make, and collaborate. And it's helped protect and support important cultural sites. For example, Lula Lounge, the Piston, and the Drake, that's just in my ward of Davenport. We know that the pandemic has had a lasting negative impact on all types of places that support the production of arts and culture in our city. Just to give you an example, art galleries are vital sites for the success of visual artists in Toronto. And, about 40% of independent art galleries are located in my ward of Davenport. Growth in sites for the creation and presentation of arts helps to create the conditions for a healthier arts sector as a whole. And just as a comparison, let's look at New York. With a population of almost 9 million, New York has approximately 1,500 art galleries. With a population of almost 3 million, Toronto has only 100 to 150 art galleries. It just doesn't scale, and that means that the conditions aren't there for a thriving arts sector. Other sites like theaters, dance venues, and more could also benefit from such a change. And I'm proposing that the CFO and Economic Development and Culture take a look at expanding this designation to further support space for arts and culture in our city. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor?
Of time so we can finish this budget.
Okay, so there's a motion by the mayor to extend so we can finish the budget. Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Yeah, I have a motion, Madam Speaker. Is it on the screen? Yeah.
There it is.
Thank you. The City Council requests the Toronto Transit Commission Board to find opportunities for further savings through the 2025 budget process, included but not limited to a consideration of a modest fare increase, implementation of the Auditor General's recommendations on fare evasion, and/or further efficiencies and cost reductions that do not impact safety or service. On the first one, point A, this is asking them to consider all possibilities to run their system, which includes a fare increase. I'm a big believer that whatever we do, whether it's water, property tax, or otherwise, we have to at least keep pace with inflation. And for those who are worried about the equity impact, we have the fare pass. And the problem is when we do not increase the fare on the TTC, essentially we are subsidizing people who do not need a subsidy. We have a social program for that. That's the fare pass. Point B, the Auditor General's recommendations on fare evasion. I believe on the subway it was estimated about 3.7% fare evasion, all the way up to streetcars, which is over 15%. In my short tenure, I think it was maybe the shortest tenure of a chair of the TTC, I did have the opportunity to speak to a lot of people, and they were quite upset with the fact that they were paying their fare and others weren't. And I think it really goes to confidence in the system. And unfortunately, I think we've been largely flat-footed on this one. It's time we really do follow the Auditor General's recommendations and implement those. And if anyone has any questions, by all means.
Thank you. We do have some questions. Councillor Myers, clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Just so I understand, how many times a week do you take the TTC on average?
How's that clarification?
Well, hold
Because I
on.
want to
How's that
understand your, I want to
how's that
understand.
clarification?
Councillor Myers,
It is,
please.
because
Are you for real?
Speaker,
It's not
it does,
clarification.
because there's no definition of what modest is.
Okay,
How do we know what modest
Okay.
is?
can you just look
That's
at the
why I'm
motion and
asking
ask
for you to
questions on the
consider it.
motion?
What is your definition of modest?
Well, you're the chair, and
It's your
can,
motion.
you can define that. It's
It's your motion. I'm asking for clarification. Define modest.
If you don't mind me answering, I will.
Okay,
You can
Councillor
look at,
Burnside?
you're fair to look, you're more than willing to look it up in the dictionary. You can decide what modest is. It's not for me to decide, it's a request. I'm not sure why that has you riled up.
Who at the TTC did you speak to about your motions?
Well, Councillor Myers, what the councillor is doing is asking to request the Toronto Transit Commission Board.
And I want to know.
So that's up
what
to the TTC to respond.
No, but I'd like to know, like, what he actually did. Like, what was his thinking process when he came with this motion? Like, who did he actually
I think
speak
I just
to?
explained that in my preamble.
You didn't.
Well, I think I did, and
So I
I'm
think I'm
sorry that it
entitled to
didn't
ask,
satisfy
did you speak to staff about this?
So I'm more than happy to answer that. When I was the chair, I spoke to staff. I spoke to a lot of people. I don't think you need to speak to staff to ask for a request. I don't know, maybe just reading the Auditor General's report might inform some people.
Okay, well, I actually did speak to staff because the CEO was right there and the CFO was right behind you. And they both said that they don't support this because it would actually screw up with the budget that they've just implemented. And
But
that there's
Councillor Myers.
It's not for this year, so.
No, hold
to
on. Councillor Myers, this is for a request. This is not for this year.
No, but.
This is for a report coming back.
I'm happy to clarify that.
It's Councillor
So in the
Robinson,
first
not a
place,
speaker.
this
Point
is a-
of order.
This
Wow.
is,
So,
This is not
Councillor Myers,
clarification
this
of the
is just a
motion.
request, a report request.
so,
You're asking staff to do work and you haven't done the work yourself.
Well,
that's,
Like,
okay,
well, let me just say this, Madam
It's supposed
Speaker.
to be
I am extremely,
clarification of the motion.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Madam
Yeah.
Speaker, I'm extremely happy
Yeah.
to hear that Councillor Myers has full confidence in the chair or the CEO of the TTC, Mr. Leary. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question by Councillor Holliday. Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Speaker. There's something vaguely familiar about this motion, but I wanted to ask, so a modest fare increase, we have some history in Toronto with modest fare increases. Would 10 cents possibly be modest?
That's not for me to say. That's for the TTC board. I'm just asking
Okay.
for the board to consider all possibilities in terms of operating the business.
Would you be surprised if I told you that a 10-cent fare increase on adult fares could bring in like over $20 million?
No, I would not be
Or
surprised.
15 cents over 30? And would the effect of a motion like this mean that the TTC needed to be less reliant on handouts from city council and be able to manage their own destiny?
Well, once again, that's not for me to answer. I'm not on the board. I think there's that extra money, whatever, if it gets approved, any sort of modest increase can be used in a variety of ways.
Now, this thing about the Auditor General's recommendations on fare evasion, I mean, a plain read of that is if I recall, the Auditor General says, there's lots of opportunity to do something to reduce fare evasion, and it means a lot. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah, I can't comment on that.
Would it be like tens, if not potentially $100 million in fare evasion?
Well, I know the numbers are huge when you're looking at approximately 15% fare evasion on the streetcar. That's the high end. On the low end for
Right.
subways is 3.7%.
And would that amount of money, if it was available to the TTC, be really substantial in terms of lots of options for service improvements or capital or things that the TTC could do simply by helping ensure that the rules are followed and people are doing their civic duty and putting the fare in the fare box.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And do you think that people of many political philosophies and approaches to the world would say, hey, fare evasion, that's something I can stand behind if that was improved?
Well, I'd hope so, but I can't get in the minds of other people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker Nunziata, 3 minutes to question. Yep, I did put it, oh, here we go. There you
Okay.
go, there you go.
So on your motion, Councillor Burnside, which I do support, the reason for your request for fare evasion is that it's up to $130 million lost in revenue, correct?
Yes.
And a few years ago, it was 60, and part of the auditor's report is to bring that down, right?
Correct. It's getting more out of control.
Right, so it's actually, it's escalated since, a few years ago. So you're asking for TTC to come back with a plan because we need to reduce that. $130 million is a huge loss of revenue for TTC.
Absolutely,
correct?
which can be used in a lot of areas. And also, people need to have faith in government and the TTC and the integrity of the system.
Right. So this is a request report for TTC to come back and bring forward a plan how they're going to reduce that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next up, Councillor Moyes.
So thank you, through Madam Speaker. So, as you know, last year I brought a motion forward to TTC to actually not to increase the simple fare. And we know that those who are most marginalized, a large percentage actually use public transit because that's the only means they have to get to and from work or to the hospital or whatever. So what is the effect would this have on the ridership? And how would this, help with fare invasion? If anything, if people can't afford it, they'll just, not pay.
Yeah, so a couple things. This is a request for the board to consider it. I trust the members of the board will, I just am looking for them to look at all the statistics, all the data, and make an informed decision. In terms of ridership, I would say the Simpson Curtin rule talks about elasticity of transit ridership. It's about a negative 0.33. So for every percent you go up, you lose about 0.33% of ridership. So it's fairly inelastic. However, that rule does not take into account things like the fare pass, so one could expect the elasticity is even lower. So that's the whole point in my mind of the fare pass, is it's to help people who are marginalized, who don't have the means, people such as yourself or myself, or who of means who can afford to pay. So, for instance, if you live in Lawrence Park, or you're at Lawrence and Yonge, or Yonge and Eglinton, and you're going down to the hockey game on the transit system, thank you very much. But I would hope you would be paying something more closely aligned to the actual cost of delivering the service. The TTC, in my mind, is a transit agency. The social service side is up to the city or the province through mechanisms such as the fare pass.
But, the province has recently actually made an announcement around the Presto card, and to help people get onto the system and to help them keep money in their pockets by actually just paying for one fare. If you live in Newmarket or wherever, you only pay one fare if you use multiple transit systems. And again, that was promoted as a way to actually help people use more public transit, but also to keep money in their pocket. So you're saying in this recommendation or this motion here that set that aside and let's just increase it by another 10 cents or whatever amount that it is.
Respectfully, Councillor.
That was your last
Respectfully,
question.
Councillor, and with the utmost respect, I didn't say 10 cents. That was somebody else. I have no idea where that's going to go. I just want the board, I'm requesting the board, and I hope council will agree, to look at everything. You know, the mayor actually said that $1 a day in property tax is very modest. So if you want to use your dime, we can use your dime, and that would be 20 cents a day. So if $1 a day is modest, then I think 20 cents is extremely modest. Now, the people who that is a financial hardship for, they have the opportunity to go through the Fair Pass. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have another question. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. I just want to make sure clarification of the motion. So Part A says consider. So you're not saying do it, you're saying consider it? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
The second one says implementation of the Auditor General's report. So, and somebody already asked, you were surprised to hear it's 130 million a year, because I asked that question in the budget meeting. So is it really about addressing that amount and trying to bring it down with Part B?
Yes.
And then you say and or. So you're even adding an or in there, which is really giving flexibility to the TTC around looking at these considerations. And then your last one is further efficiencies and cost reductions that do not impact safety or impact service. So this is stuff that we should be doing as regular housekeeping anyway.
Right, and I think that when we're asking these questions and to consider things, I'm hoping that people will put their ideology over here and just open their minds up to the big picture. If they decide that it's not the way to go, that's fair, but I just want people to have an open mind when we're considering it.
And nothing you have in here impacts the fair, oh, it's such a tongueful. The fair program. The fair pass. Fair?
Nothing.
No?
Nothing.
So,
and in fact,
so you're not touching that in any way?
No, in fact, in last year, Mayor Tory's budget, it enhanced it.
Right. So actually, Councillor Fletcher, I think, said it best. So it's fair to say that you're not fairly going after the fair pass in any way. Unfairly going after the fair pass in any way.
Absolutely not.
Okay, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for helping with that question.
Thank you. Councillor Coltis.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm just rising to just warn people not to think you're going to develop new property tax policy on the floor of council in the middle of a budget debate. I mean, the unintended consequences when you start playing around with classes and small commercial and strip malls, the need for a staff report is paramount. This is critical. So if you're really serious, and I can, you know, Councillor Bradford's trying to lower tax their small business, and that's great. So, but if it has any merit, I'll support it if it goes to our staff experts who can look at this in a sane, technical matter, because, you know, having been involved with market value assessment and all these caps over the years, I know how complex this is. And, you know, the thing about it, if you really wanted to help small business, you deal with the condominium tax they pay. You know, the highest and best use. That is a provincial policy whereby small businesses on North York Yonge Street, if they're a restaurant, they're a store, one store, they don't pay property tax based on the fact they're a restaurant. They pay property tax based on the fact they're a potential condo. So that's what, if you really want to help small business, you would look at getting the province to remove that punitive condo tax on every small business across the city of Toronto. And it's only a tax that small business pays in Toronto. That would be a serious issue to look at. And I just want to say that over the last month, I've been visiting my small businesses on Avenue Road, Dufferin, Marley, Eglinton, Bathurst Street. And I think for the first time in my life, I can never recall when small business people weren't complaining about taxes. You know what they were complaining about? They were complaining about a crime wave that is basically destroying their livelihood. There are organized gangs that are going into small businesses, taking away their products, and then stealing their point-of-sale terminals. One after another, kicking in front doors and windows. You know, I couldn't find almost a store on Avenue Road that hadn't been broken into. I'm talking about dozens. Everyone had a break-in, attempted break-in on Avenue Road in the middle of the city. That is what they're concerned about. So I think what we need to support is this budget, which calls for more investment in policing as dealing with this kind of criminal activity. That's their primary, I think, concern right now in small business. And I challenge each one of you to go and talk to your small business people on your main streets and ask them what they think of the break and enters that are happening. Ask them if they've been broken into too. You'll see the most of them are saying, yes, there's been a break and enter. They took my point of sale terminal. And what the media, not the media, but everybody doesn't understand is once they take your point of sale terminal, they can access your personal account. They can access your business account. I've had storekeepers that have lost $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 out of their account because the point of sale terminal has been taken from their store. And the banks and the credit card companies and the visas are doing nothing about it. While these small restaurants and shops are losing their life savings from these criminals that are basically accessing small businesses. And, you know, it's to the point where you can even have cameras. The cameras are useless because all the criminals have hoods on and they have reflective lights on their chest. They block out the cameras. So you can have all the cameras you want. That is what small business is concerned about, is safety and security so they can make a living.
5 seconds.
So if you want to help small business, let's support the investment in policing so we can put these criminals behind bars.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to...
Thank you, Speaker. I'm forgetting exactly what year it was, but something like a dozen years ago, there was an editorial in the Globe and Mail, of all places, saying it's time to have an adult conversation about how we fund services in the City of Toronto. And honestly, until about 5 o'clock, we were having that conversation. We were talking about the fact that services cost money. We were recognizing that if you want to cut taxes on the one hand and increase services on the other hand, you're talking nonsense. We were recognizing that the City of Toronto has been suffering under austerity for too long and that people are losing faith in the services that they depend on, like our transit system. And then it all went away. Councillor Bradford got up and suggested to members of this council that they vote no on the portions of the item in front of us that enable city staff basically to send out the tax bills. He literally suggested that we do not collect the money to pay for the services that we sit and talk about as being important to Torontonians. On top of that, if you listen to the city solicitor's answer to my question, he suggested we break the law. I don't know, maybe we do need more police to come in here and deal with all the people who don't understand what our job is. You can't suck and blow. You can't say, I want to provide cuts to small business and increase the police budget and, but by the way, I'm not going to collect any money to pay for any of that. I'm going to defund everybody. And then on top of it, he makes a suggestion, and this just blows my mind, that without any advice about the different categories of commercial property taxpayer, that we just, like that, shift money around. and that this is a good thing. It's free. It's free to help small business. If you want to help small business, you actually have to do the work to understand where that money comes from. Just saying, well, we'll move it out of this other category, without describing, by the way, what that other category is and who's in it, like medical buildings, like businesses that have sued this city for amounts of money I can't discuss because it was in camera, but they're very big numbers when you know, the city was changing how commercial property taxes worked. You didn't care about the Uber. He just feels like we should walk away from that adult conversation we've been having with Torontonians since the fall of last year and just say, let's ignore the law. Let's pretend you can do things for small business for free, no consequences. Let's just say to the city staff, don't collect the money to pay for the services. I am proud that Toronto had an adult conversation. I'm very, very disappointed that it became a kindergarten conversation in the last hour.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I have a motion, which is the companion motion of the motion that I passed earlier today. We passed earlier today. So essentially, my motion is to start engaging local condos that have tennis courts to see if that could somehow be included in the city's recreational goals for providing tennis facilities. This is a cost-effective way of delivering the service, as these tennis courts are about a 5-minute walk from the park and are significantly underutilized. And in our initial conversation with the condos, they would actually be very interested in seeing if there was some sort of agreement that we could come to, whereas we could provide access to the public for these tennis courts and help lessen their bills and the upkeep. And this would be a win-win situation. So I just ask my colleagues to please support me on this. And then just related to Councillor Burnside's motion request, I just find it very curious that a former TTC chair would put forward a motion like this, because it's just so ill thought out. We do a lot of hard work at the TTC board, and we do it in conjunction with staff because we realize it's literally a moving train that we're trying to steer. And putting motions like this of just, you know, a modest fare increase, but I don't want to define what modest is. Well, the reason I asked that question of how much you take the TTC is because modest is really depending on how often you take the TTC. If you take the TTC once or twice a week, $1 increase in fare is modest. If you're taking it twice a day and you're a low-income essential worker, yeah, that's not modest. So I think if we're going to put motions like this forward, we should at least do the homework to actually understand what are the implications of what we're trying to do rather than just sort of shoving it off to other people to do our work. So I do strongly urge Council to reject Part A of the motion. Part B and C are fine. But again, I just really think we need to be much more thoughtful and considerate as to how we give directions to the TTC, because a lot of work has to actually go into thinking these things through. And I wish my predecessor would understand that and acknowledge that. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Holiday, did you have a question? Okay, just one moment. Okay, Councillor Holiday, clarification?
Would the councillor be kind enough just to explain what he means by condo stratas?
So it's like the common area of the condos.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're about a 5-minute walk from Muirlands Park. And part of the reason that we were asking staff to consult with them was to see if there's a way that we could actually use those facilities to supplement what we're trying to do in the park rather than trying to build them anew, to see if we could just sort of enhance the facilities that already exist, which would save taxpayers money and actually provide more tennis courts than what the city is currently planning.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The motion doesn't necessarily ask for a report back. It just says go talk to them, engage. Was that intentional? Like, is this coming to a decision point?
So we worked on staff to draft the language of the motion. So it's not really a report back per se, I guess, because it's just more of a conversation in terms of is there actually something to report, and that would then help inform the earlier part of the motion as to how we decided to go ahead with the participatory budgeting if we sort of had an understanding as to what we could do with these facilities that are about 5 minutes from the current park.
So future budget. So is it a reasonable assumption that the condos would probably be expecting some payment from the city?
I don't know if it would be fair to say it's a reasonable assumption in terms of payment. What I would expect is that they would like some assistance on the upkeep of the facilities if we were to open them to the public. But again, that's just part of the conversation in terms of actually figuring that out and what that would look like.
Is there any preliminary thoughts on risk and liability?
No, again, it's part of starting the conversation.
Would you, and I don't mean to amend the motion or whatever, but would you see it as a reasonable thing that staff would comment on that if a report was to come back so that council could think about that stuff, right? Maybe risky for them, but maybe risky for the city.
Again, definitely happy to have that come back in any report.
Okay.
But again, it's just really just starting the conversation. Is this even possible? Is this advisable? Maybe based on that point you brought up, that it probably is not a road that we should go down. So again, just happy to start that conversation and just have staff start thinking about this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Valentine's Day. We're almost done, guys. I know we're reaching the end. Just want to wake everyone up and sing my favorite song, the Cummer Station song. I have a motion. What? No, it's a beautiful provincial governments to allocate their respective funding for Cummer Station at Yonge and Cummer as part of the Yonge North subway extension in their upcoming 2024 budget announcements, and City Council expressed the City of Toronto's ongoing commitment to being a contributing partner in advancing rapid transit alongside other orders of government. I want to thank the Mayor and her team for their support in crafting this motion. The window is closing on Cummer Station and the train is leaving. The RFP is out. The province and the federal government are putting out their budgets in the coming months, and we want to be on those budgets. We know from our business case that there are already 5,000 people who live in the vicinity, with 10,000 more to come, and maybe even more with the Yonge Street North secondary plan. So towers upon towers, it's a 2-kilometer distance from Finch to Steeles, and I can imagine that there will be downsizing seniors who will be living in these condos, and we want them to be transit oriented. So this is a motion not for current Willowdalers, but for the future. So thank you again to the Mayor for her support on this motion, and thank you to City Manager, because he represents us at those tables with multiple levels of government, and I would appreciate your consideration to sing this song with me, the new hit, the Cummer Station song, Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can write.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got 4 motions, 4 ideas I'd like to put before council. And I hope my colleagues will listen to them, because they might end up agreeing with a few of them. So the first motion asks us to set a target in the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund of 2% of the city's gross budget. It's not as radical as some think because it came out in questioning of Mr. Conforti in the previous item. So there is some sense to where this came from. And the second is, if we drop below the meaningful threshold, I think a report should be triggered to council, and that report should outline to us, what has happened, what the risks are to the city of not having enough money, and a plan to restore that balance. And of course, in there is an ask of the mayor in future budgets is, please don't raid that reserve. There's purpose in it. The second motion, I would really make sure that I place, and sorry, they might be out of order with the clerks here, but the second one is to ask the mayor to restore vacuum leaf collection that has been cut. And, on behalf of the thousands of residents that have been affected by this, I hope that could come back. The next motion is that it's sort of a bootstraps and suspenders. I was asking before about, what happens if we don't get the money from other orders of government with respect to funding, and a big one is shelters. And so my suggestion is that City Council direct that if there's a shortfall in the non-tax revenue from those governments, that the general manager of shelter close the unfunded beds through attrition. And attrition is key, right? And the last is a concept. It's just, can we get a report about establishing a property tax levy rebate fund? And that would be derived any time that we have an overachievement of a dividend from one of our agencies and corporations that gets deposited into that. And then occasionally there would be a trigger when it reaches a certain threshold, and we could actually redistribute that money to the taxpayers because it's their money. And I just didn't think that was a radical concept. The last thing I wanted to say was there's a chatter about, voting on the particular recommendations before us. I think councillors should use their sense in going through this. It wouldn't be before us if we didn't have an option on it. And if these items were not to pass today, there is a variety of ways that this could be resolved. Anything from strong mayor powers to revisiting the item, all sorts of things. And I'll take note, Mr. Conforti mentioned that he has the ability, at least in the interim, on an interim rate. So if you look at the tax levy last year, it was about $5.1 billion. And this year it's about $5.59 billion. There's a delta in there, right? And that is really at the heart of the budget today. But, $400 or $500 million on a $17 billion budget is a piece. And, the sky's not going to fall, the lights aren't going to go out, the water's not going to stop flowing in the pipes. And that's important just to have perspective and sensibility about this. These are important choices and important votes before us, but we as members of council have that duty to go through these things, to think them through, and to think with fidelity about what it is that our constituents expect of us to do in this chamber on their behalf. And, if you're not comfortable with this overall budget, then there's a way to express that. And yes, there can be lots of consequences of the vote, but I wouldn't say that the clouds are going to roll in and the sky is going to swallow up the city. It will be one of those other things that we'll have to work out as a council, but it will be a very important point in time. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I have a technical motion that comes from staff, and this is a customary annual motion that sets the dates of the installment plans, which we all love because occasionally we get a month off. We love those installment plans. I hope I can consider that read. It's been advance circulated all day. Madam Speaker, I won't be supporting the motions of the previous speaker. I do want to set targets, but I'm going to say what I said in the last item. There are some grains of good ideas here, but they all require the type of deep thought, staff analysis, and consensus building that takes place over time. We never do a good job when we do things like that can be so impactful on the floor of this council without stakeholder conversations, without even conversations with each other, holding things back from each other. Better that we should build consensus and have the facts before us. And that's why there are so many of these motions I can't support. Councillor Bradford's motion on the small business subclass, for instance, sounds compelling. We all have small business owners that are struggling. But what you'll find on page 3 of attachment 1 of this item is the actual report and the staff work that is generated to justify and then go forward with the implementation on just those strip malls that qualify, but we can go forward and we can impact positively 3,500 businesses. And all you have to do is look at it. It's right there. Its impact on other businesses is a little over $1 million. Is now the time to say to other businesses, oops, can you all together take on the tax increase and $25 million? I would submit that they will say, where's your business case? Where's your rationale? And the first person they'll phone will be our CFO, our Chief of Revenue Services, and they'll say, I don't know, I haven't had time to look at it. It happened on the floor of council. That's not how you do the kinds of business that can have a lasting and healthy impact and actually become a component of economic development and small business support. That's why I would like people to please support what staff have recommended by way of small business supports in their report and with the research to back it up, and leave the on-the-fly stuff for another day. Bring it to a committee and let us actually work on it. Let us instruct class to work on it as we did the strip mall motion. That was a point of discussion in October 2021. It came back in October 23 when we were having a review report, and here are the results with the backing of staff. That's really the way we've got to begin to work if we're going to have the credibility that we need to ask what we are asking of our residents and our businesses now. And that is that we be honest and forthright. If you want to get this city back on track, if you do want to be able to shrink the shortfall year after year after year and fairly and equitably begin to improve the city with the investments of those people, and then be able to offer them what we do want to offer them, lower rates down the line and a stable form of paying for the city, then we need to be honest about what we need right now, and then we need to make good on our commitment that that waterfall that we talked about is going to go down over time. We can't actually shift things on the fly now if we're going to be able to deliver that. And councillors, you want to be able to deliver that. We're having a challenging time with the economy, and all sorts of measures are being taken in the global economy to address it, but those don't happen overnight. By 25, by 26, people who are in that highlight spot where they're going to be most impacted by it, they may still be feeling the impact in 2026, 3 years from now. The New Deal will be winding up that the province set with us. We want by then to have proved that we're paying our bills, we are all investing in the City of Toronto, and we now need that adult conversation that Councillor Perks just mentioned that is the most important component of our long-term financial plan. We have a premier who is ready to have that conversation. He didn't say no to the long-term financial plan. He said, not yet. By the end of this deal, we hope to have proven our maturity, our investment in the city, and bear the results of that conversation with Premier Ford. He's ready to have it.
Thank you. All right, so let's put the motions on the screen. Okay, our first motion is motion 5 by Councillor Bradford. We'll put it on the screen. Councillor Holliday?
Can we split the two clauses? I believe that they stand on their own each.
No, you have to pass the first one.
No, they're not separate. They're all one.
They're sequential.
Why would asking the Ontario government?
Madam Speaker, Part 2 refers to a corresponding reduction. So these two items are linked. They cannot be split. They can stand on their own. If Part 1 were to lose, Part 2 makes no sense.
Okay, let's vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Motion 5 does not carry. The vote is 4-22.
Okay, motion 11 by Councillor Carroll. Recorded vote. On favor, show of hands, carry. Our next motion is motion 1A by Councillor Pasternak. We'll put it on the screen. It's the request for the Toronto Police Services Board. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 1B by Councillor Pasternak. It's on the, is it on the screen? Okay, on favor? There it is on the screen. On favor? Councillor Pasternak, put your hand up. Okay, thank you. It says motion. Motion 1C by Councillor Pasternak. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Morley, requesting the Police Services Board. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 3 by Councillor Moyes. Pardon? I can't hear you. Oh, I'll slow down. Yeah. Motion 3 by Councillor Moyes. We'll put it on the screen. Yes, we can have a recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please, and Councillor Fletcher. Motion 3 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Motion 4 by Councillor Ainsley. You want a separate vote? Okay, a separate vote on one. Recorded vote. No, she wants to separate it, so you have to have a recorded vote. No? Oh.
Madam Speaker, Part 1 of Motion 4 carries. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, on Part 2, all in favor? Show of hands, opposed if any carried. Part 3, all in favor? Show of hands, opposed if any carried. Our next motion is Motion 6A by Councillor Bravo. All in favor? Carried. Our next motion is 6B by Councillor Bravo. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Crisanti. Motion 6B carries. The vote is 25-1.
Next motion is Motion 7 by Councillor Burnside.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Robinson. Could I have A separated out from B and C?
Okay, so you're asking A to be voted on separately?
Yes, to B and C. Thank you.
Okay. A.
Speakers, a couple of members have not received the vote, so I'll call them individually. Councillor Candival, please. In the negative. Thank you. Councillor Thompson. Thank you. In the negative.
I'm in support. Yes.
Motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 10 to, oh, pardon me. Part 1A of Motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 16.
Okay, on the balance, on favor, recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Again, Madam Speaker, there's a couple of members I'm going to call on individually. Councillor Myers, please. How do you vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Candival, please. How do you vote? Thank you. And Councillor Thompson? In favor.
In favor.
The balance of motion 7 carries. The vote is 21-5.
Next motion is motion by Councillor Myers. On favor, show of hands, carried. Next motion by Councillor Chang. On favor, carried. Sorry, I'm going too fast. No, I'm going too fast for the clerk. On favor, carry. Okay, next motion by Councillor Holliday. Doesn't show up on the screen. No, it's not on my screen. I still have Burnside's motion on my screen. Okay, it's on this screen. Okay, there's the motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? In the negative. Councillor Thompson, please. Okay. Okay. Madam Speaker. Motion 10A does not carry. The vote is 5-21.
Okay, we're almost done here. Our next, pardon? Oh, Councillor Fletcher, you have to change your vote. Okay, all in favor, reopening? Carried. Okay, let's revote.
Members, just stand by while we reset the vote, please.
Yes?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, since we're busy doing the resetting to take a revote, I'll just use this time to remind people that they're invited to my office when we're done in this room, and now, thanks to the mayor, you won't go hungry.
It doesn't.
Does it come out?
I don't know. There's no vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Motion 10A, this is the revote on motion 10A. It does not carry. The vote is 3-23.
Okay, our next motion is 10B by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzzi, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Oh, Councillor Pasternak, are you able to vote using the system, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak, we've ended it. How do you vote, please? In favor? Thank you. Motion 10B does not carry. The vote is 8 to 18.
Our next motion is by Councillor Holliday. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? And Madam Speaker, how do you vote, please?
No.
Motion 10C does not carry. The vote is 7 to 19.
Our next motion is, okay. Please, it's hard for me to speak when I have everyone speaking at the same time. Okay, our next motion is motion 10D by Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote. Oh. Sorry.
Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Motion 10D does not carry. The vote is 11 to 15.
Okay, now, so John, okay, we're voting on parts 1 to 5 separately. You can put it on the screen. Yeah, it's not on my screen. Okay, yes, I guess whoever asked for it separately wanted a recorded vote, right? Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please, how do you vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Parts 1 to 5 of the item carry. The vote is 16 to 10. The voting panel is now open. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. Just stand by 1 minute. Speaker, now the voting panel is open. Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Parts 1 to 5 of the item, the revote on it carries. The vote is 19 to 7.
Sorry, I was recorded incorrectly. I was supposed to be in negative. Is this?
Okay, we're not going to get through this if everyone keeps disrupting. Like, we have to reopen it again. Okay, can members of council please pay attention and know what you're voting on?
So just to be clear,
Okay,
we're voting on 1 to 6?
reopening. Carried. Okay, let's try it one more time.
Can you tell us what we're voting on, 1 to 6?
It's on the screen, Councillor Robinson. It's on the screen.
Okay.
Councillor Myers. Thank you.
Yeah.
The second revote on parts 1 to 5 of the item carry 18 to 8.
I feel like this is Groundhog Day. Okay. Okay, the balance as amended on favor. Recorded.
Just stand by, please.
Sorry, we're in the middle.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Candival, how do you vote, please? Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, the balance of the item as amended carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
So we just have a couple of other things we have to do. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills moved by Councillor Perruzza? I haven't, come on, do you want to move it? Oh, sorry, Councillor Perruzza, your mic. Okay, go ahead.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 151 to 153.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. There are a couple of other things we have to do, so if I can just ask members of council to remain in their seats just for a couple more minutes. Yeah. Okay, may I have a motion to introduce the confirmative bills? Mayor Chow?
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 15 on February 14th, 2024, and we're still on Valentine's Day.
Thank you. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, show of hands, opposed if any carried. Now, before you leave, okay, first of all, I want to thank all members of council, the public, staff, but the city manager would like to say a few words before we adjourn.
Mayor and Speaker and Council, I will be very brief. I would be remiss if I didn't pass on my thanks to the members of the Toronto Public Service that got us to where we were over the last few weeks. It's been mentioned, and it should have been, that Steve Conforti took on in the midst of this process the new job as our CFO and Treasurer. That had other effects. Anthony Ng taking on his role in helping us with our budget piece. See, he's so scared by his newfound fame, he's running for the door. Lauren Birch, who was named a director in the midst of this process, who's been helping us through this. Thanks, Lauren. The ever steady hand of Casey Brennan, who's been here as our outgoing Director of Revenue Services. You know, we had several new deputy city managers step into their roles during this budget process, and other division heads who have taken on acting or new roles through this, and then lots who are used to this process but helped us get to where it is. So on the public record, I just want to thank all of my colleagues for the work that they've done throughout this. I've named a few individually and many more that I could, but the hour is late. Let's get on with the adjournment, but thanks to all of those who helped us get here today.
And I believe on behalf of all members of council, we thank all the staff that was involved in the budget. Thank you so much to all the staff that are here. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.